Konoha, becoming a great capitalist starting from Tobirama's resurrection. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 176 Uchiha Tobirama, I'm telling you my cards. I'm actually the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. After Uchiha finished walking Senju Tobirama around, he tied him up and took him back to the lab. The lab was just like usual, a constant clatter of noise, exploding glass bottles, and irritating, acrid gases escaping. These things happened as if it were daily. Senju Tobirama, relying on his own mortality, had somewhat flouted lab rules. Orochimaru wouldn't dare experiment as wildly as Senju Tobirama anyway. Arriving at the innermost lab, Uchiha found a couch to sit on. Senju Tobirama still had a sullen expression, perhaps a little annoyed that he hadn't been walking him around long enough. Another year has flown by. Time flies. Tobirama, did you watch this year's village gala? Yeah, it was pretty good. Did you make dumplings with Orochimaru? Uchiha joked, but unfortunately, Senju Tobirama didn't get the joke. You're saying weird things again. Senju Tobirama remained stern. Boring, Uchiha Kusunoki retorted with a pout, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. Even after becoming Hokage and possessing immense power, he was still alone in this world. He could never return to his former home. Hey, what's wrong? Senju Tobirama sensed Uchiha Kusunoki's change of mood. This arrogant, black-hearted bastard was actually showing such emotion. Nothing. Uchiha Kusunoki took a few seconds to reconsider his composure. Melancholy about the passing of time would never change anything. If there truly was a way home, he would have to fight his way through this world to find it. Now he had to solve the problems at hand. Tobirama, if there's an old monster, extremely skilled in yin-yang and hide-and-escape techniques, who has lived for thousands of years, is naturally cautious, and has been following me. Now I want to capture it. Do you have any ideas? Senju Tobirama was shocked by Uchiha Kusunoki's sudden words. He looked up and was about to speak when he noticed that Uchiha Kusunoki had suddenly appeared with eyeshadow. It was the symbol of sage mode at Myoboku Mountain. What have you brought back to Konoha? Senju Tobirama was momentarily racked with headaches. That bastard Uchiha Kusunoki was always stirring things up. Using his sage mode, Uchiha Kusunoki used a sensing jutsu to detect Black Zetsu wandering outside the lab, daring not to approach. Ever since the last time he rashly entered and was nearly trapped by the lab's sealing technique, this cautious rat had become completely oblivious to the lab. Every time Uchiha Kusunoki entered, it would hide outside, waiting for him to emerge, refusing to even step inside. Uchiha Kusunoki discovered this after several tests. Don't worry, it doesn't have much offensive power. It's just that it's lived long enough to be incredibly stealthy. Uchiha Kusunoki, observing Senju Tobirama's worried expression, waved his hand, urging him to calm down. So, who's that person following you? Senju Tobirama's brows relaxed, as if it had no offensive power. Then he inquired about Black Zetsu's identity. Remember the lab alarm last time? It was it that triggered it. I remember I said he was the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Now he's obsessed with me, following me everywhere. It makes me feel weird when I play games with Feng and Ling in the middle of the night. Uchiha gritted his teeth. He was busy with his things in bed, and Black Zetsu was watching him. It was really a shame to keep him here. If he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, he would really rush over and beat Black Zetsu to death. But Uchiha still held back. Black Zetsu was an old coin. If he didn't succeed in the first strike, and tried to catch him again, that would be. Are you serious about the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths? Senju Tobirama showed a shocked expression. Obviously, he didn't take Uchiha words to heart at the time. He just thought that Uchiha was joking and teasing him. I've never heard of such a thing. The Six Paths Sage has younger brothers. There are two. The third one who follows me is called Black Zetsu. There's also a younger one who lives on the moon. The Hyuga clan is the descendant of the younger one. They once lived on the moon, but for some reason they came down. There are still people living on the moon now, and the rest are still there. They're probably still thinking about setting the ninja world on fire. Uchiha scratched his ears and spoke casually. What? Such a big thing, why didn't you tell me? Senju Tobirama's voice suddenly rose, his expression clearly faltering. How could Uchiha so calmly tell such horrific news? Be quiet. I'll tell you what's the point. First, we can't get to the moon. Second, we can't defeat those people on the moon right now. If Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were willing to help in Konoha, we could still fight them head-on. The Otsutsuki bloodline of those on the moon is intact, unlike the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines, which were directly split in two. And according to the timeline, there probably aren't many left on the moon. That giant Samsara eye is almost complete. This thing is a force on a completely different level. But Uchiha wasn't worried about this at all. Their appearance would be pushed back for decades anyway, unless the damn butterfly effect hits him again. As for the third one, he's just a rat. If it hadn't been pestering me, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to it. Senju Tobirama frowned, digesting the information Uchiha had revealed. You said the Hyuga clan on the moon want to destroy the entire ninja world, then are Konoha's Hyuga clan still connected to the clan on the moon? I don't know, maybe. Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly sharpened, clearly harboring ulterior motives for the Hyuga clan. You're not planning to use any underhanded tactics against the Hyuga clan, are you? As soon as Senju Tobirama raised his hip, Uchiha knew what he was up to. We must be on guard. Come on, 1,000 years have passed. The Hyuga clan and the clan on the moon are practically two different species. Their mindsets, talents, and abilities are vastly different. The Hyuga clan is now part of Konoha. You're back to your old ways. Uchiha rolled his eyes at Senju Tobirama. This black-hearted scoundrel just loved to use his most malicious wits to gauge people's hearts. Although Uchiha himself often did the same, how could it be the same? It was really satisfying to be a double standard. Alright, let's not dwell on the moon for now. What's more important is the black Zetsu that's been following me. Tobirama, I think you're the best at dealing with this rat. Uchiha waved his hand, allowing Senju Tobirama to concentrate on figuring out how to deal with Black Zetsu. He was skilled in yin-yang release, the art of concealment, and was naturally cautious, having lived for thousands of years. The thought of snaring and capturing such an enemy made Senju Tobirama's scalp tingle. Uchiha really knew how to create his own problems. Then I'll first need to devise a simple, quick release, large-scale barrier that can also counter yin-yang release. Information on yin-yang release is very scarce, making it a bit difficult. Senju Tobirama took a pen and began scribbling on paper. Unleashing a sealing technique is complex and tedious, and usually requires engraving special seals beforehand to aid in its release. To quickly perform powerful sealing techniques in battle, several people must form a team, such as the four red yang formation. I'll need to study this level of sealing technique for a while. If Mito can participate, the efficiency will be greatly improved. Senju Tobirama was not a master of sealing techniques. He had only learned a few minor techniques from his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mito, and he still had some distance to go before he could become a master of the art. Okay, I got it. If you have any questions, I'll ask Uzumaki Mito for you. She owes me a big favor for Senju Momo. Even if it involves family secrets, she'll tell me as long as I promise not to reveal them. Momo. Brother, you really gave birth to a good son. Senju Tobirama's face darkened and he cursed. Momo. You wasteful thing. Alright, alright. Even without Momoka, the Uzumaki clan's ancestral sealing technique, if I want it, the Uzumaki clan will give it to me. Uchiha Kusunoki smirked. What's a mere sealing technique? From now on, Uzumaki Mito will have to follow the Uchiha clan's, Konoha clan. HMPH, Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, remaining silent. It was clear that the Uzumaki clan had long been under Uchiha Kusunoki's scrutiny. Even the Senju clan wasn't spared, so how could the Uzumaki clan remain unaffected? The next moment, Senju Tobirama's gaze returned to Uchiha Kusunoki. How do you know so many secrets of the ninja world? Are they recorded on your Uchiha family heirloom stone tablet? I don't believe your Uchiha clan's heirloom stone tablet could contain so much information. This even involves the Hyuga clan's secrets. Our family wouldn't share such information with you. You must be hiding something from me, Uchiha Kusunoki said, listening to Senju Tobirama's questioning. He shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa and spoke. I'm the Hokage of Konoha, with access to extraordinary information. That's perfectly normal. You're kidding. I'm the second Hokage. I haven't even heard a single rumor about these secrets you're talking about. It was clear that Senju Tobirama wasn't going to be fooled so easily by Uchiha Kusunoki. Uchiha Kusunoki suddenly sat up from the sofa, his back straight, and said with a serious face, "Well, if you don't believe me, then I'll just tell you the truth." Senju Tobirama looked expectant. "Actually, I'm the reincarnation of the Sixth Path Sage, your ancestor. Why don't you kowtow to me now? Don't worry, it's Chinese New Year, and I'll give you a red envelope." Uchiha Kusunoki's teasing made Senju Tobirama's face turn a pale purple. "Go to hell, you inherently evil Uchiha? I'm talking to you seriously, and you're still kidding me," Senju Tobirama roared, raising his fist to strike Uchiha Kusunoki in the face. Uchiha Non quickly formed the Impure World Reincarnation Seal, a familiar one that made Senju Tobirama's heart ache. "Alice, Tobirama. Is the source of the information that important? The ninja world is a complex place. You're not at that level yet. When everything comes to light, all the mysteries will be revealed. Don't worry." Uchiha Non maintained his riddle-telling style, occasionally revealing a few of Senju Tobirama's hidden secrets to him, which was good for his physical and mental health. Telling them all at once would be boring. Uchiha Non waited a few seconds before releasing his grip on Senju Tobirama, who looked at him coldly. The riddle-teller deserved to die. "You have played me like a fool. Are you really not willing to reveal even a little bit of the truth to me?" Senju Tobirama still did not give up. The truth about the ninja world that Uchiha Non said was probably far beyond his imagination. And Uchiha Non who knew the truth was right in front of him. "Isn't this like letting an old cat sleep with a pillow of salted fish, and it will be itchy all over? Maybe I didn't lie to you just now. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can be the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. So why can't I be the reincarnation of the Sixth Path Sage?" Uchiha Non chuckled and thought that he should lie to Senju Tobirama again. This black-hearted bastard who is obsessed with conspiracy theories might really take it seriously. Senju Tobirama's expression changed, and he looked Uchiha Non up and down, genuinely pondering his identity. Although Uchiha Non had sounded frivolous when he spoke earlier, the truth often comes out unintentionally. "You're not telling the truth, are you? Are you really the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Damn, have I really fooled you?" Uchiha Non struggled to control his expression, trying not to laugh out loud. With a deadly seriousness, he said, "Tobirama, then you have to work hard. Help me capture Black Zetsu. I'll give it to you to study. It's a 1,000-year-old monster, and I don't know how much information it holds. If you want to know the truth, you can ask it. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it." Faced with such temptation, the extremely curious Senju Tobirama would probably work extremely hard. Uchiha Non, you're such a black-hearted bastard." Senju Tobirama saw through Uchiha Non's intentions, to make him work like a slave, his words a mix of truth and lies. The naturally evil Uchiha brat was truly evil. "I won't disturb you from working. Your lab is so gloomy, with broken bodies everywhere. It's terrifying to look at. I'm going back now. Don't you have nightmares looking at all this every day?" Uchiha Non glanced at the test subjects in the jars, marveling at Senju Tobirama's mental fortitude. He knew he'd definitely have nightmares if he'd been staring at these test subjects all day. The next moment, Uchiha Non realized what he was doing. "No, I almost forgot. Tobirama, you're a dead man now. You have to work 24 hours a day, no sleep," Uchiha Non said casually. "Get out of my lab right now." What a ridiculous topic. Senju Tobirama pointed at Uchiha Non, telling him to leave his lab immediately. Uchiha Kusunoki left Senju Tobirama's lab with a chuckle. That black-hearted bastard, what he said can't be true, right? Could he really be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Senju Tobirama muttered to himself as he watched Uchiha Kusunoki leave. "I'll update at 6 p.m. from now on. I've been so busy lately, classes, research, exams, and writing. Updating at noon is really unbearable." Chapter 177, Uchiha Madara's Reluctance. Undercurrents surge in the new year. 23 years in Konoha. The daimyo's mission was complete, and naturally, he couldn't remain in Konoha for long. A grand farewell ceremony was held in Konoha. The daimyo's trip was extremely elaborate, and the planning and preparation alone consumed an entire day. The entire Konoha hierarchy was present. "Hokage, there's no need to see you off. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll meet again. Your Highness, please take care of yourself." The two bid a reluctant farewell, a gesture of camaraderie between ruler and subject. The daimyo's carriage quickly departed Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki stood at the gates, watching the daimyo's retreat. Someone, cut down that forest, Hokage. Why is this happening? He's blocking my view of the daimyo's back, camera. Profile. Quick. Have you finished filming? Yes. Hey, what are you doing with it, axe? Chopping down trees? You really are chopping down trees? We've already finished filming. What are you chopping down? After seeing off the daimyo, the New Year holiday finally arrived. Although it only lasted 4 or 5 days, it was finally time to rest. As Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki naturally worked overtime with his subordinates until the very end. After all, there were so many important events requiring his presence. Although Uchiha Kusunoki had been slacking off, his presence was enough. Even on holiday, Uchiha Kusunoki's residence was still bustling with visitors, offering New Year's gifts in waves. Thanks to the Hokage's kindness, the year-end accounts of the various ninja clans were still dazzlingly good compared to the previous year. Konoha's capital expansion that year was almost predatory, forcing some loyal and capable generals of the Land of Fire to secretly plot some heinous acts. The major ninja clans were well fed and plump. Even the Senju clan had a prosperous year. Uchiha Kusunoki deliberately allocated more funds to the Senju clan. As for why, Momomo Senju and Mito Uzumaki knew the reason. It was, of course, the large sum needed to cover the unsettled debt from Hashirama's cell experiments. Furthermore, the agreement involved the merger of family businesses and intermarriage, which was to take place this year. This was something that could not be concealed. Momomo Senju seized an opportunity to reveal this to a small number of higher-ranking members of the Senju clan. Initially, the Senju clan leaders were furious and demanded an explanation. It was clear that the agreement favored the Uchiha clan, a blatant infringement on the Senju clan's core interests. Even if the Uchiha clan is powerful, we Senju clan are not made of clay. Can we let the Uchiha clan do whatever they want? So what if we have money? The clan leader is confused. Then, Momomo Senju demonstrated his newfound power, would release. Some things can only be understood after you get them. In fact, that's just the way it is. Although the strength has experienced a leap forward, Momomo Senju's wood release and Hashirama Senju's wood release are completely different. Your father is your father after all. Momomo Senju accepted his fate. But the symbolic meaning of wood release is extraordinary. The eyes of the senior members of the Senju clan shone, and they looked at Momomo Senju with burning eyes. Master, I understand what you mean. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall, humble oneself and keep one's place, not hesitating to flatter the Uchiha. Waiting for an opportunity to soar to the sky. The position of the 4th Hokage belongs to the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan has deciphered the power of father, and they are willing to share wood release with the Senju clan. This agreement is the price. I agree. The senior members of the Senju clan, who were still enjoying the future, were immediately dumbfounded and repeatedly confirmed the truth of this matter with Momomo Senju. Hashirama Senju, the god of the ninja world, and the Senju clan's supreme power, wood release, had been deciphered by the Uchiha clan, and were they going to share it with the Senju clan? Was this a New Year's joke? But, it was the truth. For a moment, the Senju clan's leaders collectively went berserk, weeping uncontrollably. One of the older men even bit his finger and wrote a large miserable on his shirt. As much as they hated the truth, they had to accept it. Clan leader, how did the Uchiha clan obtain Hashirama-sama's power? This was the biggest question among the Senju clan leaders present. This was a trump card left by Uchiha Madara for the Uchiha clan. After discussing it with Uzumaki Mito, Momomo Senju unanimously decided to put the blame on Uchiha Madara. Momomo Senju naturally couldn't reveal the truth. He had been secretly studying Hashirama's cells and was captured by Uchiha Nun. Eventually, Uchiha Kusunoki followed the clues and, based on his own experiments, successfully developed a solution of mature Hashirama cells, gaining his father's power, wood release. Uchiha Madara had fought Senju Hashirama his entire life, making him the most familiar with wood release. It made sense for him to secretly develop a method to counter Senju Hashirama's wood release, leaving a hidden weapon behind for the Uchiha clan when he fled Konoha. Crucially, Uchiha Madara was already dead, leaving no witnesses. The Senju clan leaders were speechless. This made perfect sense. Hokage-sama promised me that within the next year, 5 outstanding clan members would receive my father's power, with more to come, so, I promised. What do you think? Then the Senju clan leaders erupted in a quarrel, not over the agreement itself, but over the precious quota. Some of them were still young, some had young children. Originally, They believed that obtaining Hashirame's power was a demanding task, reserved only for his direct blood relatives. But it could actually be mass-produced. Hokage-sama, we truly respect you. A dispute that threatened to cause internal strife within the Senju clan was finally settled. Senju Hashirame's power was intoxicating. At the Hokage's residence, why did you bring anything with you if you came? Each clan leader brought a beautiful young girl. Who on earth is spreading the rumor that when giving New Year gifts, you must bring a beautiful girl? Who is it? Narashikaku, don't cue me. Uchiha Kusunoki was furious, thinking he was such a jerk. But since they were already here, Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't turn them away. Soon, a prominent guest arrived at Uchiha Kusunoki's home, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara continued his daily visit to Uchiha Hikaru. The two of them were regulars at the arcade. There are quite a lot of people here. This is a New Year's gift. Uchiha Madara handed a beautifully wrapped box to Uchiha Kusunoki, then followed Uchiha Hikaru into the room. Clearly, with Uchiha Hikaru's obsession with arcade games, she had gained many more potential competitors. The clan leaders present, seeing Uchiha Madara's familiar hairstyle, instinctively assumed this old man was some old Uchiha who had just dropped by. For a moment, the Uchiha Kusunoki household was as lively as a party. The girls who had joined the group laughed and chatted, occasionally exchanging a few words with Uchiha Kusunoki. They were all ninja from the same circle, almost all classmates, and knew each other well. They retreated to a side room for a girls-only tea party. The brightly dressed adults, over cups of wine, discussed family news, reminiscing about past events before finally praising Uchiha Kusunoki's wise guidance. Next to Uchiha Kusunoki on his own sofa sat Hinata Asuka. She had always been very brave in expressing herself. One wondered what ideas Hinata Leodeng had instilled in her. Uzumaki Yagetsu, somewhat shy, bravely rushed forward after several promptings from Uzumaki Leoden. Tsunade had always been very bold. She dived right into Uchiha Nan's arms, but her breasts were still bare. Uchiha Nan wasn't interested in her little girl's figure at all. Tsunade, when exactly did your puberty period begin? That gift from heaven couldn't have been artificially created by you, could it? Uchiha Nan's mind wandered. Uchiha Hikaru, its son dear little brat, sat by and stared intently at Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Hikaru, I remember you said Uchiha Nan liked you. I believe he wasn't lying, but it seems Uchiha Nan likes more than one person. Uchiha Madara nagled in Uchiha Mitsu's ear, seemingly still recovering from the injury he suffered at the previous banquet. He was now slandering Uchiha Nan even more fiercely. Uchiha Madara, what are you saying? Uchiha Nan had been keeping his attention fixed on Uchiha Madara, and overheard him babble about Uchiha Hikaru's love life. It was a headache for Nan. Uchiha Madara, can you please do something serious and focus on your Rinnegan? Do you even know anything about love? You're just talking nonsense. If it weren't for Madara's strength, Nan wouldn't have wanted to punch him in the head. Listen to me, Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha men are conquered by strength. If you can knock Uchiha Nan down, I guarantee he'll only be infatuated with you. Such misleading talk. Nan was truly irritated. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a red glow in Uchiha Hikaru's eyes. Uchiha Madara, you idiot. Is this how you're going to overthrow Konoha? You still need to keep working on your favorability. Uchiha Kusunoki found an opportunity and pulled Uchiha Hikaru into a small room. After a 30-minute, in-depth conversation, Uchiha Hikaru emerged with a rosy complexion, transformed into a steamy princess. Mr. Madara, Uchiha Kusunoki was just acting for the occasion. He's the Hokage of Konoha, and this is all for Konoha? Uchiha Hikaru said to Uchiha Madara, then walked over to Uchiha Kusunoki, leaving him alone. Uchiha Kusunoki stroked Uchiha Hikaru's smooth hair and gave Uchiha Madara a slightly provocative look. Snap! The cup in Uchiha Madara's hand shattered. This little incident didn't dampen the joyful atmosphere. They came for a good time, and they left for a good time. The party lasted from morning to afternoon, ending only when Uchiha Kusunoki's living room was filled with gifts. In the dark study, Uchiha Kusunoki specifically asked the industrial faction representative to stay. The two exchanged pleasantries, with the industrial faction representative making cheesy remarks, trying to build a closer relationship with Uchiha Kusunoki. In recent months of cooperation, both sides have profited greatly. The industrial faction used to be solely focused on profit. If it weren't for the self-important nobles' excessive bullying, constantly trying to treat them like pigs, they wouldn't have needed to switch sides and pledge their loyalty to the Hokage. Now it seems that this decision was truly the right one. After the pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Hokage-sama, do you have any instructions for me? The industrial faction representative's expression was cautious. Uchiha Kusunoki clearly had a special task for him to perform. How is your influence in the Fire Country Court? If Hokage-sama needs us, even the daimyo cannot ignore our strength. The industrial faction representative smiled. Although they had always been in a weak position in the court, the power they could unleash when they joined forces was something even the most powerful would fear. Very good. Konoha will need your strength in the near future. I'm not aware of the conflict between the daimyo's sons. What do you mean by that? The industrial faction's face showed shock, clearly taken aback by the words. Now, someone's eager to have the daimyo removed. Uchiha Kusunoki pulled a sheaf of documents from a drawer. It detailed every detail of the daimyo's second son's uncle's recent activities. The reason why ninjas couldn't interfere in politics was completely exposed. The treasonous deeds those powerful figures engaged in private were, in front of the ninjas, like their underwear being stripped, revealing their fair buttocks. Is the second son's uncle plotting rebellion? The industrialist representative's voice trembled. Don't worry, Konoha won't get involved. I think the current daimyo is fine. I will protect his life. This is Konoha's responsibility and obligation, but some people, if they truly do something unforgivable, will have to pay the price. Many people in the court will be implicated. Therefore, many positions will be vacant. As everyone knows, I'm a ninja, so it's not convenient for meddling in these matters. I'm willing to serve Hokage-sama at my utmost. The industrialist representative instantly understood Uchiha Kusunoki's intention. Hokage-sama was trying to promote them. In the land of lightning, Kumagakure village, Hatake Sakumo's progress in Kumagakure is steadily improving. Following Kokuzu's instructions, he organized a series of charity events during the Lunar New Year holiday. He visited the elderly home and cared for the orphans at the orphanage, striving to build a positive reputation for Blue Sky Project. At the same time, Hatake Sakumo promoted the project extensively throughout Kumagakure. The Raikage of Kumagakure, along with other high-ranking officials, invested a full 10 million ryo in Blue Sky Project. The fact that even the Raikage had invested in Blue Sky Project demonstrates its integrity and trustworthiness. Leveraging the fame of the third Raikage, Hatake Sakumo held numerous pyramid schemes, successfully garnering large sums of funds from the villagers of Kumagakure. Slogans like "Sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow, and we are the next billionaires," quickly became a viral sensation throughout Kumagakure. While the number of investors was limited, Blue Sky Project's reputation was firmly established throughout Kumagakure. All that's left is to throw the bait out and the fish will bite. Chapter 178 Uchiha. As everyone knows, Hanzo the Salamander and I are best friends. Even during the Chinese New Year, Uchiha did not rest. He was always busy with dates. Except for the first 2 days when the house was as lively as a party, the next few days were normal. Of course, the main reason was that Uchiha simply closed the door to visitors. During the day, she went out to date Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha planned to use her free time to improve Uchiha Hikari's favorability. After all, Uchiha Madara kept nagging in her ear, trying to twist Uchiha Hikari's mind, knock her to the ground, and monopolize her body. It was so sinful. But it was God's blessing that Uchiha did not choose to inject Uchiha Hikari with her Shirama cells right away, but chose to wait and see and let Uchiha Hikari live in Konoha for a while before making a decision. As expected, the wait-and-see party never loses. The rendezvous took place at the arcade, a suggestion from Uchiha Hikaru. Later, Uchiha learned it was the brainchild of veteran Uchiha Madara. "Youngster, fight me." Uchiha Madara had to conceal his identity and couldn't resort to force against Uchiha, the disrespectful jerk. So, Madara chose the arcade, intending to give Uchiha a beating. After intense training, Madara's gaming skills had reached pinnacle levels, making him a match for even Uchiha Hikaru's Senju Tobirama. A simple test revealed that Madara was indeed a formidable foe, but was confident he wouldn't lose. Up and down, left and right, bomba. Senju Tobirama's original cheating mechanism remained intact, and Uchiha had already left himself a backup plan. A CG of Hashirama Senju's victory. "Sir, you need more practice." "Impossible. My control was flawless just now, how could the block fail?" Uchiha Madara looked doubtful. His control was perfect, yet he was still completely defeated by Uchiha. At their level, even the slightest mistake would be exploited. and a series of combos would be launched to kill him. One more round, forget it, sir. You only took a tiny bit of my health. The gap in strength is too great. Continuing is a waste of time. Uchiha non-decisively rejected Uchiha Madara's invitation to fight again. Just 2 or 3 more rounds and Madara would surely show signs of trouble. Uchiha non put his arm around Uchiha Hikaru's shoulders and hurried out the door. Madara-sama has been so lonely during the New Year holidays. Aren't we going to keep him company? Don't you want to enjoy some time together? Just you and me. Uchiha Hikaru's face flushed instantly, recalling the half-hour he'd spent in that small room at Uchiha Minami's house a few days before. Bad guy, let's go then. Uchiha Hikaru took Minami's hand, then turned and smiled at Uchiha Madara. Madara-sama, I'm sorry, you'll have to play the arcade alone today. Uchiha Madara watched as Minami and Uchiha Hikaru slowly walked out of the arcade. The air was thick with the sour smell of love. This feeling was so familiar, especially Uchiha Hikaru's expression. Hashirama had asked him to meet him in the grove after they got married, and he seemed to have the same expression. Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Madara pounded the arcade machine vigorously and fished out a few game coins. I'll win. That combo just now wasn't supposed to happen. I was clearly defending. Madara Uchiha, a mixture of excitement and confusion, could only practice his skills alone in the arcade, hoping to avenge his previous defeat. Uchiha Kusunoki, on the other hand, was a master of time management. He wasn't alone with a girl today. Hinata Takuma was trying to be a pimp. Uzumaki Red was the same. And then there was Tsunade. Well, there was also the little princess sent by the daimyo. They wouldn't stop until they had their bodies. The inventor of the clone jutsu was a genius, but the clones he created were only shadows, not physical. The inventor of the shadow clone jutsu was a great man, and the clones created by the shadow clone jutsu were physical. I truly respect you, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Kusunoki sincerely thanked Senju Tobirama for his extraordinary contributions to his multifaceted career and for his tireless work for him and Konoha, transforming into a nuclear-powered donkey. Happy vacations are always so fleeting, for they only last 4 or 5 days. Uchiha Kusunoki returned to the Hokage building to slack off at work. After a casual stroll, he noticed a refreshing change in the spirits of his staff. The reason for their lack of energy could generally be attributed to insufficient sleep. Thanks to the Hokage's wise guidance, Konoha had expanded rapidly, and with it, the workload had skyrocketed. For 4 or 5 months, the staff at the Hokage building averaged less than 4 hours of sleep per day, often working all night on projects. However, thanks to their ninja backgrounds, many of them veterans of the battlefield, they had mastered the art of falling asleep instantly. After all, on the battlefield, you had no idea how grueling the missions could be. They'd race for days and nights, then engage in life or death battles. Without even a moment to recover, they might be back on the next, exhausting, long-distance assault. Being a ninja is such a social animal. Fighting is all about running. If you can't ignore the harsh environment and fall asleep and restore yourself at any time, the grass on your grave will be 3 feet high. After a busy day, they almost fall asleep on the soft Simmons mattress at home. It seems they're really rested well during their vacation. Work should be done seriously, and rest should be done seriously. As the saying goes, vacation is about quality, not quantity. So, can I use some of the vacation time later? After all, I'm not going to pay for it. Luiden, your dark circles have faded a lot. It seems you rested well during your vacation. I slept a full day and night, and I feel like I've been rejuvenated. Very good. I have a half-baked suggestion for you. As you know, Konoha's mission this year is tight and the workload is heavy. So, can we use some of our vacation time? Uchiha Kusunoki tactfully expressed his thoughts, and Narashikaga looked at him in horror. Hokage-sama, please be a human being. Don't you know how hard everyone works late into the night? Of all the holidays usually scheduled, has there ever been a real holiday? Now there's not even the prospect of one? Ninjas are patient people. Isn't that right? Uchiha non smiled. Hokage-sama, ninjas are patient people, not patient beasts. Beasts can endure for a day. Narashikaga insisted on opposing this proposal. When the time comes, he will definitely announce and implement this plan himself. After all, the Hokage's reputation must not be damaged. He definitely can't bear such a huge blame. That's the resentment of all his colleagues. Okay, Uchiha non had no choice but to give up. They could only continue to enjoy the blessings of the Hokage's kindness. Back in the office, Uchiha Nan's desk was already piled with a pile of documents. This was the matter that Uchiha Nan had to deal with today. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed, slumped down in his chair, and began to work on documents. There weren't many things that required much thought. For example, the long-planned train project was only on his desk because the funds involved were so enormous, he had to sign before the Ministry of Finance would release the funds. Of course, there were also matters that necessitated his attention. The ninja world was bustling as ever. The 5 major ninja villages were quietly developing, and all sorts of monsters and demons were emerging. Rumors of a demonic rebellion were spreading from the demon kingdom, and a modern-day Miko had appeared, sending an envoy to Konoha for aid. Uchiha Kusunoki studied the report, trying to recall information about the demons. It looked like a mini-boss from the Naruto movie, a strange and dangerous demonic creature whose body was sealed in a shrine in the Swamp Kingdom. It was said that when its soul and body merged, it could summon an endless army of the underworld and destroy the ninja world. Why did everyone want to destroy the ninja world? What had the ninja world done wrong? Uchiha Nan looked at the report with a headache. This generation of Miko could probably handle it all on their own. Even if the storyline deviated slightly, the unknown boss, Wulian, wouldn't cause too much trouble. Uchiha Nan wasn't particularly interested in Wulian. There were too many people who wanted to destroy the world, and it wasn't the turn of this little scoundrel to do it. Instead, he was interested in the current generation of Miko. Miko had the innate ability to seal monsters and the ability to predict the death of others. Uchiha Nan didn't care much for the former, only resorting to sealing when power was lacking. The ability to predict death was more worthy of attention. Miko Shiin predicted Naruto's death, and Naruto almost died. Hyuga Neji, a scapegoat, risked his life to save Naruto's. Although this ability was broken by Naruto, the child of destiny, it was only this one exception. Uchiha Nan thought he should find time to meet this modern-day Miko. He decided to send a few Anbu ninjas to the Land of Demons to assist her in dealing with the scoundrel Wulian. The Land of Demons had a wealth of rare experimental materials, some of which were priceless, so he could use this opportunity to bring back some. Uchiha Nan flipped through documents, his gaze shifting to the Land of Rain. The Rain Village had made a significant profit from the ninja world last year and now, seeking to improve livelihoods, was requesting cooperation with the Fire Nation and Konoha, hoping to join the ninja trade system promoted by the Fire, Earth, and Wind Nation. After reading Hanzo's letter, Uchiha Nan found him interesting. He had somehow obtained his own version of the Will of Fire. After studying all night, he achieved enlightenment in the Rain Village's Dragon Field. While ordinary people find it easy to share happiness but difficult to share adversity, collaborating with shinobi and daimyo is easier than sharing adversity. Hanzo helped the daimyo of Rain Country quell rebellions, purge disloyal nobles, stabilize the country, and stabilize food prices. Everything in Rain Country was now moving in a positive direction. However, the daimyo felt that Hanzo's reputation within the country was too high, surpassing the prestige a ninja should possess. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. When the birds are gone, the good bow is hidden. The daimyo of Rain Country attempted to backstab Hanzo, complaining that his ninja sword wasn't sharp enough. Uchiha Kusunoki commented that Hanzo had eaten too much rice, slept too much, and was so bored that he wanted to die. In short, Hanzo and the daimyo of Rain Country had an irreconcilable conflict, and several negotiations collapsed. Coincidentally, a small red booklet appeared next to Hanzo's pillow. Then Hanzo realized it. The daimyo was simply too much of a burden. This was a time of transition between the old and the new. The era of the aristocracy should be consigned to the dustbin, ushering in the era of the ninja. Hanzo's plans were even more extreme than Uchiha Kusunoki had imagined. He planned to exterminate the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Rain all at once, establishing a ninja kingdom within the ninja world. He would also publicize this plan, calling on ninja from around the world to join this sacred cause. Uchiha Kusunoki sincerely admired Hanzo and gave him a thumbs up. He was expecting the entire ninja world to attack him. The daimyo and nobles of the other 5 great nations, along with a whole host of others, were still alive. He could just quietly attack them. If that didn't work, he could just find another daimyo. That was a piece of cake for a ninja. If you suddenly overturned the table, the daimyo and nobles of the entire ninja world would have to contribute financially and physically, fighting tooth and nail to bring you down. He was indeed Hanzo, the future ninja who would wage war against all three major ninja villages simultaneously, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sand Village. He was truly audacious. Naturally, Uchiha Kusunoki would fuel Hanzo's fire, planning to secretly aid him. Hanzo was the arrow that struck the Zhou Emperor, and Changji was the one who stabbed Xiao Mao to death in the street. Someone had to fire the first shot, tearing away the halo from the daimyo and nobles. So, let Hanzo handle this rookie role, since he truly was rookie. Konoha needed to continue its dwindling growth. Hanzo-kun, I'm so glad you've read my book. You've truly awakened, and the ninja world has gained an awakened companion. I look forward to your achievements in the Land of Rain. Konoha will provide you with some assistance. Uchiha Kusunoki pondered for a moment, preparing to write back to Hanzo. He first affirmed Hanzo's awakening. Besides providing material assistance, he also shared with Hanzo a rebellion technique from another world, Blue Star. Learn to howl like a fox. A giant turtle was found in a fish's stomach, delivered from the river. If these aren't your style, there are more modern methods. For example, uniform clothing, slogans, and revolutionary poses. Raise your left hand high. A concentration camp. It wasn't appropriate for Blue Star's current scenario, but it perfectly fits the current Naruto era. It might even seem a bit too merciful, since one life was spared. Perhaps Senju Tobirama should research a new soap production line. There shouldn't be a shortage of high-quality raw materials for a while yet. I'm eager to see what earth-shattering feats Hanzo can pull off, something that will amaze the entire ninja world. Konoha might side with him for their own benefit, or they might stab him in the back. The future is unpredictable, but Konoha will undoubtedly inherit and further Hanzo's legacy. Uchiha Kusunoki finished writing a letter and rested for a while, then summoned Nara Shikeon, intending to have him personally handle the affairs of the Rain Village. Nara Shikeon's eyes widened after reading Hanzo's letter to Uchiha Kusunoki. Whose general is this, so brave? Chapter 179 Hatake Tsukumo. After I finish this job, I will retire, get married and have a son. Over a month later, in the Fire Nation's capital, spring arrived earlier than usual. The withered grass in the suburbs seemed to have transformed into lush green grass overnight. In a mansion on the upper right side of the capital, within a deep courtyard, the sound of running water could be heard from time to time. Within a dark room, a group of people were engaged in a noisy conversation. This mansion was home to a large number of the Fire Nation's loyal ministers and generals. Konoha, having emerged out of nowhere, profited from the Fire Nation, relying on its unparalleled military might, and oppressed the Fire Nation's loyal ministers and generals. The grain trade, once the most profitable, had been drastically slashed in prices in areas close to Konoha. With a wave of their hand, Konoha issued a draconian rule: no one was allowed to cross the grain price line. Rising grain prices, wasn't that just normal market fluctuation? Did Konoha always promote free trade? Konoha's business philosophy had already spread throughout the Land of Fire when it promoted a new trade system for the ninja world. After all, this involved commercial cooperation between three major nations, so it was inevitable that the loyal ministers and generals would not be aware of it. But why is Konoha not free when it comes to food prices? Well, the argument is quite valid. But the interests represented by Konoha are the true freedom. You grain merchants are just asking for trouble. After killing several waves of people, they finally grasped the true meaning of Konoha-style freedom. That would be fine. At most, the surrounding areas would suffer. But this year is a good time to make money. The severe drought is not enough to make money from selling grain, it's an opportunity to annex more land. However, since last year, grain has been continuously transported from the land of rice. The loyal ministers and generals were slow to react, not stupid, and they quickly uncovered the culprit. Konoha is truly out of control. Therefore, a way to weaken it is necessary. But, the last time he urged the daimyo to form a new Konoha, he was repeatedly obstructed by the industrial faction. The daimyo never made up his mind and ultimately failed. The most recent time, he advised the daimyo to find a way to suppress Konoha's strength, but he failed again. Daimyo, whose side are you on? This group of losers is unwilling to accept that their family's property has been gradually devoured by Konoha, and they are still being dealt with by Konoha's iron fist when they resell grain to make money. The daimyo is also unfair and favors those lowly ninjas. This is really annoying. The second son's uncle did come up with a good idea, but the risk is too great. So great that they are all trembling with fear. This kind of thing is either not done, Or if you do it, you have to do it thoroughly. The daimyo will dissolve in water. You have to find an heir. Choosing an heir is a technical job. With a daimyo's death, a compromise was needed, someone adaptable, flexible, easygoing, and unwavering in their stances, lacking strong opinions, lacking a sharp mind, and lacking the ability to change the status quo. Someone known for being easily manipulated, understanding, and willing to accept guidance, willing to leave state affairs to the experts, was the new daimyo. The second son's uncle quickly found the daimyo's second son. The reasons were simple. First, the second son was a loser. Second, he was the second son's uncle. Normally, the second son would have had no chance of claiming the daimyo position. He was neither the eldest son nor the heir, his abilities were mediocre, and he loved to have fun. But now, things were different. Everyone thought he was virtuous. The second son was overjoyed, dancing and clasping his uncle. I want to be daimyo so badly, I dream about it. The second son's uncle remained unmoved, his demeanor unfazed. If I become the daimyo, I'll obey you in everything, I'll trust and respect you even more than I did my father. I'll look up to you as my father-in-law. Uncle, I think this opportunity can change my life. I don't want to miss it. The second prince's uncle's expression finally changed, a look of kindness on his face. Nephew, I've always believed in you. Only you can bear the burden of the Fire Nation. Your father is too weak, allowing Konoha to hold him hostage. This world belongs to our nobles. You are a virtuous man, uncle. I'll obey you in everything. I want to be the daimyo, good nephew, Land of Lightning. At this moment, in every city of the Land of Lightning, the entrance of Blue Sky Project Company, Limited was crowded. After 2 months, today was the day for the distribution of profits. Kakuzu had organized a grand marketing conference in the local area. Unlike the first marketing conference, this time there would be no eggs or rice. Blue Sky Project Company, Limited had already made its name known in the local city. The venue was packed. Brothers and sisters, what's our slogan? Sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow. Great applause. The venue erupted in thunderous applause, with many throwing up their arms and clapping frantically. Clearly, these days hard work had paid off. The MLM business was prospering. Hatake Tsukumo didn't waste much time today, he simply clapped his hands. Staff brought boxes filled with banknotes from backstage and dumped them all onto the table in the center of the stage. The visual impact of the piles of cash was indescribable. Human greed reaches its peak at this moment. Given the atmosphere, Hatake Tsukumo observed the crowd, their eyes already bloodshot. If it weren't for the burly security guards keeping aloof, Hatake was certain some, blinded by the cash, would have rushed forward, leading a swarm of others into a scramble for the money. Golden Chanzi, you lost again. Today is the first profit distribution, so it needs to be grand. Now, I'll invite 10 investors, based on the size of their investment, to come on stage to claim the profits. Hatake Tsukumo's voice was full of emotion, his words silently working their magic. XXX, invested 12 million taels and earned 2.4 million taels. The 10th, invested 1 million taels and earned 200,000 taels. Of the 10 people who came on stage to claim the prizes, 7 were shills, and only 3 were genuine investors. Truly wealthy people never show up until they see the rabbit, only the poor and the gamblers fall for such easy deception. But there are always exceptions. 3 wealthy investors, still willing to invest in Blue Sky Project Company, Limited, were clients secured by Kakuzu and Hatake Tsukumo. Now, you have 2 choices, take the money and leave, or continue to profit. Blue Sky Project Company, Limited respects your choice. I choose profit-making. A fake actor snatched Hatake's microphone and roared at the top of his lungs. Hatake Tsukumo was taken aback by him. What village was this ninja from, putting on such a hard-working performance? He'd get an extra chicken drumstick for lunch. No, this guy looked familiar. He'd been at another Blue Sky Project Company, Limited location, and it seemed he'd invested his own money in the company's projects. No wonder he was so excited, he'd really made some money. That was the allure of the game of pass the parcel. Even those in the game, the ones running it, would secretly meddle behind their boss's back. So greedy. I hope you don't become a leak. Kakuzu won't let you go when he's harvesting leaks. He has a demon inside him. Hatake Tsukumo recalled Kakuzu spending his days in the accounting office, calculating the company's data, the amount he'd be collecting, and how many leaks would become trapeze artists. Finally, he'd flash a silly grin that gave Hatake Tsukumo a chill. Soon, Hatake Tsukumo came to his senses. Great, what about the rest of you? Compound interest, compound interest. All 10 people, without exception, chose compound interest, and the potential investors in the audience joined in the chant. The atmosphere instantly reached a crescendo. Brothers and sisters, I'm taking this opportunity to launch a new project from Blue Sky Project Company, Limited, called the Pyramid Project. This is your once-in-a-lifetime chance to strike it rich. A pyramid scheme is the essence of a Ponzi scheme. It uses a downline and a marketing campaign to frantically attract new investors. Those who profit from the commissions will then recruit downline after downline. If you recruit 100,000 friends to play on Pink 60, you might not earn 200 yuan, but if you recruit 100,000 people, you'll become the next billionaire. As Hatake Tsukumo explained Blue Sky Project Company, Limited's Pyramid Project, the investors' eyes lit up, and they calculated how many relatives and friends they had and how to recruit them as downline investors. Recruit 10 or 100 people. Each of them invests 10,000 taels, and they can earn money without even having to do anything for a month. They've completely forgotten the immense risks of investing. The Blue Sky Project's philosophy of making money while sitting still has ingrained itself in their minds. The large sums of money on the table are truly eye-catching. Who wants to participate in this project? Me. This is the path to shared prosperity. Applause. The leaks waved their arms wildly, and the venue erupted in applause. Pandora's box has been completely opened. Hatake Tsukumo, leading the frantic leaks, feels a mixture of joy and worry. Deshu, after so long planning, has finally succeeded in the most difficult step. Naturally, the flying man is worried. Meanwhile, in Kumagakure village, Hatake Tsukumo's true form is currently holding a marketing conference. The conference is also bustling with activity. The distinguished guest, the third Hokage, graces the stage to personally accept his 2 million taels of profit. Lord Raikage, do you want to take the principal and interest, or continue the compounding interest? Under the gaze of the crowd, the third AI naturally chose compounding interest. 2 million ryo was a huge sum for an individual, but for the entire Kumo village, it was a paltry sum. Then, Hatake Tsukumo invited 10 investors from Kumo village, ranked by investment amount, to make their own choices. Since the Raikage had chosen to trust Blue Sky Project, what else could they worry about? Compounding interest. Then, Hatake Tsukumo's voice trembled slightly. Kakuzu's plan was to flatter the third AI, taking all the credit, downplaying Blue Sky Project's identity, and leveraging its influence within the village to win over as many villagers as possible to Blue Sky Project's projects. Everyone, you must thank the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. It was he who invited Blue Sky Project Company, Limited to bring you this opportunity to gain wealth. As the saying goes, one should never forget the whale digger. Could you possibly forget the Raikage's kindness? No, Lord Raikage, we truly respect you. The emotions were already reaching a point. The villagers who had made money at the marketing conference naturally weren't stingy with their praise. After all, it didn't cost anything to praise their own Raikage. The venue was instantly filled with songs of praise for the third AI, echoing loudly. The third AI puffed out his chest, his heart overflowing with joy. Even the 2-meter-tall man's eyes were moist. My father died before his business was even halfway established. Now the ninja world is divided into 5 parts, and Kumagakure is exhausted. This is truly a critical moment for survival. The third AI was appointed Raikage in a moment of crisis. The village was left in a mess, with Konoha threatening outside and subordinates with special abilities inside, seeking quick profits but unwilling to even share 70% of the profits. The finances were in the red. Fortunately, the heavens have not yet abandoned Kumagakure. Blue Sky Project Company, Limited has arrived. With Blue Sky Project Company, Limited, comes wealth. Let us invite Lord Raikage to speak to you from the heart. Hatake Tsukumo, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, promptly handed the microphone to the third AI. The third AI took the microphone and glanced at Hatake Tsukumo with a hint of gratitude. As expected of Mr. Pangzi, the CEO who built Blue Sky Project Company, Limited into such a powerful company, he truly was sensible. From now on, Mr. Pangzi will be our eternal friend. The Kumo village was passed down from the first Raikage to me. Now that we have Blue Sky Project, Incorporated, we will. The third AI first acknowledged Blue Sky Project's remarkable contributions to the Kumo village. He then took the opportunity to reminisce with the villagers and ninjas about the first Raikage's entrepreneurial struggles, analyzed the current situation of the Kumo village, and finally envisioned the future of the Kumo village, it would surely escape its current predicament, unite as one, and overthrow Konoha, becoming the greatest village in the ninja world. Thank you, Mr. Reikage, for your inspiring speech. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to announce to the Kumo Village Blue Sky Project's latest pyramid project. This is a mega project that will benefit all of Kumo Village, Hatake Sakumo described the pyramid project. The third AI exclaimed, "This truly is a mega project." The Kumo Village was poised for endless profits. The crowd erupted in excitement. Who doesn't have siblings, relatives, and friends? If they could get them to invest in Blue Sky Project Company, Limited, they could easily make money. What? Risky? The Reikage has invested the village's funds, so what are you worried about? You won't invest? Then I will. The third AI, looking at the excited villagers and ninjas, decided to quickly convene a high-level meeting. Kumo Village needed additional investment this time. The starting investment amount was 1 billion. The meeting room was unusually noisy, and Hatake Sakumo's ears were filled with a buzzing sound. This time, things had really gotten out of hand. Kakuzu was truly ruthless. His life was over, and he probably wouldn't be able to leave Konoha. No, with his bounty on his head, even in Konoha, he wasn't sure he would be safe. Hatake Sakumo just hoped that future Kumo Village ninjas wouldn't discover his identity so quickly. After this operation, he had to retire. Hatake Sakumo hadn't wanted to get married yet, wanting to have more fun. But now, he had to hurry and get married and have a son. The incense of my lineage cannot be cut off. Chapter 180 Super Evolved Kakuzu, War Crisis Caused by Ponzi Scheme. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Uchiha Nan looked at Kakuzu's latest intelligence. The amount of money involved was enormous, and so many people were implicated. Even high-ranking officials and nobles of the Land of Lightning were involved, taking a cut of the profits. It was collusion between officials and businessmen. Such was the nature of insects. The poor's money was split 30-70, while the high-ranking officials' and nobles' money was returned in full. Ahem, just kidding. Kakuzu wouldn't be so kind. He'd cut them all to the bone, just to keep them stable first. Kakuzu had truly evolved. The more Uchiha Nan read, the more alarmed he became. He had underestimated Kakuzu's pyramid scheme capabilities, the terrifying spread of this Ponzi scheme. Third-generation AI, you're fucking bastards, don't you have any brains? You're personally endorsing something like this? You're going to commit seppuku, you're hopeless. Uchiha Nan saw Kakuzu's recent activities, and for a moment, he felt a headache. With a Reikage personally endorsing a Ponzi scheme, who knew how many high-flying people would appear in the Hidden Cloud Village? This was beyond his expectations. If the wealth of these murderous executioners were completely plundered, Uchiha Kusunoki shuddered to imagine what would happen. However, Uchiha Kusunoki didn't intend to blame Kakuzu. After all, a general on the battlefield is subject to his own military orders. Oh, I should have known not to let Kakuzu read so many economics books. How careless. Kakuzu's evolution was truly too rapid, far exceeding his expectations. Konoha's plans must now be adjusted. Uchiha Kusunoki summoned Narashikeon and handed him the intelligence. After reading it, Narashikeon's face paled. Hokage-sama, you're going too far this time. It's only been 3 years since the First Shinobi World War, and Konoha is going to go to war with the Hidden Cloud Village again. Memories of the First Shinobi World War flash back to Narashikeon's mind. That was the most painful era for ninjas. Under the ninja village system established by the shogun, the intensity of warfare was unimaginable compared to the family-based struggles of the Warring States period. It was like the explosive increase in killing efficiency brought about by industrialization. The Kumagakure, having been exploited, will never let this go. With personnel transfers involving 3 ninja villages, no matter how secretive Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure, Kumagakure will inevitably discover clues later, even without proof. Kumagakure will point the finger at any suspect, whether Konoha, Iwagakure, or Tsunagakure. Kumagakure will undoubtedly find a way out. After all, if the internal conflicts within Kumagakure remain unresolved, they'll inevitably explode. Konoha now has both good news and bad news. The bad news is that Kumagakure will become a rabid dog, biting anyone it catches. The good news is that Kumagakure faces 3 wealthy, fully armed hunters. Lu Yuan, it's already happened. Once this Ponzi scheme begins, it can't be stopped. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure have invested so much money up front that I can't stop it even if I wanted to. If we stop now, I'm afraid both Iwagakure and Tsunagakure will turn against us. Lu Yuan. Although things are beyond my imagination, perhaps this is not a bad thing. This time, Konoha is not as weak and surrounded by enemies as in the First Shinobi World War. The Iwagakure village. The Sand Village and we are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. I haven't forgotten the vengeance of the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Why don't we take this opportunity to unite the Sand Village and the Iwagakure village and beat the dog when it's down, so that the Cloud Village will never be able to recover? Uchiha Nan's expression became gloomy. Should we go all out and take this opportunity to destroy the Cloud Village? Senju Tobirama, Second Hokage, you died miserably. Hokage, make the decision. Naraluigan's head was buzzing. He was so surprised so early in the morning that he couldn't react. The Sand Village and the Iwagakure village are almost aware of the news now. They will be more anxious than us. They don't have the financial resources of Konoha. Hokage-sama, what are you planning to do now? Narashikado's voice trembled. He sensed Uchiha Nan was planning something big again. Write a letter to inform them that the plan has changed. Konoha needs to increase its initial capital investment. We're going to fight a war anyway, so we might as well make a bigger profit. Ask them if they want to increase their investment. War is a money-burning war. If we don't make a big profit now, it's very easy to pour all our profits into the war budget later, which would be more trouble than it's worth. Okay, Hokage-sama. Narashikado nodded in agreement. Luan, don't be so nervous. This Ponzi scheme has just begun. The final harvest won't be until next year, or even the year after. It all depends on Kakuzu's ability. However, if Kakuzu continues to be in this state, it will probably be next year. We have plenty of time to prepare for a war that is destined to be victorious. We're 3 against 1. Konoha has never fought such a wealthy war before. Do you really think the hidden Cloud Village is Konoha and can fight 3 against 1? Uchiha Nan comforted Narashikaden, signaling him not to be too nervous. No matter what, the number of villages involved in this war is 3 to 1. The advantage is on me. Yes, Hokage. Narashikado's expression eased a lot, encouraged by Uchiha Kusunoki's confident look. Indeed. Konoha has always been the one that was beaten up, but now it can finally lead the team to beat up others. Let's not talk about the Iwagakure village for now. The Sand Village and Konoha have always been in a honeymoon period. Thanks to the third Kazakage Masa, who sacrificed his training time to do the hard work of gold mining, and also took care of the affairs of the village in 2 shifts, after nearly 3 years of recuperation, the economy of the Sand Village began to develop positively. The villagers and ninjas whose economy improved gradually began to have a desire to consume. Konoha's industrial products flowed into the Sand Village in large quantities, and also promoted the use of new energy sources such as electricity and chakra in the Sand Village. By the way, due to the widespread use of chakra and electricity as a new energy source, the business of buying and selling chakra has flourished in the Sand Village. Ordinary ninjas can really make a little money by selling chakra in their spare time. Konoha's poverty alleviation work is gradually getting better. From the beginning when it was unilaterally losing money to gain publicity, the income and expenditure are now tending to be balanced, and it will be profitable in 1 or 2 years. Afterwards, Uchiha Nan and Narashikado discussed the preparations for the war budget. Konoha must take this opportunity to reserve as many war resources as possible. Compared to the trivial matters in the hidden Cloud Village, Uchiha Nan is more concerned about the movements of Hanzo of the Salamander. Is there any new information from the Rain Village recently? Uchiha Nan asked about the intelligence of the Land of Rain, and Hanzo of the Salamander was also holding back his energy and wanted to do something big. He wanted to completely wipe out the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Rain and establish the Land of Ninja. This was a groundbreaking event, which meant that the ninja community had to put aside the labels on their bodies in the past and no longer be willing to be killing tools to carry out missions. They wanted to completely turn the tables and become the masters of the country. Hokage-sama, according to the intelligence from the Anbu ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander wants to unify all the armed forces of the Land of Rain, whether they are ninjas who defected from other villages, ordinary wandering ninjas, or even ordinary samurai. He will not refuse anyone. Hanzo even relaxed the restrictions on the secret collection of ninjutsu of the Rain Village, and shared the low and medium-end ninjutsu with these mobs. The scale of the Rain Village is expanding rapidly. Narashikado reported the latest developments of the Rain Village to Uchiha Nan. Are you so hungry that you will eat anything? Uchiha Non admired Hanzo's courage and his heart. What a madman he was. Recruiting traitors was a taboo in every ninja village. Even Konoha had to do it secretly. Hanzo did it so blatantly. No wonder he was able to provoke 3 major ninja villages at once and was directly beaten by the 3 major ninja villages. Currently, only one ninja village in the ninja world has been able to enjoy such an honor, and that is Konoha. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for the Rain country to give birth to a figure like Hanzo. Hanzo is really too extreme. Uchiha Non wants a well-educated, new-style ninja with firm ideas and rich grassroots experience. Uchiha Non doesn't know what the quality of ninjas in the Rain village was like in the past. But the rabble that Hanzo had recently bought over were almost all social scum who did all kinds of evil, just a bunch of scum. If they were all shot, there would be innocent people, and if they were shot one by one, there would definitely be some who slipped through the net. This group of social scum, who only know how to hack people, enjoying the pleasures of power on behalf of the insects of the Rain country, will probably become even more aggressive and outrageous. A purely military-dominated state will only bring chaos to the country. It would be a tragedy if the leaders who oversee the entire country and control the people's livelihood were a bunch of people with little education, only able to pick up a few butcher knives and hack people. Uchiha Kusunoki was stunned for a moment. The future of the Rain country needed to be tested through practice. However, for Konoha, this was a great opportunity. Using the Rain country as a large-scale social experiment would save Konoha many detours. Now Konoha really had to cross the river by feeling its way through the Rain country. However, Uchiha Kusunoki did not intend to be a mere spectator. He would write a letter to Hanzo, urging him to slow down. To truly eliminate the nobles, ideological education was the most fundamental. As for whether Hanzo would listen, that was his own business. Half a day later, Sand Village. While panning for gold in the desert, Masa received a letter from Kakuzu detailing the Ponzi scheme. Masa was furious after reading it. Kakuzu, how dare you do such a thing? Do you want to live like this? Inoki, far away in Iwagakure, received Kakuzu's letter around the same time. He was so anxious after reading it that he sprained his back. The situation had far exceeded their imagination. This could escalate into a war. Hokage, where's the Hokage? This is a serious matter. Masa and Inoki wrote to Uchiha Kusunoki that evening, asking how this matter should be resolved. They all had a hand in this matter, and no one wanted to face the wrath of Kumagakure alone. Uchiha Kusunoki soon received their letters. As expected, compared to Konoha, Sand Village and Iwagakure were the ninja villages that should be worried. Konoha's current financial resources could afford another ninja world war, but Iwagakure and Sunagakure couldn't afford to continue. They couldn't afford to continue, and would be declared bankrupt after the war. Uchiha Kusunoki wrote 2 letters to Masa and Inoki, sharing his thoughts. The initial investment in this Ponzi scheme was enormous, and they couldn't afford to fail. They had to go ahead, no matter the cost. Since the situation had gotten so serious, they decided to go all out. Konoha would double its investment, reap a huge profit, and then use the funds from the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village to attack Kumagakure. This was a perfect opportunity for Konoha to avenge the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. As for Inoki and Masa's decision to invest more money, Uchiha Kusunoki gave them ample time to consider the matter. None of the 3 ninja villages would escape the consequences. Kumagakure, having been exploited, would become a mad dog, biting everyone it could find. The weakest and most penniless ninja village would naturally bear the greatest pressure. After receiving Uchiha Kusu's reply, Inoki felt as if he had fallen into a trap meticulously laid by Uchiha Kusu. Konoha's true goal wasn't to exploit the Land of Thunder and the Hidden Cloud Village, but to seize this opportunity to annihilate the village. As for Uchiha Kusu's explanation in the letter, that he hadn't expected Kakuzu's exceptional work chops and underestimated the dangers of the Ponzi scheme, Inoki and Masa didn't believe a word of that nonsense. But the truth was, Uchiha Kusu truly hadn't expected Kakuzu to super-evolve. But did the Iwagakure and Sunagakure still have a choice? Clearly not. Konoha had already boarded the pirate ship. Jumping overboard now would only make them look like clowns, and they would be kicked off by Konoha and drown in the river. Inoki spent the entire night awake, mentally cursing Uchiha Kusu's mother hundreds of times. He truly regretted abandoning his good, dark-skinned friends in the Hidden Cloud Village for a fleeting profit. Now, he would have to use their money to fight them. It was truly absurd. That was fine. Inoki was shocked by the depth of Uchiha Kusunoki's scheme. Having boarded Uchiha Kusunoki's pirate ship, there was no way back. He had no choice but to follow through. When the Ponzi scheme finally collapsed and the harvest was complete, Kumagakure, transformed into a mad dog, faced a counterattack from 3 ninja villages. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure were 3 against 1. The outcome was clear, and Kumagakure was likely doomed. When a rabbit dies, a fox mourns, and all creatures grieve for their own kind. Today it was Kumagakure, so which ninja village would be next to be targeted by Konoha? Konoha and Tsunagakure were now as close as a pair of trousers. Konoha would surely not target Tsunagakure. It couldn't possibly be Kirigakure, after all. Kirigakure was isolated, an island. The next target, probably Iwagakure. An open conspiracy, an open conspiracy. Inoki felt a surge of powerlessness. Konoha was truly formidable. A sleepless night passed quietly. At daybreak, Inoki's eyes were bloodshot as he took out a pen and paper to write back to Uchiha Kusunoki. Dear Hokage, I agree with your plan. Inoki finally agreed to Uchiha Kusunoki's plan. He had to solve the problem at hand and find a way to preserve the hidden cloud village as much as possible in the future. Not only that, as the wind shadow of the hidden sand village, Masha, he probably didn't want Konoha to be the only one in power, right? Chapter 181. Konoha, my spiritual hometown that I have never met. The land of birds. Nestled between the land of wind and the land of earth, this land is renowned for its diverse bird life. Furthermore, it harbors a powerful tribe of bird-summoning beasts, forged in generations of pacts with the daimyo of the land of birds, hence the name. After days of deliberation, Inoki, overcome with anxiety, invited the 3rd Kazakage, Masa, to a gathering in the land of birds. The future of the hidden cloud village is sealed. It will be bankrupted by a trio of Konoha-led bullies, who will then use their wealth to ravage the village. It's a horrible fate. The best outcome is simply to kneel down and admit defeat, then lick Konoha's ass. The worst outcome, of course, is the outright annihilation of the hidden cloud village by Konoha. While Inoki wanted to preserve the Kumo village as much as possible and leave them with some seed, the daimyo of the land of lightning certainly wouldn't allow the Kumo village to continue its decline. He gritted his teeth and allocated funds to rebuild the village. After 7 or 8 years of dormancy, there might even be a chance for a comeback. However, the 3rd Hiroshi AI's temper didn't seem like someone who would endure such hardships. The 3rd Hiroshi himself wasn't in his right mind. Perhaps his training had built muscle, and that muscle had grown into his head, replacing the brain's function. He was so mindless as to endorse Blue Sky projects, pushing the Kumo village directly into the fire. When the bubble burst, chaos reigned, and every Kumo village ninja would have torn him apart. A weaker will might have committed seppuku to atone for his sins. Therefore, the Kumo village's fate was bleak. For the sake of Iwagakure's foundation, Inoki felt he had no choice but to rally the sand village against the growing power of Konoha. As for Kirigakure, let's not talk about it. The 2nd Hiroshi Tsuchikage died at Kirigakure's hands. The Iwagakure and Kirigakure villages had a blood feud. Perhaps they would join forces to fight Konoha in the future, but not now. Inoki wouldn't be so shameless as to proactively seek cooperation from the Hidden Mist village. A humble inn. What would you like, sir? Bring me a pot of good tea, and I've booked the inn for today. Yes, sir, the innkeeper lowered his head, not daring to glance at Inoki. Years of observing people's expressions, the innkeeper had a keen sense that this guest was no ordinary one. The wait was long. Inoki sat on a stool, eyes closed, and as he squinted, he suddenly spotted a familiar symbol. Was that the Konoha emblem? Boss, what is that? Inoki pointed to an oval, spherical object on the counter. Sir, this is a new type of ninja tool from Konoha, the land of fire. It has a special heating device inside. Simply by injecting chakra into it, it continuously releases heat. It's wrapped in a layer of plush. In winter, you can use it to warm your hands during the day, and at night, you can remove the plush and use it to warm your bed. It's much more practical than just burning coal. The owner demonstrated the ninja world's version of a heat pack. In Konoha, there are many products that combine ninjutsu with daily necessities. The technical challenges involved were not high on Senju Tobirama's mind, and he was even reluctant to invest his energy in such uninteresting experiments. But Uchiha Kusunoki added money. After listening to the owner's explanation, Inoki fell silent. After a few seconds, Inoki suddenly remembered that his own village, Iwagakure, was also filled with new ninja tools produced by Konoha. Konoha's shops were opening more and more in Iwagakure's commercial streets, and the Konoha emblem had unknowingly spread throughout the village. Villagers habitually visited the shops of Konoha merchants, citing their affordable and useful goods. They also offered coupons, often offered by spinning a wheel to win coupons by inviting friends to buy. While these savings were modest, housewives, faced with household expenses, valued these activities immensely. Later, villagers even complained as they shopped, wondering why Konoha hadn't opened a shop in Iwagakure sooner. A bookstore on the street, once on the verge of bankruptcy, was revived thanks to financial support from kind-hearted individuals. The shop began selling Konoha magazines. These magazines were filled with humorous stories, inspiring messages, and legends about Konoha. Konoha was a land of freedom and democracy, its people wise and courageous, and its high quality of life. Some shaky-minded villagers and ninjas from Iwagakure read these magazines and longed to see Konoha, their spiritual home, for themselves. They arrived, and found it all. Returning villagers raved about its wonders. The air was filled with fragrance. An unknown fear grew in Inoki's heart. Perhaps even if Iwagakure joined forces with Sunagakure to fight Konoha, it would be nothing more than a desperate struggle. Konoha seemed to have made great strides on a new path, and its pace was constantly accelerating. Inoki, the old-school ninja, felt melancholy. Had times changed? When exactly did this change begin? The age of the aristocracy is about to pass, and the age of the ninja is about to begin. Ninjutsu shouldn't be a tool of slaughter in the hands of ninjas, but should benefit the entire world. Inoki recalled what Uchiha Kusunoki had said during their last meeting. At the time, Inoki hadn't taken those words seriously, but now it seemed as if Uchiha Kusunoki had truly lived up to them. What should the future hold for Iwagakure? Should they follow Konoha's path? Would that really work? Inoki lost himself in thought. Suddenly, footsteps outside the door interrupted his thoughts. Long time no see, Lord Inoki, long time no see. Inoki's scowl faded, a smile breaking across his face as he greeted the third Kazekage, Masa. The innkeeper closed the inn door and tactfully walked to the back room. After a few pleasantries, Inoki got down to business. Kazekage, you're well aware of the current situation. Kumagakure has been effectively swindled by the Hokage. Of the remaining 3 ninja villages, the Hidden Mist is now isolated and Konoha is powerless to intervene. Besides Iwagakure, the only remaining ninja village on this continent that could pose a threat to Konoha is the Sunagakure. Who do you think Konoha will target next? Perhaps the Iwagakure. If the Iwagakure falls, who will be the next remaining village? Masa's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at Inoki. What a good feast. He knew Inoki's sudden meeting with him wasn't a good omen. He knew it was meant to sow discord between the Sunagakure and Konoha. But Masa shared Inoki's concerns. With Kumagakure gone, could the remaining 2 ninja villages remain unscathed? Konoha's ambitions are definitely not limited to Kumagakure, their goal is the entire ninja world, Inoki declared with conviction. Masa fell into deep thought. Konoha had provided so much assistance to Sunagakure over the years. To betray Konoha simply because of Inoki's words was sheer idiocy. Sunagakure and Konoha are now allies. He's helped Sunagakure so much, and even Iwagakure has benefited from Konoha. That's the brilliance of the Hokage, isn't it? Honey is tempting, but if you keep eating it and the price you pay is the entire Sunagakure, do you think it's worth it? Inoki's expression remained unchanged, a bitter feeling welling up inside. Konoha and Sunagakure were bound too deeply. Empty words could never hold the weight of real money. Wasn't it precisely because of Konoha's billions of Ryoku in annual favors that he decisively betrayed Kumagakure? Masa fell silent. The first Kazekage had painstakingly founded the Sand Village, and his own mentor, the second Kazekage, had dedicated his entire life to it. If this legacy were destroyed by his own hands, how could he face them after his death? However, Konoha's assistance was truly invaluable. Furthermore, Konoha owed the Sand Village nothing, and in fact, had lent a hand in times of crisis. Konoha has helped the Sand Village so much? I can't betray our alliance with Konoha just because of a few words from you, Masa said slowly. After a long moment of reflection, Inoki sighed softly, clearly anticipating this outcome, and decided to step back. No, Mr. Kazekage, I have no intention of disrupting the alliance between Konoha and the Sand Village. I simply want a promise from you, If we go to war with the Kumo village in the future, I hope you won't kill us. I'm sure you don't want Konoha to dominate the ninja world either. If that's the case, I can agree to your request." Masa nodded, agreeing to Inoki's request. If Konoha truly dominated, the alliance between the two ninja villages would be drastically different. The already disadvantaged Sand Village would be even more vulnerable. If the balance of power were to completely tip, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, if Konoha insists on completely annihilating the Kumo village, if they succeed, their next target will probably be our Iwagakure village. And the next target after that, I'm sure there's no need to say more. At that point, we could continue our discussion. After Inoki finished speaking, he drank the tea in the cup in front of him, looked at Masa deeply, then threw a purse on the counter and walked out of the inn on his own. Masa sat on the stool, not knowing what he was thinking about. He sat for a long time before getting up and leaving. On the outskirts of Konoha, the weather in early spring was still a little cold. The train project that Uchiha had been busy for almost 3 years had finally started. As the Hokage, he came here in person to hold the groundbreaking ceremony. A railway is divided into several lines, connecting the two large cities of the Land of Fire. There are not only trains dedicated to transporting goods, but also trains for transporting people. The investment is huge. It is a long way to go to make a profit just by selling train tickets, but the account is definitely not calculated that way. The invisible benefits of the train are what Uchiha cares about most. Konoha's transportation capacity, population flow, and the appreciation of surrounding land prices. Although this is still a wasteland, as long as the train is built, any PPT can attract a large number of investors to buy land and build houses here. The construction site was bustling with activity. Workers who were ninjas were hammering nails with hammers. Orochimaru, wearing a safety helmet, shuttled between the construction sites. He was now the person in charge of the railway project. Uchiha intended to cultivate him and handed this important project to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, if you have any difficulties, remember to speak up, okay, Hokage?" Orochimaru's rather childish face looked extremely excited, and the dark circles around his eyes seemed to have faded a lot. Uchiha rubbed Orochimaru's hair with a smile on his face. It was so smooth, even though he was a boy. Orochimaru now looks very different from the image of the original Hokage. They can even be said to be two different people. At this moment, Orochimaru is determined to use the knowledge he learned from Senju Tobirama to serve Konoha and is on a smooth road. If Senju Tobirama had not instilled strange ideas into him in the future, the perverted scientist version of Orochimaru would probably not have appeared. Little boy girls are really good. Isn't that Jiraiya? Uchiha was walking when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Jiraiya was also working here as a worker to earn money? Is Jiraiya short of money recently? No, he is a free labor force. He wants to use labor to ease his inner sadness. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with eyes full of pity. Jiraiya has been obsessed with the practice of the sage mode in Meiboku Mountain. He hangs out with that group of toads all day long. He just made some progress in his studies and returned to Konoha recently. He planned to show off in front of Tsunade and then win Tsunade's heart. Hokage, Jiraiya is heartbroken. No, he is not in love. In short, Hokage, Jiraiya is now an excellent worker. Uchiha understood instantly. Jiraiya is a reserved and extroverted dog licker. He likes Tsunade but has always been a pervert. Although these are all minor problems that will not prevent Jiraiya from becoming an excellent ninja in the future, this is a taboo in love. No girl will like a playboy. Of course, if you are handsome enough, strong enough, and rich enough, and most importantly, if the girl really likes you, then it can be a different story. You can have multiple relationships. There is nothing wrong with philanthropy. Just like Duan's Hengchin and Prince Duan. Playboy but not promiscuous. He really fell in love with those girls, and his heart was divided into 10 petals. He was still saying sweet words when his sword was pierced into his heart. If this is not true love, what else can be called true love? Speaking of which, Jiraiya is really an extremely failed dog licker. Even if he did not appear according to the original storyline, Tsunade only regarded Jiraiya as a companion and never regarded Jiraiya as a possible love partner. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for a random character, Kato Dan, to suddenly appear and become Jiraiya's lover at a speed unimaginable to him. If Kato Dan wasn't a short-lived person, Tsunade would definitely not be single for her entire life. It's unimaginable that a girl would take the initiative when facing someone she likes. Uchiha also looked at Jiraiya with pity. Since Jiraiya is such a good worker, then use him to your heart's content. Yes, Hokage. Uchiha non patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, signaling that he should make full use of every bit of labor and not waste it, as it was shameful. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Uchiha non returned to the Hokage building. He still had a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. The loyal ministers and generals of the Land of Fire seemed to be unable to hold back lately. Chapter 182 Senju Tobirama. Then again, if we want to deal with the hidden cloud village, we have to strike hard. Hokage-sama, why didn't you inform me of such a serious matter? It's fake. Hokage-sama, this can't be true, right? Narashikeon's face was filled with horror, his voice thick with exhaustion. This is what office life is like. Overtime, late nights, the endless repetition of his immediate boss, the great Hokage, who would often give him big tasks to increase his workload. The loyal generals of the Land of Fire were secretly plotting to murder the daimyo. You must be kidding. The daimyo was still the daimyo, not made of clay, but the monarch of a nation. Although the daimyo was always submissive and always tried to smooth things over, if someone truly wanted his life, even if that person was the Hokage of Konoha, he would retaliate without end as long as the daimyo lived. Could those loyal generals really be so bold? Narashikeon instinctively disbelieved Uchiha Kusunoki's report. But with the loyal general's execution plan laid out before him, it was hard for Narashikeon to question the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Konoha Anbu. Of course it's true, Uchiha non supported his head with his hands crossed. He got up too early this morning and was still a little sleepy. Narashikeon's heart trembled. The Hokage-sama looked so calm. It must not be the news he just received. Could it be that the Hokage-sama was the mastermind behind this? He wanted to give it a push. Then Narashikeon didn't dare to think about it further. Hokage-sama, what should we do then? Of course we have to secretly protect the daimyo. Konoha will not let him spend the hundreds of billions of taels of funds a year in vain, huh? Narashikeon breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it would be fine if the Hokage-sama was about to lose his patience. Such a big thing should be discussed with him. Alice, why did he still feel a little regretful? The purpose of a ninja village is to protect the nation and the daimyo. Konoha is like an umbrella, but it's been too long since it was opened. This time, let the daimyo get a little rain, and then he'll understand how important Konoha is. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, a smile tinged with malice that made Narashikeon uncomfortable. Narashikeon was now almost certain that the daimyo had been assassinated and melted in the water. This massive event must have been driven by the Hokage. We can call the representatives of the industrial faction today. The Anbu have been collecting a lot of incriminating information lately. Give it to them. They're not ninja, so they're perfectly suited to handle these tasks. This time, Konoha is going to purge the Junkei. Uchiha Kusunoki used a beautiful phrase to describe this operation. Narashikeon's expression changed slightly. He had read quite a few of the ancient books and archives that the Fire Nation had transported to Konoha last time, especially the historical texts. Purge the Junkei. Purge the Junkei. Those loyal ministers who had rebelled under the slogan of purging the Junkei would eventually be purged, and the Junkei would be purged. A few days later, the daimyo's fleet passed by Lake Shikatsu, renowned for its plump mandarin fish. Whenever he cruised there, the daimyo would cast his line and personally catch a few. Hooked, the daimyo's face lit up with delight, his rod instantly bending. What a huge fish! With a splash, the daimyo landed in the lake. The early spring water was still icy cold. The daimyo struggled and thrashed, crying for help. But no one responded. The surrounding guard seemed deaf and blind, standing in apathetic silence. Am I going to die? The daimyo choked on the water, his limbs weakening as he slowly sank into the water, his brain deprived of oxygen, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. My father is dying. I'm going to become a daimyo. The second son in the cabin watched the daimyo thrashing in the water, shouting excitedly like a truly filial son. Hush, your highness, this is only the first step. You should cry with a sad face. The second young master's uncle frowned at the excited second young master. Uncle, I can't be sad, you can't just whine and groan. The second young master's uncle felt helpless for a moment. But even though his nephew was a loser, it didn't matter. The nobles of the Land of Fire would help him govern the Land of Fire. A smile crossed his face at the thought. Protect the daimyo, traitors are causing chaos. A sudden commotion erupted from the cabin. A large number of troops suddenly appeared on both sides of the ship. The daimyo, who had been still in the water, was rescued in a flash by ninja. The roar was like a tsunami, causing chaos. Konoha's 12 Anbu ninjas killed a group of guards who tried to escape and quickly took control of the situation. Ugh, the daimyo spat out several large mouthfuls of lake water, shivering from the cold. But soon, the medical ninja gave him a mouthful of a clear, greenish solution. At the same time, a green light emanated from the medical ninja's hand, warming him all over. What happened? The daimyo, still in shock, looked at the somewhat unfamiliar ninja, but the Konoha emblem on his head reassured him. This was a Konoha ninja. Soon, the daimyo recovered. Someone's trying to kill me. The daimyo was merely weak, not stupid. He could even be considered intelligent. Having just walked through the gates of hell, he was instantly enraged. How dare they? Who on earth was so bold? Someone's trying to kill me. All of today's guards must die. The daimyo, somehow filled with strength, suddenly stood up and roared, not caring about his soaked clothes. Who else is there? There must be someone behind this. The daimyo's grim face swept over the people around him. The loyal ministers and generals who had accompanied him today were all suspects. Konoha, you are Konoha's ninjas, your highness, we are the 12 guardians, protecting you in secret. The daimyo then remembered that the Hokage had assigned 12 elite ninjas to guard him around the clock. To maintain secrecy, even the daimyo himself only knew the ninjas' code names, nothing else. The land of fire has produced a pack of ungrateful wolves, the daimyo said with a sinister look at the panicked nobles around him. I leave all these people in your care. I don't care what methods Konoha uses. Just pry them open. Yes, your highness. The original parade quickly ended. News of the daimyo's assassination reached the Fire Land capital that afternoon. The loyal ministers and generals implicated in this incident immediately packed up their belongings and prepared to flee. They had already prepared a plan for their own escape, believing that if they succeeded, they would rise to prominence, but if they failed, their entire families would face the Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world is vast, there's always a place for them. The ninja, hired at great expense, will safely transport them out of the land of fire, where they'll live in hiding in some unknown, small nation. But Konoha's Anbu ninja seemed to have been prepared. As soon as the daimyo returned to the capital, they were apprehended, and even the sons they'd secretly sent abroad were recaptured. Konoha's astonishing speed left the land of fire's death cells overflowing. Damn it! Konoha is stinging the court. There's a traitor. There's a traitor. Loyal ministers and generals are fighting each other in the death row. Late at night, father, I was wrong, it was all my uncle who forced me to do this. The second son knelt on the ground, wailing and blaming his uncle for everything. The daimyo, with a sullen face, remained silent, staring at the evidence in his hand. With just a few allusions, he could make the loyal ministers and generals reveal the entire plot, detailing it all. How did they come together? How did they communicate? How did they bribe the guards? How did they clean up the mess? How did they support their foolish son's ascension to power? Konoha's incredible efficiency astounded the daimyo. If Konoha hadn't known about this beforehand, the daimyo would have refused to believe it. But that didn't matter now. At least Konoha hadn't intended to kill him. And his idiot son was involved. He actually wanted to kill me. If this got out, how could he live like this? He would surely be the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. These damn traitors, for their own gain, had bewitched his son. The daimyo knew his second son's character well. He was a useless man who only cared about eating rice and enjoying himself. He wouldn't have the guts to plot such a grandiose scheme. Demote him to a commoner and confine him forever, the daimyo ultimately showed mercy to his son. Killing this useless man who only cared about eating rice and wasting food would only tarnish his reputation. After dealing with his unfilial son's misdeeds, the daimyo, exhausted, spent the night before attending court. The court was now half empty. Your Highness, treason is a grave crime. 3 clans must be exterminated. Second, the industrialist representative immediately stood up, and his allies echoed him. For a moment, the atmosphere was boiling with indignation, and no one dared to object on this issue. The daimyo had nearly been killed. Anyone who dared to plead for a traitor must be decisively eliminated. Now the key was how to fill the vacancies at court. The previous group of loyal ministers and generals were already highly influential. As the daimyo pondered the personnel, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the industrialist representative. This time, he had put a lot of effort into hunting down the rebels. It was obvious that this person and the forces behind them had already defected to Konoha. After all, He had to give the Hokage a break. The daimyo sighed softly. Konoha's emergency rescue was indeed timely, but their intention was also clear, to interfere in the internal affairs of the Land of Fire. Konoha was moving at an ever-increasing pace. He wondered how much longer he could hold on to his position. The daimyo glanced at the back of his hand. The wrinkles of his hand had vanished, and his skin had become smooth again. What had the Konoha ninja given him to drink? How could it possibly have such an effect? Was this considered a Hokage exchange? The daimyo ultimately gave the largest share to the industrial faction, as a reward for their efforts in purging the rebels and a gesture of goodwill towards Konoha. A feast of whales had begun, and a major reshuffle of power had taken place in the court. Konoha played a particularly positive role in this. Its tentacles had finally reached the center of power in the Land of Fire, allowing it to openly use the industrial faction to eliminate those who were less tactful. Killing for profit and getting bloodied is always troublesome. After all, business ultimately relies on harmony. Uchiha Kusunoki was deeply pleased with the Fire Nation's loyal ministers and generals for their timely assistance. Now that these men had been killed, the Fire Nation should be able to enjoy some peace. The upheaval in the Fire Nation's court had finally spread to Konoha. Konoha TV broadcast the daimyo's assassination on repeat, generating a surge in traffic. The daimyo's assassination had deeply concerned the entire Konoha community. After all, gossip is human nature, and the assassination of the daimyo quickly became a hot topic in Konoha. Peaceful days passed quickly, and Konoha proceeded with its capital expansion. On a bright moonlit night, Uchiha Kusunoki visited Senju Tobirama's laboratory as usual to inspect his work. Tobirama, are you truly getting old? Why haven't you invented a ninjutsu to capture Black Zetsu yet? Uchiha Kusunoki felt a pang of disbelief. This lurking rat, constantly spying on his nightlife, was simply insane. He had to catch it as soon as possible. Bullshit, you have no idea how complex this seal is. It needs to be able to release instantly, penetrate 50 meters underground, and protect against yin-yang release. Only the most insane client could come up with such a request. Senju Tobirama cursed uncontrollably, but Uchiha Kusunoki ignored his complaints. Then why are you so efficient at inventing ninjutsu against the Uchiha so quickly? I've seen your records in the Book of Ceilings. At your peak, you mastered a ninjutsu every month. How can that be the same? Senjutsu Tobirama's eyes widened. I'm too lazy to argue with you. How much longer will it take? I can't wait to catch Black Zetsu, at least 2 months. The interlocking seals are too complicated. Uchiha Non didn't push Senjutsu too hard. After all, inventing ninjutsu is his specialty. He was just a hanger-on. Then, as usual, Uchiha Non chatted with Senjutsu Tobirama about the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. Tobirama, you have to thank me. I'll avenge you, HMPH, you inherently evil Uchiha brat, using your devious methods to harm others again. But then again, those dark-skinned devils in the Hidden Cloud Village deserve a heavy blow. The gloom over Senjutsu Tobirama's failure to develop a sealing technique vanished. If the Hidden Cloud Village hadn't been able to control their minions, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, how could they have ended up in this predicament? His grave was dug up after his death, and the inherently evil Uchiha brat used his own invention, impure world reincarnation, to control himself, then used Konoha's future to force him to work like a slave in a dark laboratory. Life is so unpredictable. So infuriating. This is my latest invention, an alternative to detonating talismans. It costs 3 to 5 times less, yet is just as powerful. Best of all, most of the steps can be completed by ordinary people. Unlike detonating talismans, which require ninja participation from start to finish, Senju Tobirama showed off his work, which he planned to submit next month. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Senju Tobirama, I will become the Hokage, and all the ancestors of Senju must kowtow to me. This is a groundbreaking creation. Even an ordinary person can use it at will, without the need for chakra. This circular fuse will explode in 3 seconds once you pull it out. Besides this, I have similar weapons. For example, a bomb that can be buried underground, which will detonate instantly with just a little pressure. Senju Tobirama spoke incessantly about the new weapon, his expression beaming with joy as he explained its principles. Although Uchiha Kusunoki didn't understand, He patiently listened to Senju Tobirama's words, as a gesture of respect for the technicians. Tobirama, regarding this lethal weapon, I only briefly shared my ideas, and you were able to create it so quickly. It's beyond my expectations. I take that back. You're not old, it's just that you're not naturally gifted at it. You're truly worthy of me. Uchiha Kusunoki gave Senju Tobirama a thumbs up. Of course I'm not scolding you, you begged me to make this weapon. Senju Tobirama was about to show a smug look when he realized Uchiha Kusunoki had a more subtle meaning. This was a roundabout way of saying he was good at killing. The Senju had always been peace-loving, while only the Uchiha admired killing and violence. I was protecting Konoha. Without a strong military force, how could I possibly defend such a vast empire? Tobirama, you're obsessed. Uchiha Kusunoki expertly raised the banner of protecting Konoha. Though the excuse was old-fashioned, it really worked. HMPH, so it seems I'm wrong. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. He was used to Uchiha Kusunoki's double standards and shamelessness. Sometimes Senju Tobirama really doubted Uchiha Kusunoki's bloodline. Could someone with such a face be an Uchiha? If the last name was Senju, cough cough, Senju wouldn't have produced such a jerk. As Senju Tobirama lost his mind, Uchiha Kusunoki stepped forward, picked up the ball grenade in front of him, and began to play with it carefully. Finally, a familiar and fun thing had appeared in this world. The production of a detonating talisman is complex, involving specialized sealing techniques. To seal fire attribute chakra within, each ninja village has its own unique method. This process requires expert personnel from start to finish, and production has been low, which has kept the price of detonating talismans high. Compared to the war years, the price hasn't dropped much. After all, it's a scarce strategic material. Even the wealthy Konoha is regulated, and low and mid-level ninjas can only purchase it within a certain quota. As for Konan, who used 600 billion detonating talismans to set off fireworks for 10 minutes in the original Naruto, where did she get so many detonating talismans? That's a question you'd have to ask Kishimoto. At this point, even if Konoha were to empty its entire territory, it wouldn't be able to scrape together that many. If Konoha truly had the resources to produce 600 billion detonating talismans, then Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't have to work so hard on his farming. Such a massive supply could completely decimate the ninja market, allowing Konoha to profit from arms sales without any effort. However, now that they had grenades that could replace detonating tags, Konoha had a chance to dominate the ninja world's arms trade. Tobirama, besides these, have you developed any guns? Uchiha Kusunoki placed the grenade back on the table, turned to Senju Tobirama, and inquired about the progress of firearms development. Ninja close-quarters weapons have always been the same old three: shuriken, kunai, and detonating tags. But shuriken and kunai are far superior to guns. Both their bullet speed and damage are vastly inferior. Especially in this world of high attack, low defense ninja, even a jonin could be killed in a single headshot if careless. Fire suppression was effective against cage-level warriors, but above that, guns were just a firearm. But Uchiha Kusunoki didn't expect guns to be effective against enemies of this caliber. He simply wanted to innovate Konoha's equipment, let its ninjas feel the kindness of a father, and make a fortune in arms sales along the way. Konoha, the largest armed organization in the ninja world, did not make any money from arms sales, yet it had to spend huge sums of money on detonating tags during the war to allow others to make money. This was really hard for Uchiha Non to accept. Gun, I did make a few samples, and the parts were all handmade by me. If you want to achieve large-scale production like you described, you need to use machine tools. I remember that only the Sky Ninja Village has mastered this technology, and it is not sold to the outside world. If you want me to study the machine tools from scratch, I don't know how much time it will take, Senju Tobirama explained to Uchiha Non. Tobirama, if you are not capable, you can just say it directly. There is no need to make excuses. The Sky Ninja Village can make it. Uchiha Non looked at Senju Tobirama with contempt, and then said slowly. You know shit, don't you know there is a saying that different trades are like different mountains? You don't understand the technical difficulty involved at all. Senju Tobirama couldn't stand Uchiha Non questioning his abilities the most. This damn bastard always made some unreasonable demands and then threw a lot of cold money. Okay, I get it. The empty ninja village, right? For you, Tobirama, I will destroy this ninja village, and then take all their technological achievements back to Konoha and give them to you. Uchiha Non smiled and comforted Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama used to specialize in ninjutsu, but in the past 2 years he turned to develop technology. It is remarkable that he has achieved the results he has today. After all, Senju Tobirama is just an ordinary person, not a god. Huh? You did that for me? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Non with disdain. It was obviously Uchiha Non himself who wanted the science and technology of the empty ninja village. Although he wanted it too. Well, for you. Uchiha Non's eyes revealed sincerity as he recalled the information about the aerial village. The technology of the aerial village was truly unique in the ninja world. The aerial ninjas had given up on in-depth research into ninjutsu. After all, in the field of researching and developing ninjutsu, the aerial village could never compare to the 5 major ninja villages with their deep roots. So, they had been working hard on the technology tree, and in this ninja world specializing in ninjutsu, they had taken a different path. They not only built aircraft carriers, but also supporting air forces, and even had aerial fortresses floating in the sky. Of course, in addition to these high-tech technologies, the most important thing about the aerial village was that they had tinkered with the artificial tailed beast Zero Tail, which could use human negative emotions to create dark chakra, allowing aerial fortresses to fly at a very low cost. In the ninja world, ninjas who could fly were extremely rare, and they were almost all road warriors. No matter how powerful they were on the ground, what could they do? The aerial ninjas changed the game directly, relying on the ninja tools they developed, throwing detonating tags in the air. They didn't even need detonating tags. Cheap Molotov cocktails were just as effective, and they could easily turn ninjas on the ground into cannon fodder. Once air superiority is achieved in war, strategic initiative naturally accrues. Periodic bombing raids from the sky are unbearable for any ninja village. The Sky Ninja Village later grew so inflated that they believed they could dominate the ninja world and challenged Konoha's dominance. The consequences were disastrous, of course, as they were ambushed and annihilated by Konoha and several other ninja villages. Regarding the future aircraft carrier technology tree, the Sky Ninja Village currently possesses only a concept, without even a design blueprint. However, according to intelligence from Konoha's Anbu Ninja, the Sky Ninja Village has been frantically attacking cities and plundering territory in the past year or two. Besides building their own air force, a large portion of the funds earned have gone toward a top-secret project. The project scope is so high that even Konoha's Anbu ninjas haven't fully grasped its details. But Uchiha Kusunoki is familiar with the plot. This is undoubtedly the Zero Tail. The artificial tailed beast, Zero Tail, probably already has a prototype, maybe even a semi-finished product. The aerial village is accelerating its expansion, constantly collecting funds to build an aerial fortress. The aerial forces will also be harvesting humanity's negative emotions to feed Zero Tail. When the project is complete, the aerial village will likely pick on the most vulnerable and challenge Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki found a stool and relayed every detail about the aerial village to Senju Tobirama. I never imagined that a small, insignificant ninja village would become so powerful, aiming to dominate the ninja world and even take advantage of Konoha. Senju Tobirama's face was filled with surprise. Having lived in the underground laboratory for so long, he was completely unaware of the outside world. It was only when Uchiha Kusunoki revealed some information that he could learn what was happening outside. Well, of course. The 5 major ninja villages have been fighting each other for so long, while those smaller ninja villages have quietly prospered. The aerial village, dormant for years, has suddenly risen to prominence. A new ninja village, the Rain Village, has emerged in the Land of Rain. Hanzo is currently integrating the ninja forces of the Land of Rain and is considering killing all the daimyo and nobles who are in the way. By then, the Rain Village will shoulder the responsibilities of military, economic, and political affairs in the Land of Rain, and its strength will be unprecedentedly strong. And there's the Yanang Village in the Land of Mountains. During the war, they specialized in reselling detonating tags to the 5 major ninja villages, making a fortune from the war. Konoha was their major client, and now their strength has expanded so much that they're a bit confused. Recently, they've even had the audacity to clash with Konoha's ninjas and show off to their major client. I don't think they want to stay in the ninja world anymore. Even the Taki village is restless. During the First Shinobi World War, they relied on their geographical advantage to stay indoors and preserve their strength quite well. Do you remember the experimental material I bought for you, the hero's water? This thing is the specialty of Takigakure, which can increase the ninja's chakra by dozens of times in an instant. Konoha took care of this small ninja village and gave to Kigakure a tailed beast, which was the Seven Tails. Now Konoha goes to buy a little bit of Hero's water. Not only does Kigakure not give a discount, it even dares to take the opportunity to ask for a high price. Tobirama, I'm still cleaning up your mess. Uchiha Non rarely told Senju Tobirama about the outside situation, and his tone was complaining about the huge mess that Senju Tobirama had left for him. It would have been fine if he had owed a lot of foreign debts. In the past, Senju Tobirama led Konoha and the 4 major ninja villages to fight bloody battles for so many years. Didn't he know that he should pull all the small ninja villages waiting to take advantage of the situation onto the chariots and beat them all into pieces together? The Tang dynasty was the last to be defeated, and before it died, it destroyed a lot of countries around it, such as the southwestern barbarians, the later Turks, the Uyghurs, and dragged them to be buried with it. You still blame me? Did I ask you to wipe my ass for me? There are so many people who want to wipe my ass for me, and my apprentice Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely do a better job than you, water-born evil Uchiha kid. If you can't be Hokage, just get your ass out of the way, I can bear this burden for you. Senju Tobirama's face changed, and he angrily retorted to Uchiha Non. This damn Uchiha Non was just taking advantage of the situation. If he didn't want to be Hokage, he should give up the position as soon as possible. He was always ready to return as a dead person. Okay, Tobirama, you are not doing a good job as a Hokage, and how good can the successor you choose be? Sooner or later, you will know that your choice of Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the 3rd Hokage will be the biggest stain in your life. And if I become the Hokage, all the ancestors of the Senju clan will kowtow to me. The safety of the entire Senju clan is on me, Uchiha Non immediately retorted. Senju Tobirama actually compared Sarutobi Hiruzen with himself. This was simply pointing at his nose and scolding him. I am the savior of Konoha, the savior of the Uzumaki clan, and even more so the savior of the Senju clan. You fart. Senju Tobirama immediately thought of Senju Mamama, the prodigal son born to his eldest brother. He would give him a good beating if he had the chance in the future. His prodigal behavior made him and Uchiha Non quarreling, and he was naturally inferior to each other. But Senju Tobirama would never admit defeat. Believe it or not, Uchiha Non and Senju Tobirama quarreled until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. Orochimaru, who had just returned from the construction site wearing a safety helmet, tiptoed to boil a pot of tea, and then when he saw that the atmosphere had eased a lot, he obediently brought up 2 cups of tea. Orochimaru, don't give it to him, he's a dead man, it's a waste if he drinks it. Bullshit, Orochimaru, I'm your master. You should listen to me or this bastard. Orochimaru silently withdrew the 2 glasses of water and hurried back to the construction site. Alright, Tobirama, there's no point in arguing. As soon as the Soren Ninja village perfects the Zero Tails technology, they'll attack Konoha immediately. They want to establish their power over Konoha, and I can't give the Soren Ninja village that opportunity. Once the Soren Ninja village is defeated, Konoha will not only inherit the Soren Ninja village's mature science and technology, but also the all-important Zero Tail. But the Zero Tails technology will definitely be incomplete, so you have to help me develop it to completion. Uchiha Non took a deep breath, calming himself. Senju Tobirama's constant barking and dissatisfaction was really annoying, but the core technology was in his hands, so he still had to discuss it with him. It's annoying. Technicians of the Soren Ninja village, I must get you. Zero Tail, what's so great about an artificially created tail beast? We already have a 9 tails in our village. Could the Zero Tail be more powerful than the 9 tails? Senju Tobirama's expression changed slightly. The Zero Tail actually made Uchiha Non care so much? Chapter 184 Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Non, you can do such a thing, are you still a human being? Alice, gold is easy to find, but a true friend is hard to find. Tobirama, although you've always targeted the Uchiha clan, I used to believe you were a wise man who understood what I wanted to do and my aspirations. But now it seems you're no different from those mediocre ninjas in Konoha, Uchiha Kusunoki sighed pretentiously. I don't understand, why do you always dwell on the Zero Tail's destructive power? Is that all you see in the Zero Tails? Does Konoha need these half-made tailed beasts just to be a facade? Senju Tobirama's expression had turned purple. He sensed a deep arrogance from Uchiha Kusunoki, who looked at him as if he were a fool. Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. I've already mentioned that the Zero Tails can absorb negative human emotions and generate chakra. I wonder which genius from the Soren Ninja village invented this secret technique, but I'd call it magnificent. Chakra has always been a scarce energy source. Konoha's single 9 tails isn't enough, and now ordinary people's emotions can actually be transformed into chakra. Uchiha Non was speaking incessantly when Senju Tobirama noticed something was amiss and interrupted him. The Zero Tails needs negative emotions to transform them into chakra. Are you planning to commit mass murder like the Soren Ninja village did? Uchiha Non glanced at Senju Tobirama with a hint of disdain. How could someone so shrewd normally be so clueless at the crucial moment? That's the greatness of the Zero Tail technique. Once you've completely deciphered the Zero Tails technology, we can completely mass-produce mental saunas. This world suffers far too much. Konoha's slaves constantly accumulate jealousy, resentment, anger, hatred, and all sorts of other negative emotions. The Zero Tails technology can absorb their negativity and purify their souls, especially the slaves in sweatshops. Once they get used to the comfortable life, they naturally forget the hardships they've experienced in the past. They become resentful of the heavy workload and might even forget my kindness one day. But with a regular mental sauna, they can return to work refreshed the next day. Not only that, I think the employees in the Hokage building, working long hours and staying up late, have accumulated too much negativity. If one day they can't handle the blessing of being 007 and hang me from a streetlight, cough cough cough, they should also undergo regular mental health treatments. It's fantastic. It allows the slaves to release their labor peacefully while also generating chakra and converting it into electricity. A huge profit, a huge profit. Uchiha Kusunoki's silhouette stretched out in the dim light, like the back of a demon. You're still a human. Senju Tobirama's face was filled with horror. He was truly a naturally evil Uchiha brat. Were all the Uchiha who had awakened the main Decay Sharingan wired in the past as different from ordinary people as Uchiha Kusunoki? Evil, truly evil. This was practically slavery. Did Uchiha Kusunoki truly treat the villagers of Konoha, the people of the ninja world, as human beings? What's wrong with me? This world is so cruel. If the negative emotions pent up in the hearts of beasts and horses can't be released in time, do you know how much harm this will cause? Pursue all the superficiality, return to your true nature, and let your body and mind enter sage mode. I wonder how many people will be willing to pay to create value for Konoha? Uchiha Kusunoki rubbed his fingers together with a mercenary look. Senju Tobirama felt a pang of fear in his heart. It was truly unpredictable what would become of Uchiha Kusunoki. I'm really worried you'll end up being hanged in the future. Senju Tobirama looked worried. Uchiha Kusunoki's wild ideas would sooner or later backfire. Tisk, I'm not afraid, so why should you? I'm doing this for Konoha. Tobirama, your awareness is truly too low. Senju Tobirama, in a rare move, didn't contradict Uchiha Kusunoki. He admitted to being inferior in the field of exploiting surplus value. However, Tobirama, I think your considerations make sense. I can later announce that these are the secret techniques and guidance you left behind. Uchiha Kusunoki stroked his bald chin. If I really had to shoulder such a wicked responsibility myself, I'd be hanging by a thread. It would be easier to blame it all on Senju Tobirama. Since Senju Tobirama was already dead, it made sense for Uchiha Kusunoki to pull such a powerful secret technique from the Book of Sealed Techniques. After all, Senju Tobirama's reputation as a master of forbidden techniques was well known among Konoha's ninja clans. He favored the study of diabolical and unethical forbidden techniques, having unscrupulously used the Reincarnated ninja as a suicide truck during the First Shinobi World War. Bullshit. Don't push this childbearing nonsense onto me. Senju Tobirama was furious. This wasn't just a smear campaign. But, you've been a virgin your whole life. How could you possibly have a son? That won't do either. You can't ruin my impeccable reputation. Senju Tobirama threatened Uchiha Kusunoki with a strike, forcing him to give up. Kakuzu would then take over the task. He valued money over his life, and would do anything for a profit. As long as the technical issues of the mental sauna project were addressed, it would be a zero-cost, money-making venture. Then it's settled. You'll be responsible for resolving the Zero Tails technical issues. Uchiha Non patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder, signaling him to work hard. His mission was to destroy the Soren Ninja village and transport all of its research findings back to Konoha. HMPH, I understand, Senju Tobirama snorted, agreeing to Uchiha Nan's request. The mental sauna project was well worth Uchiha Nan's attention. After all, constantly capturing the Nine Tails to drain its chakra wasn't a long-term solution. Konoha's purchase of ninja chakra as a source of energy was a mere drop in the bucket when faced with the ever-expanding demand for electricity. Spending huge sums on coal would be prohibitively expensive. Therefore, Soren Ninja Village had to be conquered. But finding a legitimate reason to launch an attack on Soren Ninja Village was a headache for Uchiha. Konoha had always valued peace, forbearing whenever possible, often passively accepting blows before launching a counterattack. This was the mark left on Konoha by the first Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even Uchiha Kusunoki often used this trademark. Now, he was actively breaking this principle, but he didn't mind. He had always been a pragmatist. As long as there was sufficient benefit, occasionally breaking his own bottom line was no big deal. Being flexible about the bottom line was good. But Konoha's top brass might oppose him again. I wonder if the Han envoy's method will work? A few days later, Uchiha Kusunoki held his usual high-level meeting. He sat at the head of the group and listened quietly to the top brass work reports. Most of them were trivial matters, such as Konoha School's budget exceeding the limit again, and the Ministry of Finance criticizing the Ministry of Education for its extravagance. The Ministry of Education produced Uchiha Kusunoki's imperial edict: no matter how hard it is, the children must not suffer. Everything they do is for Konoha's young talents. Cultivating an elite ninja costs a fortune, and with so many exchange students, the Hokage had admitted them all with a wave of his hand. When calculating funding at the beginning of the year, no one anticipated the arrival of a group of exchange students from the land of grass, training Konoha's dog Cough Cough to accept the grass-level ninja seedlings of Konoha's leadership. Was this still the Hokage's fault? The Ministry of Finance fell silent, abandoning the topic of discussion. Then there was the distribution of profits from the factory expansion, the train project's massive overspending, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and Tobirama's purchase of a large sum of experimental materials for the TV station expansion. Konoha's civilian ninja groups, the larger clans, and various departments were all dealing with funding, personnel transfers, and vying for advantages. Everything was about money. Orochimaru, as the head of the train project, was attending a high-level meeting for the first time. His prejudice against Konoha's top brass was shattered, and he enthusiastically joined in the funding debate. Civil engineering funding was never enough. The Ministry of Finance was engaged in a ceaseless debate. As Konoha's purse strings, managing the inflow and outflow of funds, every meeting was plagued by various funding issues. Uchiha Kusunoki sat in his chair, listening silently. He missed Kokuzu's time in Konoha. As the finance ministry's powerful figure, he always managed funding issues in an orderly manner, even keeping accounts accurate to 4 decimal places. Corruption was nearly impossible. Kokuzu would investigate thoroughly. Now that Kokuzu was away on important business, the Ministry of Finance seemed a bit disorganized and flustered. It was obvious that there was some rogue element at work, but Uchiha Kusushi didn't bother to dwell on it. Clear water holds few fish. After Kokuzu returned, given his personality, he'd be scrutinizing the accounts tirelessly, dragging anyone into the ambu for questioning if they found any suspicious entries. If you dared to embezzle and still managed to hide it from Kokuzu, then take the money. You earned it with your life's hard work. If you were caught, Konoha would have its own punishments. Uchiha Kusushi didn't need to worry about that. Ahem, are you done arguing? After about 2 hours, the top brass was exhausted, having discussed everything they needed to discuss. As soon as Uchiha Kusushi spoke, everyone sat at attention, awaiting the Hokage's words. The Ministry of Science and Technology has new technology. As soon as Uchiha Kusushi spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. Was the Minister of Science and Technology going to make them rich again? Konoha's current achievements are fundamentally dependent on the support of the Department of Science and Technology. All of its profitable projects are technically funded by the department. Legends about the Minister of Science and Technology circulate among Konoha's top brass. The ninja world's foremost scientist, a genius surpassing the Second Hokage, Konoha's most trusted advisor. It's a shame the mysterious Minister of Science and Technology has yet to reveal himself, or else the entire Konoha hierarchy would have to address him respectfully as Minister. Information about the Minister of Science and Technology is scarce. No one knows his identity, except that he lives in the Uchiha clan's territory, and his laboratory is surrounded by the Hokage's henchmen. The Hokage has revealed that the new head of the railway project is the Minister of Science and Technology's apprentice, Uchiha Kusunoki. This has provided Orochimaru, a former civilian ninja, with a powerful backer. allowing him to ascend to Konoha's upper echelons at a young age and with no prior experience. However, despite their relentless bombardment and attempts to bribe Orochimaru, the higher-ups hadn't managed to extract any useful information from him. What a clueless young man. The higher-ups, each with their own thoughts, awaited Uchiha Kusunoki's next words. Uchiha Kusunoki pulled out grenades, mines, and other new weaponry. The Ministry of Science and Technology has invented a weapon that can replace the detonating talisman. It doesn't require chakra to use, and its manufacturing method is even simpler and faster than the detonating talisman. Even ordinary people can make it, yet its power is just as strong. It's 3 to 5 times cheaper than the detonating talisman. Once the production line is rolled out and mass-produced, the cost will be further reduced, Uchiha Kusunoki explained. The grenade, and the Konoha higher-ups and clan leaders were visibly excited. They were going to make a fortune. Everyone knew how frustrating it was to produce detonating talismans, and how expensive they were. Now, finally, a weapon had appeared that could replace them. If Konoha had controlled this weapon during the First Ninja World War, its casualties would have been greatly reduced. In a war of attrition, even money at hand wouldn't be enough to buy a detonating talisman at a crucial moment. Especially for low and mid-level ninjas, who, when their chakra is low, can only rely on shurikens and kunai for hand-to-hand combat. If they pulled out a stack of detonating talismans, victory would undoubtedly lift their skirts in their favor. They're cheap and easy to manufacture. Once mass-produced, the combat effectiveness and survival rate of Konoha's ninjas would be greatly enhanced. Everyone, I'm going to destroy the detonating talisman market, leaving this lucrative market to Konoha alone, Uchiha Kusunoki said slowly, interlacing his fingers and surveying the Konoha leaders. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan is well-funded and willing to invest in the grenade factory. Hokage-sama, the Senju clan is equally well-funded. We're following. I want to invest too. Me too. Every industry under Konoha's control is a money-making machine. If they don't follow the Hokage's lead, they'll be missing out on profitable opportunities. Furthermore, this involves their expertise, and no one knows better than them the impact grenades will have on the detonating tag market. Even if the price is cut in half, they're still making a killing, and with practically unlimited quantities, this will surely devastate the detonating tag market. A monopoly. This is a monopoly. Over the past 2 years, Konoha's leaders have involuntarily followed the Hokage's lead, learning new vocabulary and understanding the allure of this term. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled with satisfaction. Konoha aims to be the beacon of the ninja world. Without arms sales, its reputation will be lacking. Chapter 185, Cutting the Leaks of the Small Ninja Village Fiercely. This is the beacon of the ninja world. Why should your family get even 2 percentage points of the shares? Gold, you don't deserve it. Bullshit. Why? I've been through life and death with a Hokage since the First Shinobi World War, and I've already died several times, taking off clothes, showing scars. After the arms deal was unanimously approved, the next step was to divide the profits, and then endless wrangling ensued. These few percentage points of shares would be enough to make the family behind them rich when dividends were distributed. If they didn't fight for the family's interests now, when would they? Uchiha was accustomed to such scenes. Every time Konoha launched a new business, the top brass would argue, and it even devolved into duels to determine the shareholding, a simple taijutsu showdown. The room next to the conference hall was temporarily used as the duel arena. Konoha's big stage, come and fight. After the meeting, the top brass returned to their families, bruised and battered. The winner of the boxing match was jubilant, while the loser was dejected, planning to return home to practice taijutsu. Uchiha Kusunoki was delighted by this. It offered both entertainment and a boost to the Konoha leadership's taijutsu skills, a perfect win-win situation. Ahem, it seems you've all agreed on the shareholding ratios. Uchiha Kusunoki watched several exciting boxing matches, leaving several ninja clan leaders with panda eyes and puffy mouths. It was a truly brutal fight. However, the division of profits in Konoha's arms trade had finally come to an end. Next topic, the Sora Ninja Village. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, and several Anbu ninja appeared, distributing intelligence documents on the Sora Ninja Village to the Konoha leadership present. Everyone, the Sora Ninja Village has great ambitions, secretly developing weapons of mass destruction with the intention of attacking Konoha. I think we should nip this in the bud. For a moment, the atmosphere in the meeting grew solemn. The intelligence in their hands filled the Konoha leadership with a sense of absurdity. This little-known ninja village, which had only risen to prominence in the past 2 years, could possibly have the audacity to attack Konoha and challenge its dominance? What does Hokage-sama mean? Hinata Takuma looked at Uchiha Kusunoki, asking for his opinion. Konoha needs to find a suitable opportunity to completely destroy the Soren Ninja Village. Uchiha Kusunoki's attitude was direct. To obtain the Soren Ninja Village's machine tools, scientific and technological achievements, a large number of technicians, and his most important spiritual sauna, the Soren Ninja Village must be destroyed. Hokage-sama, compared to the Air Village to the north of Konoha, the Omegakure Village bordering the Land of Fire is Konoha's most pressing threat. The Omegakure Village is now unprecedentedly powerful, and its size will soon approach that of the 5 major ninja villages, and the Air Village isn't like the Kusa Village. They're fragmented, making them easy to defeat piecemeal. As for the Land of Field, they're even inferior to the Kusa Village, lacking even a single decent ninja village. The Air Village has grown rapidly in the past 2 years, and its current strength cannot be underestimated. They possess a full-fledged ninja army and are said to possess flying ninja tools. Furthermore, the Air Village is far from Konoha, making it extremely difficult to quickly eliminate them. Senju Momoma frowned. As a core member of Konoha's leadership, he possessed greater intelligence on the ninja world. From a professional perspective, judging by the degree of danger to Konoha, the Omegakure Village bordering the Land of Fire was clearly the most pressing threat. The Omegakure Village had been extremely aggressive in recent years, crushing and plundering numerous smaller ninja villages. The Aura Village wasn't worth Konoha's fuss. Yes, starting a war now would be too costly. We Konoha have always been peace-loving. The Rain Village is Konoha. The conference room was abuzz with discussion. Konoha's top brass believed the Aura Village posed a threat worthy of Konoha's initiative. Warfare is dangerous, costing both money and manpower. Konoha was thriving, and they could earn money simply by sitting back and doing business. The Aura Village hadn't yet shown any ambition towards Konoha. If Konoha suddenly attacked, it would damage Konoha's reputation. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed. He had anticipated this situation. Now was definitely not the right time to eliminate the Aura Village. They still had to prepare for war with the Hidden Cloud Village for the next year or two. If they tried to divide their forces to eliminate the Aura Village, they would likely drag Konoha into the quagmire of war, continuously draining its health. That would be more trouble than good. Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't fully disclose the Spirit Sound project to the top brass. This project definitely needs someone to take the blame. Danzo, I missed you. Uchiha Kusunoki also wants a flawless reputation. The reason he's bringing up the Soren Ninja Village in the meeting is simply to make Konoha's higher-ups wary of it. After dealing with the Hidden Cloud Village, any small-scale conflict between the Soren Ninja Village and Konoha will give Uchiha Kusunoki an excuse to directly attack the Soren Ninja Village. Since you all disagree, we'll discuss this later, but let me make this clear. If there's ever a conflict between the Soren Ninja Village and Konoha, if even one Konoha ninja dies, I will annihilate them, Uchiha Kusunoki said coldly, scanning the room. If there's no conflict, create one. It wouldn't be difficult to emulate the Hanan voice past. Uchiha Kusunoki then walked out of the meeting room, leaving the Konoha higher-ups staring at each other in bewilderment. How had the Soren Ninja Village offended the Hokage? 2 months later, at the Hokage building, the empty streets are filled with the thought of finding someone to vent my feelings. This decision is made because loneliness is my neighbor. Our love, like the scenery you pass by, is always ongoing, yet its steps never stop for me. My love for you has always been quiet, in exchange for your occasional concern. This is clearly a movie for 3 of us, yet I still can't have a name. As usual, Uchiha Kusunoki sat in his office, watching the new TV series, a ninja version of Chinese Paladin. The directors were the 2 renowned directors Konoha had always collaborated with. During the Lunar New Year script writing process, Uchiha Kusunoki spent a long time with him. It seemed like time well spent. Although he already knew the general plot, he still waited for the new episode to air on time. The streets of Konoha also followed suit, blasting the TV series theme song. Sipping an iced Coke, enjoying the air conditioning, and snacking on a few snacks. Uchiha Kusunoki felt as if he had returned to the Blue Planet before his time travel. Of course, his comfortable repose didn't last long. It was afternoon work time, and Nara Shikeo knocked on Uchiha Kusunoki's office door as usual. Uchiha Kusunoki could only turn off the TV and return to his desk. Hokage-sama, great news, Konoha has brought down the price of detonating talismans. Those small ninja villages hoarding detonating talismans, hoping to profit from them, are going to lose everything this time, Narashikeon exclaimed jubilantly, his face brimming with excitement. Detonating talismans are hard currency in the ninja world, holding their value well. During periods of tension, they can be resold at high prices, allowing many small ninja villages to profit from them. This trade is one of the few ways for these villages to make money. Having spent so much time with Uchiha Kusunoki, Narashikeon had learned a fair bit about economics. Narashikeon had first spread word throughout the ninja world that Konoha was stockpiling detonating talismans as war preparations. The small ninja villages saw this move as a significant development. Could it be a sign of a major war in the ninja world? Some small ninja villages sought to protect themselves, while others sought to stockpile detonating talismans, hoping to sell them at a high price. The price of detonating talismans skyrocketed, creating a sense of impending unrest in the ninja world. Konoha, however, secretly sold its previously stockpiled detonating talismans, making a fortune. Then, on a beautiful afternoon, Konoha released its latest product, hand grenades. They cost less than half the price of detonating talismans, yet were just as powerful. Most importantly, they were available in large quantities, allowing Konoha to leverage its accumulated production capacity and directly supply the entire ninja world. The price of detonating talismans plummeted 3 times in one day. While hand grenades couldn't completely replace detonating talismans, they were no longer the price-holding commodity they once were. Representatives from numerous small ninja villages attended Konoha's product launch, only to witness the hand grenades prove just as powerful as detonating talismans. The boxes of hand grenades, stored in dozens of warehouses, crumbled their last remaining defenses. Damn it! Damn Konoha! They were practically losing their pants. The village's cash flow had been completely cut off. Anyone in business knows how crucial cash flow is to a company. Even large corporations with hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars can go bankrupt due to a cash flow breakdown. The same applies to ninja villages. It's over, Konoha, I'll fight you. At the press conference, an unknown young ninja, in a fit of rage, attacked the Konoha ninjas and was instantly killed, blood splattering all over the floor. The remaining ninjas from the small villages instantly calmed down. This is Konoha. Even if the almighty Konoha was blatantly exploiting the small ninja villages, they would have no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow their anger. This is the beacon of the ninja world. But then again, it all comes down to greed. Narashikeon, how can I say this to you? The lives of the small ninja villages are also lives. This will not happen again. Uchiha Kusunoki took the information from Narashikeon with a smile on his face. Yes, Hokage. Narashikeon saluted Uchiha Kusunoki pretentiously, both of them feeling elated. It was so satisfying to profit from the profits. Besides the orders from the ninja villages, the daimyos and nobles of various nations have also placed orders for grenades. Uchiha Kusunoki examined the documents in his hand and discovered that nearly a third of the orders for grenades came from daimyos, nobles, and merchants in the ninja world. Hokage, grenades are just as lethal as detonating tags, and now that there are no chakra restrictions, ordinary people can use them. And hiring ninja in the ninja world is not cheap, Uchiha Kusunoki nodded. Konoha's weapons not only satisfied the ninja world's need for detonating tags, but also filled the gap in the market for ordinary people. Ordinary people in the ninja world also had a strong desire to purchase grenades. After all, ordinary people wanted to protect themselves in this chaotic world. Faced with a ninja who could easily kill ordinary people, a single grenade was enough to make them hesitate. Although netizens in the past jokingly claimed that explosive talismans couldn't kill, they did have a remarkable record. Even the grandson of the ninja god, Hashirama Senju, was killed by a detonating talisman. At the time, Nolki was quite powerful, reaching the level of a Chunin, even capable of briefly battling a Jounin, yet he still fell to the detonating talisman's trap. What about the Yamanote village in the land of the sun? How are they doing? Uchiha Kusunoki asked, relaxing in a chair and sipping his iced cola from the table. The losses are heavy. The Flame Sun village profited from this during the First Shinobi World War, and they've fallen easily this time. According to intelligence from spies within the Flame Sun village, the village has misappropriated most of its funds to stockpile detonating talismans, and now the village's cash flow has been cut off. The Flame Sun village's leaders are fighting each other. Civil unrest might ignite, or even lead them to do something desperate and foolish. Narashikeon's face betrayed caution. He had indeed gone all out this time, offending a number of smaller ninja villages. If it weren't for the support of Konoha, they would have been decimated by the torrent of detonating talismans. The ripped-off, mindless smaller ninja villages were more than willing to send their assassins, covered in detonating talismans, to send Narashikeon, the culprit, to the Pure Land to meet the Sage of Six Paths. We absolutely must be on guard. I've already instructed Uchiha Tomita. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded. Konoha had taken a significant portion of the arms trade this time. The detonating talisman business sustains countless ninjas. Millions of water workers rely on it for their livelihoods, and the statement is no joke. However, there's always a price to pay, and for Konoha, these are just minor matters, no big deal. Uchiha Kusunoki, though somewhat concerned, didn't truly take them seriously. By the way, Lu Yuan, remember to contact those small ninja villages that have suffered heavy losses. Konoha can offer them loans. The interest rate is a bit steep, but I'm sure they'll accept. The money will help them through this difficult time. Also, remember to include in the loan agreement the conditions that Konoha companies establish at presence in their villages. If the loan isn't repaid on time, the village assets must be used. And the village must purchase Konoha's products annually. Okay, that's about it. If there's anything else missing, remember to add it for me. As soon as Uchiha Kusunoki finished speaking, Naru Yuan looked at him with admiration. After harvesting the first batch of leeks, the Hokage actually planned to take another stab at them? Hokage-sama, I still need to learn from you. Narashikeon looked at Uchiha Kusunoki with a look of admiration. Hey, I just want these small ninja villages to get through this difficult time, so they don't become desperate and do something stupid. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, indicating that he didn't understand what Narashikeon was saying. Chapter 186 Senju Tobirama, I won't envy Uchiha's Sharingan. Yes, that's it. Sign it. If you do, Konoha will help you through this difficult time. The leader of Kajirao looked at the agreement before him, his face grim. He knew his next decision would determine his own fate, and indeed the fate of the entire village. Konoha was taking advantage of the situation. But the village truly needed this loan. The high interest rate and stringent conditions were clearly Konoha's response to Kajirao's recent actions. Offending Konoha would not end well. After much deliberation, the leader of Kajirao signed Konoha's agreement. The internal conflicts within the village left him no room for hesitation. Someone on fire, desperate to put it out, wouldn't care if others threw water or urine at them. As long as the flames were out, they cared. The same scene played out again and again throughout the ninja world. In the sand village, the blazing sun radiated its heat from the sky. Mosa sat high up in the gold mine, wiping the sweat from his forehead. On the ground lay a pile of ore rich in gold. With a simple process, it could be taken out and sold. Looking at the fruits of his morning's labor, a satisfied smile crossed his face. Mosa quickly found a shady spot, unpacked his water bottle, and the lunchbox his wife had prepared. It was time to enjoy a meal, replenish his energy and chakra. But before he'd taken a few bites, Mosa received news from an Anbu ninja. Konoha had blown up the ninja world's detonating talisman market. I see, you can leave. Mosa reviewed the intelligence and waved his hand expressionlessly, signaling the Anbu ninja to leave. After the Anbu ninja left, Mosa punched a nearby rock. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Konoha dominated the detonating talisman business in the ninja world. Who knew how much money Konoha would make this time? Even if he'd toiled day and night panning for gold in the desert, he couldn't have made as much as Konoha had this time. Konoha swallowed up the detonating talisman market, chewing it repeatedly until their mouths were dripping with grease. Masa watched with envy, but there was nothing they could do. Sand Village lacked the core technology, the industrial chain and logistics system that Konoha had spent years, countless money, and resources to build. If they forced their way into this business, their grenade costs would always be higher than Konoha's, making it impossible to compete with Konoha. They would also incur Konoha's grudge, ultimately losing more than they gained. Anoki, in Iwagakure, was also reviewing Konoha's intelligence. After reading it, his spirit visibly waned. Konoha had secured another major source of funding, but he was still spinning in circles, reading books written by Uchiha Kusunoki, trying to understand his thoughts. A key idea was to leverage the ninja's superiority in ninjutsu and technology to boost productivity. Specifically, this could be achieved by developing businesses, setting up factories, and selling manufactured goods, just like Konoha Inoki. Observing the accumulated ninjutsu and technological achievements of the Iwagakure village, had an idea in mind. He could try to embezzle some small, profitable business, similar to Konoha's. However, the village's funds were insufficient. A significant amount had been diverted to fund the initial stages of a Ponzi scheme, further straining the already struggling Iwagakure. Even the village's top brass questioned Inoki's involvement in corruption. Why had such a large sum of village funds vanished without a trace? Even if it was for a top-secret project, Inoki would have to share the project's progress with him. However, Uchiha Kusunoki, Inoki, and Masa had 3 rules. Absolute secrecy. Inoki could only remain silent, using his power as Tsuchikage to suppress these doubts. The higher-ups were already disgruntled with Inoki. If he continued to divert the village's meager remaining funds to invest, pursue business, or pursue anything unrelated to ninja life, the Iwagakure leaders would truly rise up in rebellion, forcing Inoki to abdicate. Inoki was tormented. But the path to redemption lay within him. The new version of The Will of Fire, written by Uchiha Kusunoki, had long since provided him with a solution. The alluring text constantly tempted Inoki to turn his gaze to the nobles. It was hard to earn money from the poor, but they were ninjas. If they only harbored a single thought they shouldn't have entertained, the world would be vast. Take up your ninja sword, only it can help the poor vent their bitterness and redeem themselves from the grievances of others. Wait a little longer. Once this massive scam is complete, everything will be fine. Undecided, Inoki placed his hopes on a Ponzi scheme. In the Hidden Cloud Village, after reviewing Konoha's intelligence, the third AI angrily smashed the table in front of him. Konoha's making money again, Lord Raikage, don't be angry, our Kumo village is no worse off than Konoha. Mr. Pangzi notified us yesterday to collect our profits. This time, combined with the commissions from recruiting people, it's over $1 billion, the finance minister, standing by, comforted the third AI. The tables in the conference room were being replaced more and more frequently. In the past, the third AI would smash them when angry, but now he does it when happy too. His reasoning was that Kumo village was making a fortune, and they didn't need the tables. Should we keep on reinvesting the profits? The finance minister asked the third AI if he wanted to continue investing the profits. Kumo village had already made 2 or 3 additional investments. Why not? Once the daimyo's financial funds come in next year, we'll have to regularly add funds. Konoha's total funding already far exceeds ours. We can't just focus on the small profits now. We, Kumo village, must make a fortune and surpass Konoha. The third generation AI is ambitious and envisions a bright future. He wants to surpass Konoha's funding. Yes, Lord Raikage, time flies, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha is thriving, and everything is moving in a good direction. The underground laboratory of the Uchiha clan Tobirama, are you sure this sealing technique can really seal Black Zetsu? We only have one chance. If we don't catch it, Black Zetsu will probably flee Konoha in horror, and then hide somewhere in the ninja world until I die. Uchiha Non looked at the ninjutsu in his hand and couldn't help but grumble a few words. Humph, this is the sealing technique that I have painstakingly researched for several months. It has mastered the essence of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Instead of worrying about whether this sealing technique will work, I am more worried about whether you can learn my sealing technique with your talent. The threshold of this technique is not low, Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. He was very confident in the sealing technique he invented. He was still questioning Uchiha Nan's talent in his words. Tisk, who are you looking down on? Uchiha Nan took a look at the sealing technique. The complicated sealing spell gave Uchiha Nan a headache. He was not good at sealing techniques, but Senju Tobirama had said so. Then Uchiha Nan would definitely not give in. It's nothing more than a harder time during this period in focusing on the sealing technique. Humph, I hope so. But if you can't learn it by then, as long as you ask me, I will teach you. Senju Tobirama still had a cold face, but his tone revealed full of expectations. Ever since he was resurrected by Uchiha Nan, he has always been humiliated and suffered, and he has not gained any advantage. This extremely difficult sealing technique may make him proud. Tisk, wishful thinking, Uchiha Nan rolled his eyes at Senju Tobirama. This old demon Senju, who was born evil, was still so restless. However, Uchiha Nan did not come here to quarrel with Senju Tobirama this time, although they would quarrel inexplicably every time they chatted. The Anbu ninjas who went to the land of demons have returned. They successfully helped the contemporary shrine maiden to reseal the monster, and brought a small gift to Uchiha Non, the soul fragment of the monster. Tobirama, look at this, the soul fragment of the monster in the land of demons. Uchiha Non carefully opened the sealing scroll, and the sealing scroll emitted light, forming a protective shield. There was a sticky thing inside that kept hitting the sealing barrier, but the sealing scroll was affixed with an amulet given by the contemporary shrine maiden, so that the ghost would be burned every time it touched it. Ghost? The monster that has been sealed by the shrine maidens of the demon kingdom for generations, where did you get it from? This monster is very dangerous. Senju Tobirama remembered the rumors about ghosts. This monster, which had existed for an unknown period of time, almost destroyed the world with countless puppet armies in a very distant era. Don't worry, I know what's going on. This is just a part of the ghost. Its body has been sealed by the contemporary shrine maiden. I asked the dark ninja to cut off this part of the fragment using the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Uchiha Non waved his hand and ignored Senju Tobirama's warning. No matter how powerful Wulian was, he was just a small scoundrel. If he really had the ability to destroy the world, he would have come out to make trouble long ago. So, what do you want to do? Senju Tobirama stared at Uchiha Non, feeling uneasy in his heart. Someone seemed to be in trouble. Wonglian claims to have endless puppet soldiers. Of course, this is just Wulian flattering himself. His puppet army is limited in number, but the puppets can be quickly repaired with the help of Wulian's power. So, you want me to help you control Wulian's puppet army? Senju Tobirama followed Uchiha Nan's thoughts this time and immediately told Uchiha Nan's purpose. The answer is correct, but there is no reward. Uchiha Nan snapped his fingers, patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder, and handed this difficult task to him. Also, I want to remind you that the fragments of Wulian can communicate with humans. Its chakra has the ability to bewitch people and brainwash people. Be careful not to fall into it, otherwise, I will have to help you clean up your ass. Humph. You fart. You should worry about yourself. Be careful that you have been caught. Senju Tobirama fought back stubbornly, but his expression still revealed a look of worry. If Uchiha Non was really bewitched by a dangerous monster like Wulian, it would not only be Konoha that would suffer, but the entire ninja world would be in trouble. Humph, Wulian's little tricks have no effect at all in front of my eyes. Uchiha Nan's black pupils turned into sickle-shaped patterns, and the extremely powerful pupil power surged out. The flexible fragments of the monsters shrank into a ball all of a sudden, and were extremely afraid of this pupil power. Tobirama, you see, this guy has experienced the power of the Sharingan, and he is already a little PTSD. Okay, put away your main Decay Sharingan, and stop showing off. Senju Tobirama looked at the shrunken soul fragments of the monster, and he was immediately furious. It's just the power of the main Decay Sharingan, and you are scared like this. I thought you were so cruel. You spineless thing. I, Senju Tobirama, despise monsters like you the most. You just envy the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Non glanced at Senju Tobirama with disdain and put away his main Decay Sharingan. There are double-digit Uchiha who died in my hands, and one of them has a main Decay Sharingan. I would envy the Sharingan. Nonsense, let me tell you, the Senju clan is the natural nemesis of the Uchiha. Senju Tobirama felt Uchiha Nan's disdainful look and showed his own record directly. He talked about the glorious record of single-handedly killing Uchiha Izuna like a treasure, and then he became more and more excited. That's too much? If you really have the guts, I will release you from control immediately. Uchiha Madara is playing games in the arcade of Konoha now. Do you dare to repeat the glorious record you just mentioned in front of him? Uchiha Non directly brought out Uchiha Madara to suppress Senju Tobirama. In the past, Senju Tobirama had always been hiding behind his eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, chattering at Uchiha Madara, and occasionally throwing two shurikens with detonating tags to interfere with the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama had done this kind of rubbish more than once, and each time he was repelled by Senju Hashirama, but he never changed his ways. He said that he wanted to protect his eldest brother. If Senju Hashirama was not there, and Senju Tobirama met Uchiha Madara alone, he would definitely use Flying Thunder God to escape without saying a word. Uchiha Madara, I guarantee to kill him. Senju Tobirama, I guarantee to die. Why shouldn't I dare? I want him to taste the power of Flying Thunder God / Senju Tobirama was choked for a moment, but after a few seconds he realized that he could not show his cowardice. Being tough is your last stubbornness. Uchiha Non sneered, and raised his middle finger to Senju Tobirama as he spoke. Senju Tobirama was anxious but in vain. Uchiha Non once again used the impure world reincarnation seal to calm Senju Tobirama down. Okay, it's really boring to be anxious every time. If you envy the power of the Sharingan, just admit it. No one will laugh at you. In this ninja world, which ninja doesn't envy the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Huh? I don't like it. I'm not envious. They are them, and I am me. Senju Tobirama shook his head repeatedly to deny it. Uchiha Non looked at Senju Tobirama seriously as he was quibbling there, with the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. The air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Chapter 187 Uchiha Non, Tobirama, the way you complain sounds like you are acting like a spoiled child. Hokage-sama, what happened? Why are you laughing so happily? Orochimaru had just returned to the laboratory when he saw Uchiha Non laughing loudly. He subconsciously asked. But as soon as he said it, Orochimaru regretted it. Senju Tobirama had a gloomy face and said nothing. The accumulated anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Even the aftermath of the eruption would affect Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a good seedling. Senju Tobirama valued him very much and cultivated Orochimaru with all his heart. He even intended for Orochimaru to inherit his mantle. If Orochimaru had been born a dozen years earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have had to step aside. However, Senju Tobirama was a famous teacher and a strict teacher. He was even more strict with outstanding students. The methods he used to teach Orochimaru were even more varied. The punishment for failing each assessment was not physical harm, but more mental harm. Senju Tobirama's tongue was like poison. Every time Orochimaru failed an exam, he would be scolded until he questioned his own life. He needed at least a day or two to recover, until he saw Jiraiya, and only then would Orochimaru's psychological trauma begin to heal. Of course, there was no need to argue with this, only a strict teacher could produce a good student. But not everyone had the opportunity to gain Senju Tobirama's favor. Orochimaru, I'll be checking on your training over the next couple of days. I hope you won't disappoint me. Senju Tobirama gave Orochimaru a kind smile. Fine, Orochimaru grimaced and nodded slowly, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. Why had he chosen this time to come back? Why had he been so nosy? HMPH, bullying your own students is nothing. Uchiha Non curled his lips and snorted. None of your business. I'm teaching my own apprentice, so it's not your place to interfere. Orochimaru watched as a new round of arguments was about to begin, and the focus of the argument was still on himself. If nothing unexpected happened, his master, Senju Tobirama, would definitely be the one to suffer the defeat. And the unfortunate person who would ultimately bear his master's wrath would be. Run. Orochimaru scurried away from this scene of trouble. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Uchiha Non didn't want to waste time with Senju Tobirama and immediately brought the conversation back to Wulian. Wulian's tireless stone puppets had Uchiha Non envious. The construction site was desperately in need of laborers to carry out plastering. Building a railway could be done with ninjas, but Uchiha Kusunoki wanted to build a railway throughout the Land of Fire, and in the future, even connect the entire ninja world, establishing a comprehensive logistics system. This massive undertaking couldn't be accomplished by just a handful of ninjas, it would require tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of men. Ordinary people couldn't work fast enough to meet Uchiha Kusunoki's needs, and who knew how many ordinary people would die on the railway? Whether using ordinary people or ninjas, the cost of labor and compensation for human lives was enormous. Who knew how much money that would cost? Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want to pay that. Currently, only the puppet soldiers of the Wulian could perfectly meet Uchiha Kusunoki's needs. Of course, Senju Tobirama's impure world reincarnation could be accomplished, but its drawbacks were numerous. Even if Uchiha Kusunoki abandoned his moral integrity and madly dug up graves, completely ignoring ethical and moral issues, he still needed to solve the problem of sacrifices. Konoha prison certainly didn't have enough death row inmates. He couldn't just round up ordinary people for sacrifice. That would be a disguised massacre, and the cost would be prohibitive. Uchiha Kusunoki simply wanted to save costs, not become an executioner or a tyrant with no regard for human life. Konoha's higher-ranking officials wouldn't agree to his proposal, preferring to pay more for hired labor. You want to use the puppets that Wulian uses to destroy the world as laborers? No, sure, Senju Tobirama was accustomed to Uchiha Kusunoki's whims. At least this time, Uchiha Kusunoki's use of Wulian's puppet soldiers wasn't as grotesque as his use of Zero Tail. Making the villagers of Konoha, the people of the ninja world, spend money to resolve their negative emotions, and then more vigorously swing their hoes in the fields, and sweat in the factories driving screws. What the hell? This time, Uchiha Kusunoki did a good deed, perhaps alleviating his guilt. Although Uchiha Kusunoki's original intention was simply to reduce costs and increase efficiency, Senju Tobirama still felt uneasy. What will the future of the ninja world be like because of Uchiha Kusunoki? Don't act like you're just going through the motions, you need to find a way to deal with the bullying issue as soon as possible. Orochimaru's construction site is short on manpower, and Wulian's stone puppets are perfect for the hard labor. Orochimaru is in charge of the railway project, and if he does this job well, it will solidify his position within Konoha's upper echelons. It's not easy for a commoner ninja like him to gain access to Konoha's inner circle through nepotism. You and I are both from the ninja clan, so I don't need to explain some things. You know better than I do how the ninja clan treats commoners. Uchiha Kusunoki's tone was heavy. A few years ago, Uchiha Kusunoki used his prestige, power, and wealth to pave the way for the opening of some of the clan's most cherished ninjutsu. He opened all ninja schools to commoners for free, something not even Senju Tobirama could do. After all, this was a move that would have cost the clan its wealth, and Senju Tobirama still relied on Konoha's ninja clan to fight and protect Konoha. While Konoha's ninja clan remained silent regarding Uchiha Kusunoki's transgressions, they could still redirect their firepower towards civilian ninja. If they couldn't control the Hokage, how could they possibly stop you, a civilian ninja? Uchiha Kusunoki had long noticed the ninja clan's disdain for civilian ninja. While this wasn't expressed outwardly, it was undeniable. Their daily behavior favored the clan's younger members, a stance that only intensified over time. For example, simple, high-paying missions were always taken by the clan's ninja clan members, while the more difficult ones were beyond the reach of the civilian ninja. This was precisely why Uchiha Kusunoki was always willing to pay them back, using his financial resources to mitigate the conflict. As for the clan's systematic exclusion of civilian ninja, Uchiha Kusunoki could only temporarily turn a blind eye and offer some money to appease them. After all, Konoha needed the clan's strength, and there was no way they would oppose themselves. While civilian ninja were once scarce, Konoha could afford the money. That was no longer the case. The number of civilian ninja in Konoha is surging. Uchiha Kusunoki's investment in the education system is not in vain. Ninja schools are expanding annually. In a few years, the number of civilian ninja will catch up to that of the clan ninja, and then surpass them by a wide margin. This pace is 20 years faster than during Sarutobi Hiruzen's time, perhaps even faster. Sooner or later, Konoha's finances will be strained by these civilian ninja. The clan will want to cut these subsidies, believing that civilian ninja are not worth the money. The civilian ninja, however, will feel that the subsidies are too little and will turn their backs on the clan. As long as Uchiha Kusunoki is in power, no one dares to openly engage in conflict, but infighting is inevitable. This is the ninja world's version of the struggle between the aristocratic families and the humble. No, the humble are still a clan, it's a struggle between the aristocratic families and the common people. When Uchiha Kusunoki initially proposed expanding the Ninja Academy, the Konoha clan's leadership didn't object, as the ninjas' numbers were in dire need of reinforcement. However, as Uchiha Kusunoki increased his investment in civilian ninja, whether it was funding, secret medicine, or even ninjutsu, the clan quickly came to their senses. Within a few years, perhaps even a decade, the power of these once despised civilian ninja would surpass that of the clan. The clan's advantage lay in the superior talent of its members, who previously enjoyed access to training resources and a barrier to ninjutsu. However, this barrier was gradually eroded by Uchiha Kusunoki's financial resources. In the future, the clan's advantage would be limited to talent, while the civilian ninja's advantage would remain solely their numbers. A large base. But don't underestimate this. A large base means that there will be a continuous stream of geniuses, and sometimes there will be tough guys who appear out of nowhere, such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Nagata, the Sunday Mizukage, Might Guy, and Might Guy. I understand, Senju Tobirama nodded. This involved the future of his favorite disciple. Uchiha Kusunoki also took the opportunity to tell Senju Tobirama about some problems that would arise in Konoha in the future, hoping that he would temporarily serve as his military advisor. My brother and I have considered this issue a long time ago. Let the ninja clan integrate with civilian ninjas, and then through constant intermarriage, the concept of ninja clans will disappear. It's a pity that my brother died too early. Before I could take action on all this, the First Shinobi World War began. Speaking of which, your Uchiha clan is the culprit. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's madness and fighting with my brother at the Valley of the End, my brother would have been seriously injured in a life and death struggle. Uchiha Madara also faked his death to escape, which caused my brother to be depressed and later even had the intention of committing suicide. Otherwise, with my brother's recovery ability, he would definitely be alive now. Senju Tobirama followed the topic and skillfully began to throw dirty water on the Uchiha clan. Although what he said was all true, Senju Hashirama's death was indeed too outrageous, and his body cells were still alive after death. This is simply outrageous, it's outrageous to the extreme. But Senju Hashirama was indeed dead. His belief in survival was completely destroyed by Uchiha Madara's death. But Uchiha non definitely wouldn't recognize him, not even if he was beaten to death. Don't blame others so easily. Then tell me why Uchiha Madara left Konoha, why he abandoned Konoha that he and the Shodaime had worked so hard to build. Is there a treacherous villain secretly instigating it? I ask you, Senju Tobirama, who killed whom? Was it Uchiha Madara who killed the Shodaime-sama? I don't think so. Senju Tobirama's forehead was sweating. How could this happen to him again? I excluded Uchiha Madara for Konoha? It couldn't be that I killed my elder brother Senju Hashirama. Ahem, this issue. Let the past be the past. We should think about the future. Think about how to make Konoha more prosperous. Senju Tobirama, the white-haired old ghost with evil nature, immediately changed the subject when he saw that the situation was not good. This matter can't be argued about forever. Some things don't weigh 4 taels if they are not weighed, but if they are weighed, they can't be weighed 1,000 pounds. That's good to know. Don't bother me with those trivial matters from the past. Senju Tobirama nodded, feeling guilty. You and the Shodaime-sama's plan is completely unworkable. I can't allow the children of the Bloodline Ninja clan to marry commoners. That would lower the bloodline of the Bloodline Ninja clan. Uchiha non rejected Senju Tobirama's suggestion without a second thought. What do you mean? You've spent so much money on Commoner Ninja, and now the Ninja Academy is expanding its enrollment. The number of Commoner Ninja is constantly increasing. How else can we ease the conflict between Commoner Ninja clans and Commoner Ninja clans besides this? This is called the trend of the times. Do you want to see Konoha's Commoner Ninjas fight against Konoha's own clans? Senju Tobirama grew anxious. When it came to Konoha's future, he was always so impatient. Those esoteric families might be okay, but the Bloodline Ninja clan definitely can't. They'll have to fight the Otsutsuki invasion in the future. Uchiha Kusunoki quickly shut up. He hadn't yet shared this information with Senju Tobirama. The Otsutsuki clan would invade the ninja world in a few decades. While it wasn't a pressing matter, it was important to prepare for it. The Otsutsuki clan were formidable, and their numbers were unknown. Even if he achieved the 6th path level and ate the chakra fruit, facing the hordes of Otsutsuki clan alone, he would likely be defeated. Bloodline ninja clans intermarry, constantly exchanging bloodlines, creating several younger Otsutsuki clans, and slowly finding ways to return to their ancestral lineage. Practicing Sage Mode always fills the gaps in the ninja world's top combat power. At the very least, it wouldn't be like Boruto, where the Otsutsuki invaded and only Naruto and Sasuke were left standing, only to be surrounded and kicked out. And that was just the strength of Otsutsuki Ishiki alone. Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't watched much of Boruto's plot, barely remembering it. But regardless, allowing the Bloodline Ninja to integrate with the civilian population was self-destructive. The Otsutsuki clan has invaded. How many things are you hiding from me? Senju Tobirama, hearing something he shouldn't have, his face darkened. He knew Uchiha Kusunoki was hiding a ton of secrets. Why are you asking so many questions? You can't solve these problems. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want to dwell on the issue, but Senju Tobirama kept nagging. How do you know I can't solve them? I'm Senju Tobirama, Konoha's 2nd generation Hokage, the strongest in the world. I'm telling you, Uchiha Kusunoki, I hate that look of yours the most. You look down on me, innately evil Uchiha brat. Uchiha Kusunoki impatiently scratched his ear with his fingers. Tobirama, you're complaining like you're acting like a spoiled brat. Also, Senju Tobirama, stop talking nonsense. I said you can't do it, and you can't do it. Even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were at their peak, they wouldn't be able to stop a chariot. All you have to do now is obey orders. Chapter 188. As long as you work hard, you will succeed. This is Konoha Dream. Big Brother and Uchiha Madara joining forces is nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Senju Tobirama's face changed. He had witnessed the earth-shattering battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama firsthand, the endless sea of trees that blocked out the sun, the giant Buddha and Susanoo towering hundreds of meters high. Even the aftermath of the battle could easily shift the terrain. And that was Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, two separate enemies. If Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces, with Susanoo and the giant Buddha, no one in the ninja world could stop them. But Senju Tobirama hadn't expected the Otsutsuki clan Uchiha Kusunoki mentioned to be so formidable. Even Big Brother and Uchiha Madara combined were no match. Yet, Uchiha Kusunoki nodded, recalling the highlights from the Boruto anime. Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo, empowered by a single Rinnegan pupil, was shattered by a single kick from Otsutsuki Aishiki. At this point, Otsutsuki was barely surviving, only half crippled. If Otsutsuki was at his peak upon arriving on Earth, Uchiha Kusunoki's strength would be hard to imagine. So, whether it was Hashirama Senju's Great Buddha or Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, a single kick would be enough to defeat the Otsutsuki clan's stat-crazed hordes. Only a six-pathed level warrior could stand a chance. Then why would the Otsutsuki invade the ninja world? They're so powerful. What's in our ninja world worth their while? What are they planning on? Senju Tobirama was a brilliant man, his reputation as the ninja world's foremost scientist well-deserved. He quickly realized the Otsutsuki's invasion was motivated by a desire to seize something from the ninja world. Keep it a secret for now, Uchiha Kusunoki said, shaking his head as he sat on the sofa. The Otsutsuki's goal was simple, to plant trees on this planet. Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't yet shared this information with Senju Tobirama, but he'd let it slip today. The more he spoke to Senju Tobirama, the more he'd reveal. Every piece of information was inextricably linked, and he'd definitely get to the bottom of it. But how could he possibly do that? He had to maintain a certain level of mystery around Senju Tobirama. Asshole, Uchiha Kusunoki, you know the terrifying power of the Otsutsuki clan, yet you're still hiding it? Do you want the ninja world to be destroyed by your hands? Senju Tobirama's face was filled with anxiety, fuming over Uchiha Kusunoki's riddle-like behavior. This naturally evil Uchiha brat was as annoying as ever. Telling you is pointless. I've already told you that even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha combined are a match for the might of a chariot. Your strength is practically negligible compared to them, but I'm in a good mood today, so I can share one more piece of information with you. Their invasion won't happen for decades, at least 40 or 50 years. I was already over 60 at that time. I had enjoyed money, wealth, beauty, and supreme power. It was a very fulfilling life. I have lived a fulfilling life, and, Tobirama, you must believe in the wisdom of future generations. They will find a way to solve it. Uchiha Kusunoki pretended to be nonchalant. I believe you MLGB. Senju Tobirama pointed at Uchiha Kusunoki and cursed. Senju Momoka, this prodigal son, is so useless that he almost brought disaster to the Senju clan. His descendants are probably not much better. If they are expected to fight against the Otsutsuki clan, then the ninja world will surely be finished. Okay, Uchiha Kusunoki. So you had this idea in mind. You enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory and don't care about your future generations. You even said something like believe in the wisdom of future generations. You can even say such nonsense. I have misjudged you. Then why am I still working so hard in this lab, to contribute to your wealth and glory? I quit. Uchiha Non saw that Senju Tobirama was about to throw up his hands, so he quickly stopped smiling. He had just been joking, but he didn't expect Senju Tobirama to want to go on strike. That won't do. Tobirama, why are you like a woman? You get angry over a little joke. I am the third Hokage of Konoha. How can I ignore the future of Konoha? Don't worry, everything is under my control. Uchiha Non coaxed Senju Tobirama, calmed his emotions, and made promises to Senju Tobirama with a serious face. Huh? You know what's good for you? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. Uchiha Non, this bastard, had to make him angry to feel comfortable. He was really an evil Uchiha brat by nature. Then how are you going to deal with the Otsutsuki clan? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Kusunoki with a serious expression and continued to discuss business. Uchiha Kusunoki faltered for a moment. He really didn't know how to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. He hadn't read much of Boruto, and the manga wasn't finished yet. He had messed up the storyline of this world. The only way to deal with the Otsutsuki clan was to fight them head-on, Not even with words. And his current strength couldn't even match that of Uchiha Madara. To face the Otsutsuki, he had to at least reach the 6th path level. There was only one way to reach the 6th path level: open the Rinnegan, summon the outer path demon statue, capture the 9-tailed beasts, and then become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The conditions for opening the Rinnegan were so demanding, and only Uchiha Madara had ever succeeded. He probably had no chance, and could only rely on the system. Now Senju Tobirama asked him to reveal a solution to the Otsutsuki. Please, just to comfort you, Senju Tobirama, why did you take it so seriously? And you just said you had everything under control. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened, furious. How much truth did Uchiha Kusunoki actually say? I'm not saying this to comfort you. The Otsutsuki clan is so powerful. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama combined are no match for them. What can I do? Uchiha Kusunoki said helplessly, spreading his hands. But I've been working hard. I've been increasing Konoha's strength as much as possible, expanding the number of ninjas, and selecting talents from among them, such as Orochimaru. And I also completed the Hashirama cell experiments. Senju Tobirama corrected Uchiha Nan's statement. It was done by the two of us, okay? You were in charge of technical research, and I was responsible for providing logistical support. All experimental resources were provided by me, especially the most critical cells of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Huh? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, agreeing with Uchiha Nan's statement. I also tried to let the bloodline ninja clans intermarry. For example, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Our two families are direct descendants of the 6 Paths sage. Intermarriage between the two clans may give birth to a genius who surpasses me. Or even surpasses Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. We need to allow the Uchiha clan to intermarry with the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha clan to intermarry with the Hyuga clan. Just like how you cultivate cells, the best talents of each bloodline ninja clan will be combined, and their children's talents will definitely not be bad. By cultivating them like this, generation after generation, we will definitely be able to create. Uchiha Kusunoki expressed his thoughts. By cultivating talents like this, generation after generation, sooner or later one day, the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki will be created. Oh, that's not right. Why are the Uchiha clans combining with other bloodline ninja clans? Senju Tobirama found something wrong. Of course it's because the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is invincible in the world. Senju Tobirama wanted to curse again after hearing this. Just kidding, Tobirama, I will definitely take into account the combination of multiple families, Uchiha Kusunoki added with a grin. So, do your best and leave the rest to fate. As for what will happen in 40 or 50 years, I'm not the Sage of 6 Paths. How can I guarantee it to you? Besides, the Sage of 6 Paths can't do it if my efforts are useless. Then I can only believe in the wisdom of future generations. After Uchiha Nan finished speaking, he lay on the sofa, looking like a lazy fish. Senju Tobirama was not angry when he heard the same sentence. What Senju Tobirama wanted was an attitude. And Senju Tobirama did not believe that Uchiha Nan had only done this. He must have made other preparations without telling him, just like the secrets hidden in his stomach, which he liked to hide from him. So, what exactly does the Otsutsuki clan want to plot against the ninja world? Senju Tobirama still did not give up and wanted to get the information hidden by Uchiha Nan. Didn't I say to keep it secret for the time being? Uchiha Nan chose to stick to the bottom line. Asshole, you have no conscience. I helped you do experiments for 24 hours, working overtime, and you even hid such important information from me. You didn't treat me as your own person at all. Who made you Senju Tobirama? Tobirama, I know you too well. As long as you catch the slightest chance to take the initiative, you will take the risk and try, and then find a way to kick me out of the position of the 3rd Hokage. I must be on guard against you a little bit. Uchiha Nan glanced at Senju Tobirama. You old dare, you keep calling me an innately evil Uchiha brat. How can I consider you as my own? Humph. Senju Tobirama snorted with a wry smile and did not continue to question Uchiha Nan. The Uchiha Nan in front of him really knew him well. As long as there was a little chance that the situation between him and Uchiha Nan could be reversed, he would definitely take the risk and try, and then make Uchiha Nan work like a slave for him, and also dig out all the secrets in Uchiha Nan's belly. Let's put the matter of the Otsutsuki clan aside for now. Instead of worrying about the distant future, it is better to do the things in front of us, such as the puppet soldiers of the ghosts. I know. I will solve it as soon as possible. Senju Tobirama nodded and said. Tobirama, You are not doing this just for Orochimaru. Using puppet soldiers to do hard labor can save a lot of money. I plan to leave this money for you to do experiments. Uchiha planned to use his money ability to speed up Senju Tobirama's work efficiency. Haha, thank you. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes at Uchiha. Although it felt great to have sufficient funds for experiments, the final experimental results were taken away by Uchiha, and he worked in vain. It was only for Konoha that he was willing to work like a slave. You're welcome, Uchiha said with a smile. Uchiha was relieved to see that he had finally fooled the Otsutsuki clan. So Uchiha continued to discuss with Senju Tobirama how to resolve the conflict between the ninja family and the civilian ninja. You really know how to give me a difficult problem. Senju Tobirama thought for a while. His tone was very helpless. In the past, the ninja clan fought for interests as a family unit, which had already constrained Senju Tobirama in many ways. Now Uchiha is committed to promoting intermarriage among the blood successor clans, and the blood successor clans are united. How can this balance the contradictions between the blood successor clans and civilian ninjas? The blood successor clans will only become stronger and stronger. This is indeed a problem, but it is for a more distant future. Uchiha did not change his mind. Seeing that Senju Tobirama was frowning, Uchiha comforted him and said, at least Konoha is still in its rising period. Not only have I made the cake bigger, I also plan to eliminate the nobles who have been eating the cake in the past. The remains of these people are enough for our group of ninjas to enjoy for a long time. Senju Tobirama nodded, his brows relaxed. It was too early to worry about this matter now, just like it was too early to worry about the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. Konoha's cake was not too little to eat. Next year, Konoha's first batch of 4-year ninjas will graduate. In addition to combat ninjas, there are also functional ninjas. The combat ninjas still make a living by performing missions like the ninjas in the past. They are almost all children of the ninja clan. To cultivate their combat capabilities, bloodshed is necessary, and those civilian ninjas of the functional department, I want to transfer them to Konoha's companies. According to their professions, they can become managers, engineers, and researchers of the company. Those with low abilities can go to the factory to be a small leader, and if they have strong abilities, they can continue to be promoted. I plan to put the ninja clan and civilian ninjas in 2 systems, similar to the ninja village system established by the first generation, and implement a system of separation of military and political power. Uchiha expressed his thoughts. If all the ninjas of Konoha rely on missions to make a living, there will definitely not be enough missions, and the ninjas of the ninja clan will grab all the missions. Konoha must arrange new jobs for civilian ninjas. The new generation of ninjas does not have the old-fashioned thinking of the older generation of ninjas. Ninjas can only be used as tools and survive by completing missions. Uchiha's ideological education in the ninja school was not in vain. He has been paving the way for this day to come for a long time. Orochimaru is a perfect example. He is not like the older generation of ninjas who have to complete missions, and then be promoted from Jonin to Chunin, and then from Chunin to Jonin, and then slowly become a senior official of Konoha. Orochimaru became a senior official of Konoha by completing Konoha's special project plan. This kind of thing should be vigorously publicized, and Orochimaru is a civilian ninja. His identity is correct. This is the realization of the Konoha dream. Uchiha wanted to establish Orochimaru as a role model, a classic example that civilian ninjas can also make a name for themselves in Konoha and become high-ranking officials in Konoha. Uchiha had already thought of the headlines about Orochimaru. As long as you work hard, you will succeed. This is the Konoha dream. Moreover, after these civilian ninjas have been honed in the company, they can also transform into officials who manage the Land of Fire and form a national administrative system. Uchiha has not yet decided what kind of national system should be used to manage this ninja world. After all, the situation in the Land of Fire is quite complicated, with capital, supernatural powers, and feudal forces. If the ninja world is unified in the future, it will definitely be more troublesome. I hope that Hanzo of the Land of Rain can set an example for Uchiha. Uchiha and Senju Tobirama chatted for a long time. Chapter 189, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan have been friendly for generations, and family marriage is the best proof. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already late autumn. Unknowingly, another year is coming to an end. Konoha is developing step by step and is thriving. Uchiha slacks off in the office every day, and occasionally sneaks out to date 4 or 5 men using his shadow clones. Tsune's growth period seems to have really arrived. When she pounces on him, he feels a soft touch, but Tsunade sometimes uses too much force, and Uchiha Non is worried that his clone will be turned into smoke by Tsunade. That would be the end of it. His real body is naturally with Uchiha Hikari. She has the Sharingan, and Uchiha Non dare not bet that his clone technique can deceive Uchiha Hikari, but every time he dates Uchiha Hikari, he can feel a sense of being watched. Of course, this does not only refer to Black Zetsu, but also Uchiha Madara. This old perverted guy. Sometimes, Uchiha Non considered contacting Uchiha Madara and exposing his shoddy disguise. He spent his days in Konoha Park chatting up old stories of the ninja world with a group of retired men, exclaiming about the invincibility of the Uchiha Sharingan, yet he refused to admit he was an Uchiha. That arrogant tone, that classic hairstyle, that ancestral laugh. You're not an Uchiha? Who would believe you? Lately, he's been hanging around with Uchiha Hikaru, and Uchiha Tomita even quietly asked Uchiha Non if he'd brought this old man back from the outside. Why not just return to his roots? There's no need to keep wandering around Konoha. Anyone who didn't know would think the Uchiha clan was abusing their elders. Uchiha Non could only help Uchiha Madara conceal his identity. He let him do what he wanted in Konoha, just don't mess with him. But the fact that Uchiha Madara had spied on him on a date was too much. Perhaps he should resurrect the shot aimed through the impure world reincarnation to draw some of the firepower for himself. As the succubus of special attack Uchiha Madara, a simple gesture from him would guarantee that Uchiha would be completely captivated and would never again pester Uchiha Hikaru to teach him his nonsense love theories. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Uchiha Non. The moment Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara met, it was pure chemistry. No one could predict what would happen. As the saying goes, it's better to be still than to act. If he disrupted Konoha's peaceful life because of a whim, it would be more trouble than gain. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, this document concerns the assignment of graduating Ninja Academy students to their teams, the instructors, and the corporate internship plan for students in the specialized classes for the first half of next year. Narashikeon handed a plan to Uchiha Non, who carefully reviewed it from beginning to end. There was nothing much to say about the combat-oriented students. It was best to stick to the training plan originally designed by Tobirama Senju. The only difference is that Uchiha Kusunoki implemented the plan proposed by Tsunade in the original novel, actively promoting the training of medical ninjas from the very beginning of the Ninja Academy, striving to ensure that at least one of each three-person team was a medical ninja. However, this vision is currently unattainable. The bar for becoming a medical ninja is extremely high, requiring not only mastery of medical ninjutsu but also extensive knowledge of medical science. A qualified medical ninja is a highly sought-after commodity in Konoha. Only elite teams among the graduating class are entitled to the privilege of having a medical ninja on their team. The development of functional ninjas is a key focus of Uchiha Kusunoki's new ninja policy for Konoha. Narashikeon is well aware of this. As the Hokage's chief secretary, a personally promoted assistant to the Hokage, and his most trusted confidant, he is determined not to let the Hokage's new policy fail. He not only led his team through the night to develop the plan, but also conducted on-site inspections of Konoha companies. Just follow this plan. Uchiha Non showed a satisfied smile after reading the plan. He really didn't make a mistake in choosing the right person. The plan is similar to the Rabbit Country's past system of guaranteed job placement after graduation. Upon graduation, students are sent to Konoha's companies, and Konoha's companies are in urgent need of such talents. After all, even the worst students in the ninja school have been screened. The worst are at the level of Jinan, who can read and write and know ninjutsu. The average quality has surpassed 90% of ordinary people in the ninja world. These high-quality talents are exactly what Konoha's companies need. Hokage, the first batch of exchange students from the Sands Village is about to expire. According to the agreement, Konoha's exchange student training program is only 2 years. Once this year ends, the students from the Sands Village will also go back after graduation next year. Narashikato took this opportunity to mention the students sent by the Sands Village. Time flies. Lu Yuan, how are the students in Sands Village doing now? A small group of students have applied to extend their studies, hoping to stay in Konoha for 2 more years. According to Ambu Intelligence, they've formed a small group in the room, denouncing the Sands Village's training system as backward, bloody, and exploitative. Uchiha Kusunoki piqued his interest, having anticipated this situation. Given the harsh and barren living conditions of Sand Village, The ninja school's educational system must be intensive, with brutal teaching methods imbued with a wild and primitive beauty. The core purpose of ninja school is to quickly train students into capable tools for missions. Upon graduation, students can support themselves and contribute to the village. As the saying goes, if I had never seen the light, I could have endured a darkness. After witnessing Konoha's system, its teaching environment, and its living standards, Sand Village, compared to Konoha, is utterly rotten. Uchiha Kusunoki's persistent promotion of ideological education also played a significant role. Students from the Sand Village began to reflect on the village's ninja training system. Ninjas shouldn't be tools. Anything else, students from the Sand Village, from an ordinary background, with decent talent, named Tusha. His mother died young, and his father died on a mission last year. Last month, he privately approached a staff member from the education department and subtly expressed his desire to join Konoha. Good vision. It's a pity Konoha won't accept him, otherwise the Sand Village would definitely want. However, after the student returns to the Sand Village, you can keep in touch, if necessary. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I've already made arrangements. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, feeling a surge of anticipation. He hoped something interesting would happen after these exchange students returned to the Sand Village, especially since some of them were children of high-ranking officials. I hope these students from the Sand Village can bring true freedom to the ninjas of the Sand Village, Uchiha Kusunoki said with a serious smile. Nara Shikeon echoed this, while inwardly observing a 3-second silence for the Sand Village. Hokage-sama, what about the students of the Uzumaki clan? What should be done with them? Should they graduate next year with the students of the Sand Village and return to Whirlpool Island? Nara Shikeon looked at Uchiha Kusunoki, seeking his opinion. The Hokage before him was a man of unwavering resolve. Don't even think of taking advantage of him. If you give something for free, you'll ultimately lose more. For example, the Sand Village's economy has been nearly completely devoured by Konoha. All food and drink is supplied by Konoha's companies. With a single order from the Hokage, the Sand Village could be left without a livelihood, leaving even food a struggle. Konoha now provides the Uzumaki clan with a massive annual subsidy. Even when the first Hokage, Hoshirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were Hokage, they didn't treat the Uzumaki clan as generously as Uchiha Kusunoki did. What will become of the Uzumaki clan? Tisk tisk tisk. It's hard to say. Nara Shikeon also observed a 3-second moment of silence for the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Kusunoki frowned, his hands unconsciously drumming on the table. Have any of the Uzumaki clan's children had problems with premature love lately? Puppy love? Nara Shikeon was stunned, unsure why Uchiha Kusunoki became so concerned. Could students falling in love at a ninja academy really be considered premature love? Even in Konoha, there were cases of students getting married upon graduation. What's so surprising about falling in love? This kind of thing is completely normal, even the teachers at the ninja academy turn a blind eye. That's probably a problem. Nara Shikeon was too busy to even care about such a small matter, so he could only give Uchiha Kusunoki a vague answer. How can you be so careless about something like this? Nara Shikeon's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect Uchiha Kusunoki to say such a thing. I need to have a serious discussion with the Uzumaki children and their parents about this. Uchiha Kusunoki quickly gathered the Uzumaki children and their parents. Children, next year, when you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you will officially become adults. You will also leave Konoha and return to your home island of Whirlpool. Uchiha Kusunoki's simple opening remarks caused the Uzumaki members' faces to change. They had grown accustomed to life in Konoha, and the thought of returning to the Uzumaki clan's tiny island was truly unbearable. If they had a choice, they would definitely want to continue living in Konoha. It's just that the Uzumaki clan sent them to study in Konoha, expecting them to return and rebuild their homeland. Once their study period was over, they would obediently return to the Uzumaki clan's island. After some pleasantries, Uchiha Kusunoki turned to serious matters, rarely asking about the Uzumaki children's relationships. How many of these children were actually in relationships? Singles, please raise your hands. A few or two raised their hands, but only a small fraction of the total. Even Uchiha hadn't imagined the power of youthful hormones, the scarcity of singles, and the vast majority of Uzumaki children in relationships. That's good. A smile crossed his lips, and he continued to delve deeper. The Uzumaki children shyly revealed their romantic partners, members of the Uchiha clan, members of the Senju clan, and even civilian ninjas. In short, nearly a third of their romantic partners belong to Konoha. Next year, you'll be returning to the Uzumaki clan, so long-distance relationships won't be an option. Long-distance relationships are the most unreliable, with 9 out of 10 couples slacking off. Uchiha hit the nail on the head for the Uzumaki children. Returning to Whirlpool Island meant parting ways with their lovers. These were almost all first loves, and the couples were in the thick of things. What if a thief took advantage of the situation and interfered? Hokage-sama, can I stay in Konoha for a while next year? I don't want to be separated from Uchiha Nahara. Woo woo woo. A delicate red ball shed tears, begging Uchiha to let her stay in Konoha for another year. Uchiha handed her a handkerchief. Uchiha Nahara, good boy. Well done. The clan leader will lend you a hand. Uchiha had emphasized to the Uchiha clan that men and women of marriageable age shouldn't limit their romantic choices to members of their own clan. They could look to the Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans for their handsome men and beautiful women. Don't worry about their families getting in the way. The clan leader will support you, and the clan will even provide dating allowances for those of you who bring honor to the clan. Don't be afraid to spend money on romance. There's no such thing as a love affair without money. The Uchiha clan has plenty of money. The best way to encourage romance and childbearing is to simply give money. Anything else is nonsense. Don't worry, Uchiha Nahara is from my clan. In my opinion, you two are a match made in heaven. I will personally negotiate with your clan leader. Don't worry, it's more important than anything else for you two to live a good life. Uchiha Kusunoki's simple words made the red-haired girl burst into laughter, her face turning a bright red. Hokage-sama is such a kind man. Hokage-sama, my lover is also from your clan. Oh? No problem. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Hokage-sama, you are such a kind man. Soon, the rest of the Uzumaki clan also came to Uchiha Kusunoki. The Senju clan? Don't worry, as the Hokage of Konoha, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Don't worry, Uchiha Kusunoki made promises one by one. If there was no reason to stay in Konoha, then Uchiha Kusunoki could just find one. As the saying goes, it's better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. The Uzumaki clan and the Konoha clan's descendants freely fell in love, eventually walking down the aisle and having children. Isn't this the best proof of the generations-long friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha? Don't worry, I'll take care of your affairs. Konoha now has a special policy that benefits the Uzumaki clan. As long as an Uzumaki clan member marries a descendant of the Konoha bloodline ninja clan, they will be given a house in Konoha, a wedding gift, and gifts for the birth of children. Konoha and the Uzumaki clan have been friendly for generations. The younger generation should set an example and contribute to the friendly relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Kusunoki expertly elevated the theme, and the Uzumaki clan members present couldn't help but applaud Uchiha's speech. Konoha is indeed the Uzumaki clan's best ally. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Uchiha non, Mito, you are not loyal enough to Konoha. Quotation mark. Have you already learned this technique? I didn't expect you to have such a talent for sealing techniques, Uzumaki Miro said sourly, amazed at Uchiha Kusunoki's rapid learning. Ever since Uchiha Kusunoki received the incredibly difficult sealing technique invented by Senju Tobirama, he immediately sought out Uzumaki Mito. After all, Uchiha Kusunoki had never encountered sealing techniques before, and without the guidance of a master expert, it would take him forever to master it. Uchiha Kusunoki certainly wouldn't bow down to Senju Tobirama, that inherently evil, white-haired old man. Thank you so much for your help during this time, HMPH, it's rare to hear words of thanks from you. Uzumaki Miro's expression remained icy, but the corners of her mouth would occasionally curl up, and she could even hum a sweet hum, clearly in a good mood. Uchiha Kusunoki glanced at Uzumaki Mito. Why did this lonely old woman have such a tsundere air? My dear, don't you know that tsundere is outdated? But Uchiha non didn't bother to argue with Uzumaki Mito. He'd come to him today not just to discuss the sealing technique, but also to resolve the Uzumaki clan's issues. Mito, next year, the Uzumaki clan's students will be leaving Konoha. Time flies. 2 years will have already passed in the blink of an eye. When you send them back, Remember to let me know so I can personally see them off. I don't know how long it will take before we see them again. Remember that." Uzumaki Mito's previously cheerful mood suddenly soured, and he began to mutter incessantly. Uchiha Non listened patiently to the Uzumaki clan's ramblings, then changed the subject. "But the situation is a bit complicated right now. Some students may not be able to return to the Uzumaki clan." "What do you mean? What happened?" Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but raise his voice, glancing at Uchiha Non. Uzumaki Mito had a keen sense that the jerk was plotting something. Of course it's because of love. Nearly 1/3 of the Uzumaki clan are in relationships with Konoha ninjas. If they leave Konoha next year, that means their relationships will become long-distance relationships. So, they've collectively written me a petition, hoping to stay in Konoha. Besides that, some Uzumaki clan members also want to stay. Of course, there's nothing wrong with returning to Whirlpool Island, but staying in Konoha offers them a wider world. Uchiha Kusunoki pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Uzumaki Mito. The handwritten note eloquently expressed the Uzumaki clan's longing for Konoha, expressing their willingness to continue their studies in Konoha and become a bond of friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha. A dense mass of red handprints adorned the end. How could this be? Uzumaki Mito frowned. So many Uzumaki clan members chose to stay in Konoha. The experienced Uzumaki Mito instantly thought of the intermarriage plan Uchiha Kusunoki had mentioned in the past. "You're definitely behind this. It's not enough that you've targeted the Senju clan, you're going after the Uzumaki clan so soon." Uzumaki Mito barked at Uchiha Kusunoki. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say anything." The red handprints were made by the Uzumaki clan members. "I didn't force them, it's all voluntary. I support freedom of love. Is it wrong for young people to want to live with their loved ones? Konoha can provide the best living environment for the Uzumaki clan. Is it wrong for the Uzumaki clan members to pursue a happy and beautiful life?" Uzumaki Mito, you don't want to break up a couple and put their love on the brink of collapse, do you? Uchiha Kusunoki said, finding a chair at random, crossing his legs, and staring at Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito was a typical elbow-out woman. Whether it was the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan, she would elbow inwards when it mattered. Facing the last will of Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito chose to elbow the Senju clan, stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and muttered nonsense about not helping either side. As the saying goes, if loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolutely disloyalty. Uzumaki Mito's behavior is undoubtedly a betrayal of his own son and the Senju clan. Although Senju Tobirama is not much better. In the original Naruto, he was silent and watched the Uzumaki clan being exterminated. Although it may be because Konoha F4 concealed the news from Uzumaki Mito, Konoha F4 did not see any losses afterwards, and it is estimated that they chose to remain silent in the end. However, a loyal Konoha minister like Uzumaki Mito is exactly what Uchiha Non needs, so Uchiha Non was very confident in finding Uzumaki Mito. A few seconds later. "I can't convince you. What are you going to do about this, Uchiha Non?" Uzumaki Mito sighed. She couldn't stop Uchiha Non from doing what he wanted. She hadn't even protected the Senju clan, so the Uzumaki clan wouldn't be able to escape his clutches either. Uchiha Non's knack for manipulating people was truly formidable. The Senju clan members were already vying to pledge their loyalty to Uchiha Non. Even though he was an Uchiha, he held the title of Hokage. Deep down, Uzumaki Mito felt a urge to plot upon hearing the news. The Uzumaki clan's annexation into Konoha was actually quite a good idea. Konoha was a large and prosperous clan, and if the Uzumaki clan were annexed into Konoha, their future would undoubtedly be even more prosperous. Since the Uzumaki clan wants to stay in Konoha, as the Hokage of Konoha, I certainly welcome them. The only problem we have to solve now is that Uzumaki Reed may not be happy about it. You are more qualified than me to discuss this matter, otherwise Uzumaki Red will think I am plotting against the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Kusunoki said slowly. The Uzumaki clan is Konoha's subordinates, no matter what, so we must be careful about our methods and approaches. Aren't you plotting against the Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Mito gave Uchiha Kusunoki a disdainful look and said, "This bastard is still as despicable as ever, trying to throw the job of offending the Uzumaki clan on himself. I reiterate, this petition was written by the Uzumaki clan themselves, and they signed it themselves. I never forced them from the beginning, however, I recognize their desire for love, freedom and democracy, and a better life, and I wholeheartedly support their decision." Uchiha Kusunoki spoke with passion and integrity. Although his words were flawless, even Uzumaki Miro couldn't find a single mistake. Uzumaki Miro still felt something was amiss. So, Mito-sama, do you have the confidence to complete this mission? Uchiha Kusunoki said with a smile. I'll do my best, Mito. You're not loyal enough to Konoha? Uchiha Kusunoki's face was serious. I promise to complete the mission. Uzumaki Mito gritted his teeth, cursing Uchiha Kusunoki over and over again in his heart. Uchiha Kusunoki, you bastard, can you please be a human being? Tell me what you think. Appeal to his feelings and reason. Brother Reed isn't a pedantic person, or rather, his boundaries are far lower than you might think. For the future of the Uzumaki clan, he's been trying to bring you and Yangayu together. Uzumaki Miro curled her lips. She believed that Uzumaki Reed wouldn't refuse a marriage between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha's bloodline ninja clan. Of course, the Hyuga clan was excluded from this. It wasn't that Uzumaki Reed didn't want to, but that the Hyuga clan didn't want to. The Hyuga clan had a almost perverse, protection of their Byakugan. Only when the return on investment far outweighed the risk of losing their bloodline would they yield. Truly a clan that was dictatorial and oppressive internally, yet flexible externally. Uzumaki Mito had no intention of interfering with the Hyuga clan's caged bird system. The fact that the Hyuga clan had survived to this day must have had its own unique characteristics. But hate is hate. That's true. Uzumaki Reed seems to have lowered her boundaries a lot more than I thought. Yatsuki is quite cute, I like her, very moist, cough cough cough. Uchiha felt Uzumaki Miro's deathly gaze and decisively shut his mouth. HMPH, Uchiha, I hope you treat Yatsuki well, and Tsunade well, or I won't let you go. Uzumaki Mito clenched his fist and shook it in front of Uchiha. This scumbag Uchiha really did appeal to the girls. Whether it was Uzumaki Yatsuki, Tsunade, or all of them were deceived by his disguise. Now we're talking about business. You have to be respectful to the Hokage when you're working, call me a plant. Uchiha felt the topic was drifting further and further away, so he quickly dropped the subject. HMPH, Reed brother probably wouldn't mind the Uzumaki clan staying in Konoha. Besides, you're not very rich. If that doesn't work out, just keep using your money. Uzumaki Mito mentioned Uchiha wealth with envy. If all else fails, just spend the money. Konoha isn't short of it anyway. Money is a minor issue, but Konoha's money doesn't just come from the wind. I hope this petition will get Uzumaki Red to beg me to keep the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. After all, a pushover isn't a good business. Uzumaki Miro stared at Uchiha with wide eyes. You want to sell, and you want a chastity memorial too. Why are you staring at me with such wide eyes? It is indeed the Uzumaki clan who want to stay in Konoha. As the Hokage of Konoha, do I have to beg the Uzumaki clan to stay in Konoha? My face is Konoha's face, and that is your face. Uchiha, you are more shameless than I thought. Mito, you are not loyal enough to Konoha? Go to hell. At night, Uchiha finally persuaded Uzumaki Mito to solve the Uzumaki clan's affairs and then came to the underground laboratory to visit Senju Tobirama as usual, and showed him the results of his sealing technique. In order to learn this sealing technique, Uchiha worked day and night to study the sealing technique for a long time. You actually learned this sealing technique? Senju Tobirama's tone was surprise, a hint of displeasure etched in his expression, but he quickly regained his cool demeanor and said indifferently, you're too slow. Your talent is just so-so, even the Uchiha Sharingan isn't good enough. HMPH. Uchiha snorted coldly at Senju Tobirama's sarcastic tone, not taking it seriously. How is the progress on Wu Lian's puppet army? It's just this one monster. Over a month has passed, and you haven't dealt with it yet. Tobirama, I have reason to suspect you're slacking off. Uchiha inquired about Wu Lian. Snow was about to fall, and whether ninja or ordinary people working in temperatures as low as -4 or -5 degrees Celsius, or even over 10 degrees Celsius, their work efficiency would be greatly reduced. He couldn't really risk human lives to meet deadlines. Uchiha was reluctant to do such things unless absolutely necessary. All you do is push me all the time. Senju Tobirama produced a crystal ball, its surface shimmering with a purple glow. Inside, it held a fragment of the Wu Lian's soul, though now the Wu Lian had curled up into a ball, seemingly in a deep sleep. Uchiha sensed the Miko's chakra in the crystal ball. The Million's chakra is very special. Through the power remaining in her amulet, combined with the techniques I developed and the power of your main Decay Sharingan, I have put the Wu Lian to sleep and stolen its power. However, The Wulian is now only a fragment, it's incomplete. To fully seize its power and control all of its puppet soldiers, we must obtain the entire Wulian. Senju Tobirama presented his research findings, and Uchiha Non beamed with joy. Finally, he was going to get some free labor. However, obtaining a whole Wulian is no simple task. The shrine maidens of the land of demons have guarded the Wulian for generations. According to your intelligence, the current generation of shrine maidens has already sealed the Wulian. Convincing the shrine maidens to unseal it will not be so easy. I will resolve this matter. The shrine maiden's mission ends with this generation. If the shrine maiden is willing to do so respectfully, then let her do so respectfully. If she is not, then I have no choice but to use my Sharingan to persuade her. Don't get carried away, I know my limits. Uchiha Non nodded, then discussed with Senju Tobirama the plan to capture Black Zetsu. They had to devise a meticulous plan to ensure a surefire hit. The meticulous and ruthless Senju Tobirama was well versed in such matters. During the Warring States period, before Konoha was established, every ambush against the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by Senju Tobirama, resulting in heavy losses for the clan. You've asked the right person. I have several special ninjutsu here that are specifically used for ambushes. However, considering that you mentioned that Black Zetsu is proficient in concealment and yin-yang escape, I need to modify these ninjutsu. First of all, the location of the ambush is very particular. Secondly, when you are finishing off the enemy, you must not talk too much. You must be quick, accurate and ruthless. Back then, I led the Senju clan to ambush Uchiha. Cough cough cough. Senju Tobirama carefully designed an ambush plan for Uchiha Non, which made Uchiha Non applaud. I forgot the timer. Chapter 191 Black Zetsu, Scare Yourself. My name is Black Zetsu, the third son of the goddess of the rabbit. According to human parlance, I'm a left-behind child, my life's quest to save my mother. A child with a mother is like a treasure, a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Ugh. I was born black, determined to save my mother. That's why I gave myself this name. Ugh. Besides saving my mother, if I get the chance, I'll beat up those two unfilial sons of hers. They're beasts. Two beasts. They imprisoned my mother, and I can never forgive them. However, my power is too weak. I haven't inherited my mother's devastating power. Instead, those two unfilial sons have. Standing before them, I'm a mere minion, no match for them. It's truly unbearable. Not only can I not save my mother, but I also can't beat up those unfilial sons and avenge her. I can only waiting for Otsutsuki Haguramo to die, and then, from among his descendants, I'll select a tool to inherit his power. Otsutsuki Haguramo gave birth to two sons, Indra, the eldest, and Ashura, the second. Each inherited half of this unfilial son's power. So, I sowed discord between Otsutsuki Haguramo's two sons, Indra and Ashura, turning them into enemies. Chakra was constantly reincarnated, and the struggle continued, generation after generation, until I found a reincarnation that could unite these two powers. Thus, I waited for 1,000 years, until a decade ago, I saw the light of day. Indra's reincarnation, Uchiha Madara, successfully opened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, unleashing Indra's power to its fullest potential. At the same time, through the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he saw the contents of the stone tablet I had tampered with, and learned the secret of the Rinnegan, the infinite Tsukuyomi Jutsu. After careful planning, he successfully obtained Ashura's chakra. My mother, you are finally saved? Everything was going well. Uchiha Madara faked his death and escaped from an underground cave, desperately trying to open his Rinnegan. The process was extremely long, and Uchiha Madara tried for 10 years without success. Even I wasn't sure if he could successfully open his Rinnegan, but there was hope. There was hope. After 10 years of unsuccessful efforts, Uchiha Madara chose to go out for some fresh air and some relaxation. At this point, everything seemed normal. After all, 10 years is a very long time for a human being, so it was only natural for him to go out for some fresh air and some relaxation. Then Uchiha Madara went crazy. Yes, Uchiha Madara went crazy, completely crazy, as shown by selling roasted sweet potatoes in Konoha, working in a sweatshop, paying for cards to draw, using the Sharingan to cheat at cards in the dorm, obsessed with games. There was even a time when he carefully studied crappy books like 30 Ways to Win a Man. How did Uchiha Madara go crazy? Why did he go crazy? When did he go crazy? I've pondered these questions for a long time, and I still don't understand them. Maybe Uchiha Madara was always crazy, but his symptoms weren't obvious before, so he pretended to be normal. Now his condition has worsened. He's become inhuman. He probably inherited the traits of that unfilial son, Otsutsuki Haguramo, who is also a madman. He suddenly went crazy and wanted to imprison his mother just for those damned humans. Asshole. Are those humans more important than his mother? In short, Uchiha Madara has gone mad. Throwing his plans for the Rinnegan and the Moon Eye out the window. He's probably still playing games in the arcade he owns in Konoha at this moment. He's ruined. 1,000 years of planning have come to nothing, and I refuse to accept this. But I have a long life ahead of me, and I believe I still have much more to live. I must save my mother and earn her love. After careful selection, I chose Konoha's third Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki, who has awakened the main Decay Sharingan. He must have read the stone tablet and secretly studied Hashirame's cells in a basement laboratory, gaining the power of Ashura. He has the potential to replace Uchiha Madara and become my tool for rescuing my mother. Unfortunately, he's not the reincarnation of Indra and lacks his chakra. Even if he did, even with Ashura's, he wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully awaken the Rinnegan. So, I plan to guide Uchiha Kusunoki to kill Madara and obtain his eyes. I'm not sure if this method will succeed, but I can't sit idly by and wait for death. I must act. My mother is still waiting for me. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is for my mother. I've been following Uchiha Kusunoki, gathering all my intelligence on him. Uchiha Kusunoki is a very interesting Uchiha. His mindset is unlike any other Uchiha I've ever encountered. His ambition is even greater than that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama. To save the ninja world and free it from the ravages of war, he employed methods I cannot fathom, resurrecting the crumbling Konoha and continuously strengthening its power. Furthermore, Uchiha Kusunoki aspires to overthrow the rule of the aristocracy and break with millennia-old rules. Perhaps he truly can achieve this and unify the ninja world. However, I'm not particularly concerned. Human desires are insatiable. As long as humanity exists, war will never cease. The unfilial Otsutsuki Haguramo once attempted this path. He shared his mother's chakra with these frail, ordinary people, harnessing the power of chakra to build a bridge of communication, hoping for mutual understanding. Humph. Foolish. For these humans, he betrayed his mother. Humans gained powerful strength and started a new round of fighting. The scale of war was far greater than before. I witnessed it all with my own eyes and saw that everything this unfilial son did was in vain. The ninja clan he founded disappeared in the long river of time. Hashirama Senju also tried. He and Uchiha Madara joined forces to pacify the warring states period, established the system of ninja village, and brought temporary peace to the ninja world. But it was still a false peace, like an undercurrent surging beneath the calm surface of a lake. As soon as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha disappeared, the ninja world became what it was in the past. The wars that broke out between ninja villages were even larger than those in the warring states period. Human beings are such creatures, greedy, stupid, and longing for peace, but for the sake of interests they will forget the horror of war and will never learn lessons. So I can almost be sure that Uchiha will not be an exception. The hard work he fought for all his life disappeared without a trace immediately after his death. The ninja world will always be like that. However, this is not what I should consider. I only need my mother. Mom will handle the affairs of the ninja world. Whether it is human beings or chakra. They are all her property. Chew, why are my eyelids twitching so much today? Black Zetsu silently followed Uchiha, watching her back. Uchiha was just like usual, working during the day, dating, and visiting the lab at night. Thinking of that lab, Black Zetsu's eyes flickered with apprehension. He'd nearly gotten himself into trouble the last time. He hadn't imagined Uchiha would secretly reincarnate the Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and secretly study Hashirama's cells in that lab. The lab was a tangle of traps, a web of defensive barriers and sealing techniques that made even Black Zetsu's scalp tingle. Every time Uchiha entered the lab, Black Zetsu dared only wait a short distance away. Why do I have this ominous feeling today? Black Zetsu followed Uchiha to the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha daily routine was no different than usual, yet a sense of unease welled up in his heart. While Black Zetsu was stunned, Uchiha Kusu had already walked away. A gust of wind blew, and a few yellowed leaves fell from the tree, landing on Black Zetsu's head. Scared myself, Black Zetsu didn't think twice and followed. He was extremely confident in his concealment technique. Even that unfilial son, Otsutsuki Haguramo, hadn't noticed him, so who else in this world would know of his existence? Action, seal it, Black Zetsu followed Uchiha Kusu. Suddenly, several clones of Uchiha Kusu appeared around them. They quickly formed hand seals, and a crimson barrier expanded at incredible speed, trapping Black Zetsu in the blink of an eye. Ambush, Black Zetsu, before he could fully grasp the situation, instinctively fled, using the concealment technique to escape underground. However, he encountered an obstacle just a dozen meters underground. This sealing technique even covers the underground. Black Zetsu's face was filled with horror. He unleashed his yin-yang escape technique with all his might, pressing his head against the edge of the sealing barrier, attempting to break free. Rise, Uchiha felt the seal eroding and quickly reduced its range. Black Zetsu's eyes shone with bloodshot. He had already pushed his yin-yang escape technique to its limit, but it was still far from enough. You can't escape, Amaterasu. Scythe-shaped patterns appeared in Uchiha-nan's eyes, and his gaze focused on Black Zetsu. Black flames appeared on his body. Black Zetsu cried out in pain, but he ignored the flames and continued to desperately erode the sealing barrier. Just a tiny gap would allow him to escape. Stubborn, Uchiha snorted coldly, activating the sealing technique in his hand. In a few breaths, the sealing barrier completely trapped Black Zetsu, his entire body squeezed into a space the size of a box. You're a rat peeping in the gutter. It's really not easy to catch you. You've been following me all this time, even spying in the middle of the night. Uchiha walked over and picked up the sealed box, examining it carefully. A pool of black, sticky liquid, with two yellow eyes struggling fiercely above it. What the hell was this Black Zetsu? He definitely couldn't be considered human. A wedge used by the Otsutsuki clan for resurrection and reincarnation? Perhaps, but certainly superior to ordinary Otsutsuki wedges. Black Zetsu possessed intelligence and a mind of his own. During Kaguya Otsutsuki's final battle with Naruto and Sasuke, Kaguya needed Black Zetsu's direction. He could even channel Kaguya Otsutsuki's power through her arm, unleashing the killing ash bone. Black Zetsu trembled as their eyes met. The composure cultivated over millennia was completely shattered at this moment. He had never imagined being captured. He had been so cautious, maintaining a safe distance even from Uchiha Kusunoki. How could he suddenly find himself at the mercy of the enemy? Little rat, you've been spying on me. Aren't you going to tell me something? Like, your identity, your purpose? Uchiha Kusunoki looked at the trembling Black Zetsu, still terrified. Black Zetsu's mind raced, trying to concoct an excuse to deceive Uchiha Kusunoki. It seemed Uchiha Kusunoki still didn't know his true identity. As long as he didn't, everything still held a chance. I am, Black Zetsu stammered, but Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't wait any longer. He'd been planning for this moment for so long. Let me think about what I should call you, Black Zetsu. No. That name is too ugly. Adding the last name Otsutsuki would sound better. Uchiha Kusunoki's words nearly shut down Black Zetsu's mind. Uchiha Kusunoki before him actually knew his identity and even the last name Otsutsuki. What should he do? Who is Uchiha Kusunoki? How could he know such secrets? Black Zetsu's beady yellow eyes stared at Uchiha Kusunoki, his heart pounding with fear and terror. Uchiha Kusunoki wore a playful smile, his gaze seemingly piercing Black Zetsu's soul, leaving him nowhere to hide. Stop talking, never mind, let's get you back to the lab. Uchiha saw Black Zetsu's vacant yellow eyes and decided not to interrogate him here. He'd take him back to the lab first. There was a sealed cage crafted by Senju Tobirama. He couldn't let his chatter give Black Zetsu a chance to escape. Basement lab. Tobirama, I brought you a gift, Uchiha shouted impatiently upon entering the lab, passing through the outer lab and heading straight to the inner room. Inside. Orochimaru, have you been slacking off lately? The last assignment I assigned you, master, there's so much to do on the railway project. I'm really overwhelmed, quibbling, time is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there's always more, but master, I only sleep 4 hours a day now, Orochimaru argued quietly, but Senju Tobirama chose to ignore him and immediately began to increase his intensity, attempting to morally overpower Orochimaru. You've grown so strong now. You even dare to talk back. Are you going to disobey your master like that inherently evil Uchiha? I'm not. As Uchiha entered the room, he saw Senju Tobirama pull Orochimaru. Ahem, Tobirama, Orochimaru only sleeps 4 hours a day. How are you going to exploit him? Are you even human? Uchiha decided to stand up and speak a few words of justice for Orochimaru. Uchiha, you inherently evil Uchiha brat, you're the only one in Konoha who has no right to say such things. You make me work 24 hours a day, and I haven't even counted the hours my clone works. Senju Tobirama pointed at Uchiha and shouted. Chapter 192 Orochimaru, I can't repeat my master's mistakes, I want to be immortal. Are you qualified to accuse me of exploitation? Born evil Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama's tone was very unhappy. While speaking, his saliva was about to spray on Uchiha-nan's face, and his expression was even more indignant. Ahem, how can it be the same? You are a dead man. You don't even need to rest. Orochimaru is still growing. If you exploit Orochimaru like this, what if he gets malnourished? Uchiha did not tolerate Senju Tobirama at all, and immediately fought back. Now Senju Tobirama works 24 hours a day, not because Uchiha is kind, but because there are only 24 hours in a day. As the second generation Hokage of Konoha, he should have a spirit of dedication. Bullshit, what's wrong with being dead? Don't dead people have human rights? Tobirama, why are you such a sissy? You're Konoha's second Hokage. Konoha needs your wisdom right now. How could such a huge Konoha be without you, the second Hokage? You really can't live without me for even a moment. Uchiha flattered Senju Tobirama a little, and his tense expression immediately changed. Though his expression remained stern, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. HMPH, even if you praise me like that, I won't forgive you, Senju Tobirama said with feigned reluctance, his mind reeling over what Uchiha had just said. Konoha couldn't live without his wisdom, without him, the second Hokage. At least Uchiha had a conscience. This inherently evil brat. Little Tobirama, control yourself, control yourself. Uchiha-nan's expression remained unchanged, feeling he had mastered the art of controlling Senju Tobirama. This guy was a bit of a donkey. Sometimes you have to stroke him with his fur. If you think this is unfair, then I can promise you this, if Orochimaru dies young, I will immediately resurrect him through the impure world reincarnation and have him stay with you in this lab. Uchiha, feeling he had the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, continued. Me? Hokage-sama, why are you dragging me into your feud with Master? Orochimaru had originally wanted to watch the show. Every time the Hokage spoke to Master, they would inevitably end up in an inexplicable argument. But, this was a good thing. This was a good thing. That way, he could slip away quietly. But, you two can argue and quarrel as much as you want. Why did you arrange everything for my afterlife? Although Orochimaru loved scientific research, he wasn't as morbidly obsessed as in the original story. Orochimaru was still a normal person, even a kind and well-behaved child. According to the original timeline, Orochimaru would have likely trained on the front lines, and the number of ninjas killed by him would likely be in the double digits. But now, Uchiha Kusunoki has taken good care of him, never leaving the village, and never taking a life. Orochimaru still hasn't figured out what he wants, what his own ninjutsu should be. But like his master, Tobirama, toiling away 24/7 in the lab, quietly contributing to Konoha, the most terrifying thing is that there's no end in sight. I wonder how his master endures this. This is definitely not the life Orochimaru wants. No. I can't die. If I die, I'll be like my master. I want immortality. Orochimaru, do you think this is a good thing? This is a great thing, something others wouldn't even beg for. Uchiha Kusunoki turned and looked at Orochimaru kindly, his smile still plastered on his face. But Orochimaru couldn't help but shudder. Hokage-sama, please don't. Such a great gift should be left to the master alone. Don't scare the little kid. Orochimaru is my disciple, the heir to my legacy. He won't die young. In a while, I'll pass on my unique skill, Flying Thunder God, to him. If he can master it, he'll definitely have a place in the ninja world. This is my upgraded Flying Thunder God. Even against the strongest enemies, it'll be able to protect itself. Senju Tobirama, eager to protect his disciple, planned to give Orochimaru the upgraded Flying Thunder God soon. Both its range and chakra consumption were far superior to the previous version. Master, Orochimaru's eyes instantly lit up. Although his master was strict with him, he still loved him. But, Uchiha Kusunoki, your suggestion is indeed a good one. In a few decades, Orochimaru will surely die too. Remember to bring him back to life through the impure world reincarnation to accompany me. This will save Orochimaru from being lonely in the Pure Land, and he can even contribute to Konoha. Senju Tobirama changed the subject, finding Uchiha Kusunoki's suggestion quite constructive. The age difference between Orochimaru and Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't that great, not even 10 years. This inherently evil Uchiha brat was a wicked bastard. As the saying goes, good men don't live long, while bad men live 1,000 years. Orochimaru probably wouldn't outlive Uchiha Kusunoki. After Orochimaru's death, he should accompany his master and fulfill his filial duty. Isn't that what he should do? As soon as Senju Tobirama finished his words, the warm atmosphere of teacher-student affection vanished in an instant. Orochimaru's heart was completely broken at that moment. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west? His master had unexpectedly sided with the Hokage. Master, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. It's better to rely on yourself than on heaven, earth, or your master. Tobirama, it's settled then, okay, Orochimaru, do you have any objections? Look, Orochimaru's so happy he's speechless. He definitely doesn't have any objections. This is a great contribution to Konoha. I wouldn't even consider anyone with average abilities. You're right. Orochimaru is my disciple, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Kusunoki and Senju Tobirama spoke briefly, and the arrangements for Orochimaru's death were finalized. Alright, Orochimaru, go about your business. I need to talk to your master about the adult. Oh, Orochimaru, still recovering from his shock, tears welled up in his eyes as he walked out of the room in a daze. Orochimaru, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so down? Your eyes are red. Did I scold you and make you cry? Senju Tobirama asked, his voice tinged with confusion, as he gazed at Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru's mental state isn't that bad. Maybe he's just too happy. After the surprise, he becomes bored. I understand that feeling. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, casually brushing off Senju Tobirama. He'd come to Senju Tobirama today to completely lock Black Zetsu away, preventing him from spying on his nightlife. He'd also like to interrogate him for information he didn't know. This old coin, hidden for 1,000 years, must have a head full of information, especially about the Otsutsuki clan. He must know something. For the distant future, more information would improve his chances of success. Tobirama, I've captured Black Zetsu. Uchiha Kusunoki raised the sealed box in his left hand, his tone tinged with excitement. This is the Black Zetsu you were talking about. So dark. No wonder he's named that. Who gave him that name? It's so ugly. It definitely wasn't his mother. What mother would give her son that name? His mother must dislike him. By the way, who is his mother? Senju Tobirama said, leaning closer to the sealed box, examining it. Uchiha non fell silent. Senju Tobirama, your words are like a whisper from Garen, silencing and breaking defenses. What harsh words you say. No wonder Orochimaru was brought to tears by your scolding. What a heinous crime. WCNM, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. My mother loves me the most. If you dare, let me out. I want to fight you one-on-one. Black Zetsu's face flushed red after hearing Senju Tobirama's words. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest. Senju Tobirama's words were like a knife piercing Black Zetsu's heart. Does Kaguya Otsutsuki love Black Zetsu? Does he only see Black Zetsu as a tool to break the seal? Does he really treat Black Zetsu as a son? In the quiet of the night, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, missing his mother, these questions frequently crossed Black Zetsu's mind. After all, Kaguya Otsutsuki's gift to Black Zetsu was far less than those two unfilial sons. Living alone in the ninja world, weak and frail in his infancy, a premature baby endured untold hardships, evading the detection of his brothers, growing stronger bit by bit until the day he could rescue his mother. These deep questions, no one could answer Black Zetsu. He could only cheer himself up and strive for his own success. Who could possibly understand the heartache? Black Zetsu felt it all. Time slowly passed, and he could barely remember his mother's face or voice. When you forget someone, the first thing you forget isn't their voice or their appearance, but their flaws. The longer they linger in your memory, the more you think of them, the more you see their good qualities. She lives on in your countless embellished memories, and so, she remains forever beautiful. In Black Zetsu's hazy memories, his mother was the best. He was her beloved son. Now, someone is questioning all of this. Unforgivable. Black Zetsu's viscous, liquid form trembled violently, cracks appearing in the crimson ceiling box. Uchiha Non, observing the explosive Black Zetsu, sensed the box's instability and quickly increased his chakra input to stabilize it. Tobirama, please stop talking. Black Zetsu is really frantic. He almost escaped just now. What did I say? Senju Tobirama looked innocent, wondering why the black creature before him had suddenly become so agitated. You just pierced his pride. Oh, I see. This Black Zetsu really isn't liked by his mother. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms over his chest, an expression of foresight. Asshole, let me go. I'm going to kill him. Black Zetsu's defenses were completely broken. His beady yellow eyes stared intently at Senju Tobirama, his head pressed against the ceiling box, unleashing his full yin-yang escape technique, attempting to break through the box and fight Senju Tobirama to the death. No one could question his mother's love for him. Stop it, stop it, killing is not enough. Why insult Black Zetsu? Uchiha hurriedly silenced Senju Tobirama. Black Zetsu's murderous intent was so intense and pure that it frightened even the veteran. Black Zetsu, don't argue with Senju Tobirama. I know how hard it's been for you. You're a good child, and your mother loves you dearly, Uchiha soothed Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, the Otsutsuki Aloes, was a truly filial son. Even though Uchiha and Black Zetsu were on opposite sides, he still deeply recognized Black Zetsu's unwavering filial piety towards Otsutsuki Kaguya. 1,000 years of waiting, Senju's forbearance, painstaking calculations, step-by-step strategies, countless days and nights of planning, all to rescue his mother. Anyone who knew the story could not overly blame Black Zetsu. I understand, Senju Tobirama said casually, not taking Black Zetsu seriously. A prisoner still wanted dignity? His dignity had been shattered time and again by Uchiha, and yet he was still standing here, perfectly still. Alright, give it to me. I've specially crafted this sealed prison. Once he enters, he'll never be able to escape. Senju Tobirama reached out and took the crimson sealed box from Uchiha-nan's hand. With his other hand, he quickly formed hand seals, and a rectangular space suddenly appeared in the corner of the room, inscribed with complex spells. Enter. Senju Tobirama dropped the sealed box into the sealed space. Within minutes, it was quickly broken by Black Zetsu's yin-yang release. The viscous black liquid condensed into a humanoid figure, its face pressed against the sealed space, staring intently at Senju Tobirama. Uchiha, how do you plan to deal with this guy? That depends on Black Zetsu's attitude. In my hometown, these sayings are widely circulated. Wei Junji, a man of insight. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. That's not right. Why haven't I heard these two sayings in Konoha? Senju Tobirama interjected. Tobirama, why do you have so many things to do? Uchiha Kusunoki glanced at Senju Tobirama. What a mess. Did he even need to tell you that he was a time traveler? Black Zetsu, if you're willing to cooperate, it would be a good thing for both of us, Uchiha Kusunoki said slowly, looking at Black Zetsu. In a sense, he and Kaguya Otsutsuki were on the same page. Kaguya Otsutsuki had ambushed Daisuke Otsutsuki and eaten the fruit of the sacred tree without permission. She would surely be punished by the Otsutsuki clan in the future. And she painstakingly created White Zetsu to build an army to fight against the Otsutsuki and protect herself, even if that was a rather foolish idea. I really don't know why Kishimoto draws manga like this. He also needed to fight the Otsutsuki clan for the sake of the ninja world. After all, if the Otsutsuki clan came to the ninja world, killing Kaguya Otsutsuki would be a side job. The most important thing was to continue planting trees in the ninja world until they had completely drained away all of their life force, completely turning the planet into a dead star. Perhaps he could turn enemies into friends with Black Zetsu and unite against the outside world. Chapter 193 The Sage of Six Paths is me, but I am not the Sage of Six Paths. Cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Do you even look like you're going to cooperate with me? Black Zetsu's yellow eyes brimmed with bloodshot, and he cast Uchiha-nan's words to the back of his mind. All he wanted now was to kill that bastard Senju Tobirama. Uchiha-nan, this dark, motherless fellow doesn't seem too willing to cooperate with us. Senju Tobirama sensed the pure murderous intent emanating from Black Zetsu, directed directly at him. But Senju Tobirama didn't care, for he was already dead. Tobirama, I think you should stop talking. Don't you notice that Black Zetsu is getting increasingly agitated? Uchiha-nan was somewhat helpless. Senju Tobirama's every word hit a nerve with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was dark-skinned and lacked motherly love. These were the few sore spots that Black Zetsu felt inferior to, and Senju Tobirama had been poking at them since they met. HMPH, just a mere prisoner, Senju Tobirama snorted with disdain, then left the matter to Uchiha Kusunoki. According to Uchiha Kusunoki, the Black Zetsu before him was the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage. The legend of the Six Paths Sage was legendary throughout the ninja world. He was a legendary deity, wielding the Amanuma spear to quell a catastrophe of annihilation. He was the originator of chakra, spreading chakra throughout the ninja world and founding the ninja clan. This dark figure called Black Zetsu, being the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage, logically speaking, should be unknown. Black Zetsu had survived in the ninja world for millennia, surely scheming something. It was a perfect opportunity for this inherently evil Uchiha brat to interrogate Black Zetsu. Uchiha Kusunoki also hid a plethora of secrets, claiming to be the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage. Neither of them was a pushover. Let a hero investigate a hero, and let a good man investigate a good man. I'll just watch the show. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and stepped back behind Uchiha Minami, looking like he was watching a show. Black Zetsu, let's ignore this inherently evil old Senju ghost. He's already dead. Just treat his words as bullshit. Why bother with a dead man? Uchiha Minami looked at the furious Black Zetsu and decided to calm him down. Senju Tobirama listened from the side, a look of displeasure on his face. He wanted to punch Uchiha Minami in the face, but he forcibly suppressed the urge. More than Uchiha Minami's trivial sarcasm, Senju Tobirama was more concerned about the information leaked during their conversation. Senju Tobirama had a hunch that the information leaked between Uchiha Minami and Black Zetsu tonight could potentially determine the future of the entire ninja world. Black Zetsu stopped staring at Senju Tobirama and looked at Uchiha Minami, a look of fear on his face. Uchiha non knew his first name, his last name. Would he know his origins, his mother, or even his plans? Most importantly, he couldn't escape this damned sealed prison. He'd tried his best to break it, but to no avail. Who on earth had designed this sealed prison? Who are you? No one in the ninja world should know my identity. Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse, his heart filled with trepidation, a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. My identity? Perhaps you should call me brother. I used to be known as the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Nan's eyes flashed with affection, and as soon as he spoke, Black Zetsu's emotion surged. Impossible, he's dead. That unfilial son died 1,000 years ago? Black Zetsu roared hysterically, clearly unable to accept this reality. The shadow of being dominated by the Sage of Six Paths had returned. In the early days of Black Zetsu's existence, he endured countless hardships to avoid detection by the Six Paths Sage. Although the Six Paths Sage was unaware of Black Zetsu's existence, he hid with a guilty conscience. Every movement or casual trip by the Six Paths Sage would trigger a sudden and intense mental activity. Did the Six Paths Sage discover him? Oh no. It must be hidden away. He hid for months, only daring to emerge. This life lasted for a long time. Even after finally confirming that the Six Paths Sage hadn't discovered his existence, Black Zetsu still felt a lingering fear, and only felt completely relieved after the Six Paths Sage's death. Now, Uchiha Non actually claimed to be the Six Paths Sage. How could Black Zetsu accept this? Calm down, my dear Oto, don't get so excited. What I just said may not be accurate. The Sage of Six Paths is indeed dead from 1,000 years ago, but I am his reincarnation. His chakra resides in me, and I have awakened some of his memories. Uchiha Non fabricated a plausible lie, one that no one could debunk except the Six Paths Elder, now in front of him. You unfilial son, I'll kill you. It's you who imprisoned my mother. Ah. He had no way of proving Uchiha Kusunoki's identity, but it was plausible. How did you find me, Black Zetsu? You're so careless. You've lost the caution you showed 1,000 years ago. You've been following me lately, so close to me. How could I not have noticed you? You smell of my mother's chakra. Uchiha Kusunoki spoke slowly, pretending to be profound. He took a deep breath, savoring the air, and spoke slowly. Shut up, my mother belongs to me alone. You don't deserve to smell that chakra. Black Zetsu, his temper flaring, roared at Uchiha Kusunoki once again. You started following me when I went to Kusagakure village, right? Although you have always been cautious and tried every means to erase the traces you left in history, I am now the Hokage of Konoha and hold extremely powerful power. My intelligence system is spread throughout the entire ninja world. As the saying goes, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. In the past 1,000 years, you have intervened in the feud between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan more than once, and your name has also left traces in history. You are very unlucky. I found a little bit of clues, and then followed the clues to pull you out. Mother really left a backup plan. It's ridiculous that I didn't find any trace of you 1,000 years ago. You were the one who first provoked the rift between my son Indra and Ashura. Uchiha non-questioned Black Zetsu in a loud voice and righteously. So what if it was me? This is karma. I wish I could eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Black Zetsu's tone was filled with sarcasm, his heart already convinced of Uchiha Kusunoki's words. The Uchiha Kusunoki before him was truly his adopted brother, his mother's unfilial son. Senju Tobirama, watching from the sidelines, his expression shifting, hadn't expected Uchiha Kusunoki to actually be true. He was truly the reincarnation of the Sixth Path Sage. Did that make Uchiha Kusunoki his ancestor? No way. Uchiha Kusunoki would always be the inherently evil brat of the Uchiha clan. Even the Sixth Path Sage's chakra couldn't affect the Uchiha clan's evil nature. Look at what Uchiha Kusunoki has done. He's treated himself like a beast of burden and exploited him. He's trying to use the Zero Tail's power to exploit the villagers of Konoha like cattle and horses, and even his puppet soldiers. In the future, even the entire ninja world will suffer under Uchiha Kusunoki's oppression. Is there anyone who can stop Uchiha Kusunoki? How evil is this? The values espoused by the Shinobi clan, founded by the Sixth Path Sage, are diametrically opposed to what Uchiha Kusunoki has done. Regardless, let's continue to chew on the gossip. What on earth just happened between the Sixth Path Sage and his mother? Senju Tobirama remained silent, standing at the forefront of the discussion. Is the hatred between us truly that deep? After all, I'm still your brother. Uchiha Kusunoki's tone was filled with dejection, his eyes moistening. You and I are sworn enemies. You're unworthy of being my brother. You're a rebellious, unfilial son to my mother. Black Zetsu didn't bother to listen to Uchiha Kusunoki's arguments. He had severed his brotherly bond with the Sixth Path Sage long ago. From the moment the Sixth Path Sage betrayed his mother, they had been enemies forever. You arrested me today to stop me from saving my mother. Black Zetsu's tone was grim, and endless despair rose from his heart. The Sixth Path Sage, inherently unfilial, would surely stop him from rescuing his mother without hesitation. Mother. What should I do? I may not be able to save you. You tampered with the stone tablet I left behind, inscribed with the infinite Tsukuyomi Jutsu. This stone tablet deceived Uchiha Madara, this generation's reincarnation of Indra. If my chakra hadn't been reincarnated, perhaps you would have succeeded. Uchiha Non mentioned the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine. It was Black Zetsu's greatest preparation. With each successive generation of Indra's reincarnations, a tool who met Black Zetsu's standards would emerge. HMPH, as expected, you discovered this too. It was all my doing. Black Zetsu's voice was filled with hysterics. All his arrangements had been discovered by the inherently unfilial Sixth Path Sage. Mother was truly hopeless. You unfilial son, you win. You can laugh as much as you want, but I tell you, one day, your seal will fail, and my mother will be free. Black Zetsu's tone was filled with resentment. Even if he had completely lost, he would not bow to the inherently unfilial Sixth Path Sage. Even without my help, mother will eventually escape. Mother's life will outlive me. Black Zetsu, my Adato, why would you think I would stop you from rescuing mother? As Uchiha Non finished speaking, Black Zetsu froze. He suspected something was wrong with his hearing. Something stirred within him, a faint glimmer of hope. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Black Zetsu stared at Uchiha Non, his voice hoarse. Ashura's chakra was reincarnated in Hashirama Senju, and Indra's chakra was reincarnated in Madara Uchiha. Can you believe that Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Ashura, and Indra are the same person? No, I am who I am. Uchiha Non, the sage of six paths is me, but I am not the sage of six paths. Uchiha Non's voice was like a resounding bell. I am the sage of six paths, but I am not the sage of six paths. Black Zetsu carefully digested Uchiha Kusunoki's words, trying to understand his intentions. After a moment of careful consideration, he raised his head and looked at Uchiha Kusunoki, asking expectantly, will you rescue mother? He'd taken the bait. Uchiha Kusunoki was secretly delighted. After all his nonsense tonight, he had finally hooked Black Zetsu's foolish brother. Only Kaguya Otsutsuki was Black Zetsu's Achilles heel. With this in mind, Black Zetsu would willingly serve as his lackey. He and Senju Tobirama were, to some extent, akin. Deep-minded, cunning, and possessing a cherished and inviolable power, my predecessor, the Sage of Six Paths, was too radical and naive. The conflict between me and mother was clearly an internal one, easily resolved through negotiation, but he chose the worst possible approach and engaged in a violent altercation, ultimately leading to a rift between mother and son. He carelessly dispersed chakra, foolishly believing that chakra could help humans understand each other and avoid war. This ultimately led to irreversible consequences. Humanity turned chakra into a tool of war. I will not repeat the same mistakes. I will correct the errors of my predecessor, the Sage of Six Paths, including those of my mother. So, my answer is yes, Uchiha Kusunoki, not hesitating to discredit the sage to bolster his own character, finally allowing Black Zetsu to hear what he wanted most. Mother is saved. Six Paths Sage, you unfilial son. Your reincarnations are even more filial, smarter, and wiser than you. Born unfilial, cough cough cough, Black Zetsu was momentarily at a loss for words. Black Zetsu, my predecessor, the Six Paths Sage, committed an irreparable mistake by sealing his mother, which engendered resentment in you. But as the Six Paths Sage's reincarnation, I unhesitatingly promised you today to save your mother. I have inherited the Six Paths Sage's chakra and will rectify his mistakes in the future. Yet, you disrespect me and refuse to even address me as brother. What do you want? Don't you want to acknowledge me as your brother? Uchiha Minami's expression was stern, and his resounding words, like a bell, instantly crushed Black Zetsu, who had fallen from hope to despair, then rebounded from despair to hope. Brother, Black Zetsu's tone lost its defiant edge. Whoever could rescue his mother would be his true brother. Chapter 194 Senju Tobirama, Uchiha-nan, please say something. Please help me say something. Brother, Black Zetsu's tone was heartfelt. Uchiha-nan couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He wondered how much hypocrisy was woven into Black Zetsu's brother, but Uchiha-nan didn't really expect Black Zetsu to truly treat him as a brother. After all, they had only met for one night. All Uchiha-nan wanted was an attitude. Now Uchiha-nan had achieved what he wanted, to subdue Black Zetsu and make him his lackey. Uchiha-nan was not afraid of Black Zetsu turning against him, because Black Zetsu had no choice now. All his past arrangements and preparations had been exposed by Uchiha-nan. If Black Zetsu wanted to rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki, he had no choice but to accept Uchiha-nan as his brother. My dear Ototo, you've suffered so much over the years. Tobirama, what are you still standing there for? Open the prison. Why are you still keeping my Ototo locked up? What a naturally evil old Senju devil. Uchiha-nan turned to look at Senju Tobirama, who was happily eating melon, and commanded him to open the prison and release his newly adopted brother. Huh? You're even ordering me around? Senju Tobirama's face was filled with indignation. Uchiha-nan, that naturally evil Uchiha brat. How quickly they'd turned against each other. Just a few days ago, they'd been plotting to capture Black Zetsu together, and now, with their identities swapped, they were just good brothers. What a beast. Release Black Zetsu. What if he gets away? Will you ever have a chance to catch him again? Senju Tobirama demanded. When Senju Tobirama was developing the sealing technique, Uchiha-nan kept whispering in his ear, there is only one chance to capture Black Zetsu. If you miss it, there will be no chance again. The sealing technique must be strong, and the time before casting must be short. Senju Tobirama did not believe that Uchiha-nan's simple words could make Black Zetsu, a 1,000-year-old old man, sincerely convinced to be his good brother. Don't talk nonsense, it's a different time now. At the beginning, Ototo and I were not recognized as brothers, but now all the conflicts between him and me have been resolved. Now Black Zetsu is my good brother. Uchiha-nan first glanced at Black Zetsu, and then said with great certainty. He was not worried that Black Zetsu would run out of the laboratory. The predecessor of this laboratory was the dungeon of the Uchiha clan, which was engraved with the sealing barrier itself. Later, it was renovated into an underground laboratory. In order to prevent outsiders from coming in, and to prevent Senju Tobirama from sneaking out, Uchiha-nan spent a lot of effort to set up a dragnet in the laboratory, and an extra-large sealing barrier designed by Uzumaki Mito himself. Black Zetsu was in trouble the first time he entered the laboratory. After Black Zetsu escaped last time, Uchiha-nan upgraded all the sealing barriers in the laboratory again. Black Zetsu had never run away under his nose. He could take this opportunity to test Black Zetsu's true thoughts. If Black Zetsu wanted to run away, It would not be Uchiha Nan's fault. He was going to practice family law. He was going to teach this stubborn and rebellious son a lesson on behalf of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Brother. Black Zetsu's eyes moistened. For the first time, he felt the warmth of family affection, which was a precious thing that even Kaguya Otsutsuki had not given to Black Zetsu. How could a premature baby have the opportunity to feel the love of his mother? Don't say anything, open the sealed cage quickly, humph. Uchiha Nan, I hope you won't regret it later, I won't wipe your ass for you. Senju Tobirama reluctantly performed the technique and released Black Zetsu from the sealed prison. Humph, you really have no sense at all, Black Zetsu said as he walked out of the sealed prison, and then looked at Senju Tobirama viciously with his yellow eyes. Boy, I tell you, even according to seniority, you have to call me ancestor, but for the sake of my elder brother, I will forgive you for the time being. You dark guy, you were just my prisoner just now, why are you so proud of your success? HMPH, I won't argue with the dead, that's better than a motherless child like you. My mother is so good to me, HMPH, a mere dead man dares to talk nonsense here, rebellion, Uchiha Nan. Say something for me. Senju Tobirama was very angry with Heizetsu. In the past, only Uchiha Nan dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Now there is one more person. I am the younger brother of Brother Sama, you don't think you will help you, do you? Heizetsu immediately retorted. Uchiha Nan had a headache for a while. Can this be a sure field? Alright, what are you arguing about? Shut up. Uchiha Kusunoki's tiger body trembled, and made Senju Tobirama and Black Zetsu shut up quickly. You don't need to be rude to these two guys, you have to show your strength. HMPH, for the sake of my brother, I don't bother with you. Brother, when are we going to rescue mother? Black Zetsu glanced at Senju Tobirama and decided to let Senju Tobirama go for the time being. The most important thing now is to follow my brother to rescue mother. I'm afraid this will take some time. The chakra of the Sage of Six Paths only allowed me to recover part of my memory, and did not allow me to awaken the power of the Six Paths. Now I can't even open the rune again. If I want to save my mother, I must find another way. Uchiha Nan found an excuse to stall Black Zetsu. There was no way for him to rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki now. Even if there was a way, he could not let Kaguya Otsutsuki out now. Kaguya Otsutsuki was stabbed in the back by her own son and then sealed for 1,000 years. Such a woman must be extremely abnormal, lacking in love, and dark. She must be hit hard and disciplined well before she can communicate calmly. Only when he has a rival strength, will Uchiha Nan consider rescuing Kaguya Otsutsuki from the seal. What, brother, the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths did not leave the power of the Six Paths for you? Black Zetsu was shocked after hearing this. As the third son of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he was naturally very familiar with the power of the Six Paths. After all, the power of the Sage of Six Paths all came from his mother. Black Zetsu carefully sensed Uchiha Nan's chakra, and indeed did not sense the existence of the power of the Six Paths. This must be the Six Paths Sage making trouble in secret. Damn the Sage of Six Paths, what on earth does he want to do? Doesn't he really have no guilt towards his mother at all? Brother, I'm sorry. I wasn't scolding you. After Black Zetsu vented his emotions, he remembered that Uchiha Nan was still standing in front of him. Scolding the Sage of Six Paths is the same as scolding his brother. It's okay. Hao Dao. I understand, like I said, the Sage of Six Paths is me, but I am not the Sage of Six Paths. I inherited the memories of the Sage of Six Paths, and naturally I assume the corresponding responsibilities. Even though I may not be able to inherit the power of the Sage of Six Paths, I will not sit idly by, whether it's mother or this ninja world. Uchiha Nan said sincerely. Hypocrisy. Senju Tobirama spat in his heart and glanced at Uchiha Nan. The Sage of Six Paths must be blind to reincarnate as Uchiha Nan. How could this Uchiha kid who was born evil be so noble? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This dark-hearted Black Zetsu will definitely be killed by Uchiha Nan. Sooner or later, Black Zetsu will be sold by Uchiha Nan, and he will have to count money for Uchiha Nan. Brother, why didn't the child that mother gave birth to be you now? Black Zetsu's eyes were red. How he wished that the current Uchiha Nan was the child that mother gave birth to, and not the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage. If that were the case, all the tragedies would not have happened. Their family can live happily forever on this continent. Hao Dao, don't be excited, there is actually more than one way to save mother. I knew that brother must have a way to save mother. Black Zetsu was visibly excited. His plan was to find a tool to absorb the 9-tailed beasts, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, creating a body on par with the 6 paths sage. Using himself as a medium, he would then transfer Kaguya Otsutsuki's will into this body, achieving a perfect resurrection. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki's true form was currently trapped on the moon. If he could find a way to reach the moon, destroy it, and create a tunnel to its center, he might be able to free her. However, Kaguya's power would be greatly reduced. She would likely fall far short of the power depicted in the original story, with near limitless chakra, the ability to cast Yomi Hirasaka at will, use Aim no Mikado to travel through various dimensions, and use Kaushihei Katsu and Yakami no Kami as minor abilities. Uchiha Kusunoki shared his ideal with Black Zetsu. While the method was theoretically feasible, he couldn't estimate the extent of the discrepancy between the practical and theoretical aspects. He decided to try his luck. Anyway, Uchiha was just trying to trick Black Zetsu. Brother, are you planning to break the seal by force? That's certainly one way. But mother might be angry. Black Zetsu thought carefully and felt that the theory was sound. However, it was far different from what he had expected. Mother had been sealed for 1,000 years, and even someone as strong as her would be extremely weak. Mother would definitely be angry if he escaped the seal in such a disastrous manner. But making mother angry is much better than keeping her trapped on the moon forever. Of course, this is just a backup plan. To save mother, we must not focus on just one method. We must prepare 1 or 2 more backup plans. Brother, you are absolutely right. Black Zetsu said sincerely. The scene of Uchiha and Black Zetsu being so friendly and respectful to each other made Senju Tobirama nauseous. He instinctively felt that Uchiha was fooling Black Zetsu. But he had no evidence. Senju Tobirama heard that he didn't even know the name of Black Zetsu's mother. Mother, Uchiha, you call her so affectionately, huh? You are too early to be happy. The prerequisite for destroying the moon is that you can fly to the moon. Uchiha, can you fly? Do you know how far you have to fly? Senju Tobirama pointed out the loopholes in Uchiha plan. Tobirama, since you are here, I believe that with your wisdom you can design a ninja tool to fly to the moon. As long as you have enough chakra as energy, flying to the moon is just a matter of time. Uchiha chuckled and skillfully handed the technical difficulties to Senju Tobirama to solve. Moreover, in the original Naruto, there seemed to be a passage leading to the moon on Earth. But Uchiha was not going to tell this secret now. Now you think of me and want me to help this dark guy, don't dream, huh? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly after he finished speaking, crossed his arms on his chest, and turned his head to the side. This time, Uchiha must bow his head before he would consider helping him. Brother, there is no need to beg him, I don't believe it. If the butcher dies, we will eat the hairy pig. Large-scale flying ninja tools have appeared in the ninja world. The Sky Ninja Village is secretly building a flying fortress with the ability to fly in the sky. With just a little modification, we can fly to the moon with our men. The intelligence system that Black Zetsu created after lying dormant in the ninja world for 1,000 years has started to work. Good, very good, Senju Tobirama said angrily with a red face and a thick neck. That's fantastic, ow. How did you know that? Uchiha smiled, ignoring the sulking Senju Tobirama. He glanced at Black Zetsu, his mind suddenly reeling from something incredibly important. Black Zetsu must have a group of white Zetsu loyal to him under his command. White Zetsu are truly valuable. They're perfect sacrifices for impure world reincarnation, near-perfect intelligence spies, and even their own bodies are valuable experimental material. Those 100,000 white Zetsu were cloned from the original white Zetsu using Hashirama's cells. 100,000 troops, 100,000 troops, 100,000 free laborers. Brother, mother once created a large army of white Zetsu. Although most were annihilated by the 6-path sage, I've collected and preserved a small number. They're perfect tools loyal to me and mother. Oh, Uchiha nodded, already eyeing these white Zetsu. So, how many white Zetsu do you have? I sent them out to establish an intelligence network in the ninja world. Over the past 1,000 years, they've suffered considerable losses, and now there are only 268 white Zetsu left. Black Zetsu knew his stock well. These white Zetsu were loyal and capable, perfect tools. They were the product of humanity's transformation through the influence of the sacred tree. Each one used was one less, and Black Zetsu valued them immensely. If you need it, my brother, I can allocate some white Zetsu for your use. Black Zetsu saw the desire in Uchiha Nan's eyes and, despite the pain, offered to share some of his white Zetsu with him. Chapter 195 The Truth Guessed by Senju Tobirama, Kaguya Otsutsuki must be a poor mother. Sensible. Uchiha Nan smiled, then spoke, Ow, since you've taken the initiative, I'll accept it. With his white Zetsu, my chances of rescuing mother will increase a little. Uchiha Nan expertly displayed his art of making promises to Black Zetsu, trying to look good. Am I accepting your white Zetsu for myself? No. It's for your Black Zetsu's greater cause, rescuing Kaguya Otsutsuki. Brother, I understand, with our combined strength, we can definitely rescue mother. Black Zetsu nodded. As long as brother can rescue mother, anything is fine. As long as you understand, we must do whatever it takes to save mother. Uchiha Nan spoke sweetly. Only by using the excuse of rescuing Kaguya Otsutsuki could Black Zetsu work for him wholeheartedly. Black Zetsu's intelligence-gathering abilities rivaled Konoha's, and he possessed countless hidden secrets of the ninja world, seeking to exploit them bit by bit. I want to unify the ninja world, and then gather its strength to rescue mother. Ow. Since you're so skilled at intelligence-gathering, I'll arrange for Konoha's intelligence department to work with you. Uchiha Kusunoki assigned Black Zetsu the task of gathering intelligence on the ninja world, and Black Zetsu agreed without hesitation. His elder brother was now the Hokage of Konoha, possessing immense power. Capturing the tailed beasts would be a piece of cake. He regretted his lack of military might, and could only offer a small contribution to his brother's cause. Black Zetsu, brimming with energy, was eager to get to work immediately, while Uchiha Kusunoki looked on with satisfaction. He was a truly exceptional labor force. Black Zetsu reported to Uchiha Tomita with Uchiha Kusunoki's handwritten order, tasked with gathering intelligence from the Anbu. Konoha's Anbu members, spies and agents lurking throughout the ninja world, were required to cooperate with Black Zetsu's intelligence work. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu has its own independent intelligence organization, White Zetsu, independent of Uchiha Tomita's control and reporting directly to the Hokage. Uchiha Kusunoki even gave Black Zetsu the pleasant codename Agarwood. Are you just going to let Black Zetsu go? Senju Tobirama watched Black Zetsu's retreating figure, his tone tinged with worry. What else could we do? Black Zetsu's intelligence network spans the ninja world. It would be a waste not to bring it under Konoha's control. You know, the White Zetsu under Black Zetsu's command engage in espionage, and Konoha doesn't even need to fund their activities. They work purely out of love, self-sufficient. Uchiha Kusunoki loves this kind of employee. That really suits your personality. Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Kusunoki with disdain. He was always calculating, exploiting his employees under nice names. Now he's gone even further, refusing even a little bit of funding for his activities. He's starting to freeload. What a beast. Is everything you said to Black Zetsu tonight true? Who is Black Zetsu's mother? Why is she sealed on the moon? Senju Tobirama internally rebuked Uchiha Nan, then, like a curious child, peppered Uchiha Nan with questions. Tonight's conversation between Uchiha Nan and Black Zetsu revealed a vast amount of information. Senju Tobirama was a bit confused. The Six-Path Sage sealed his mother for unknown reasons. Black Zetsu lurked in the ninja world for millennia, stirring up trouble between the Six-Path Sage's two sons and meddling in the millennial-long feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans, all to save his mother. And Uchiha Nan's goal in unifying the ninja world was also to save his mother? When had this ninja world become so absurd? Of course it's all true. Are you really the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage? Really? Look into my eyes, I'm watching. Uchiha Nan looked at Senju Tobirama with sincere eyes. After checking their gaze, Senju Tobirama felt Uchiha Nan was lying. But he had no proof. So you really want to rescue Black Zetsu's mother? It's true. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded. He would indeed rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki. Of course, there were conditions. Uchiha Kusunoki would have to wait until his strength rivaled Kaguya's before he would even consider releasing her from her seal. Watch me, stop looking. I guarantee this is true. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, interrupting Senju Tobirama. Oh, that sentence is false. Senju Tobirama's face littered with a sly smile. He knew that Uchiha Kusunoki, this inherently evil Uchiha brat, wasn't being honest. He was spouting nonsense. Black Zetsu, that idiot, actually believed Uchiha Kusunoki's lies. Tisk, believe it or not, if I weren't the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage, how could I know so many secrets of the ninja world? That seemed true. Senju Tobirama's confidence waned for a moment. Tobirama, are you so unwilling to accept the fact that I am your ancestor, you unfilial son? Go to hell, with your character, you can't be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Senju Tobirama was too lazy to argue with Uchiha on this issue. He would never believe that Uchiha was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths anyway. Then who is Black Zetsu's mother, the legendary goddess of the Yuna, named Kaguya Otsutsuki, descended into the ninja world 1,000 years ago. She is the true ancestor of Chakra and gave birth to two sons, Otsutsuki Haguramo, also known as the Sage of the Six Paths, and Otsutsuki Hamura. Later, mother and son's philosophies diverged, just as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did. The brothers Otsutsuki Haguramo and Otsutsuki Hamura engaged their mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, in a protracted battle of life and death. Ultimately, the two sons emerged victorious, sealing Kaguya with a powerful sealing technique. The moon we see is the product of their sealing technique, and Black Zetsu was born before Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed, so to speak. He bears the heavy burden of saving his mother. Uchiha Kusunoki was in a good mood today and didn't mind explaining things to Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama frowned, digesting the information Uchiha Kusunoki had given him. A disagreement arises between mother and son. Kaguya Otsutsuki, Haguramo Otsutsuki, and Hamura Otsutsuki, their surnames are all Otsutsuki. Uchiha Kusunobu once mentioned that the Otsutsuki clan would invade the ninja world in the future and seize its hidden treasures. Senju Tobirama pieced together the fragmented information, connecting the dots, and seemed to discover the truth hidden by Uchiha Kusunobu. Kaguya Otsutsuki and the future Otsutsuki clan invaders have the same goal. Perhaps Kaguya Otsutsuki will be the first Otsutsuki to invade. You're so clever, Tobirama. Uchiha Kusunobu clapped his hands, praising Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's mind was truly sharp, piecing together the vague truth from fragmented information. Of course, I'm Senju Tobirama. A smile crossed Senju Tobirama's face. What else have you guessed? Uchiha Kusunobu couldn't help but be curious. You just said that Otsutsuki Kaguya and her two sons clashed over differing ideologies, ultimately leading to a violent brawl and even a life and death struggle. They were mother and son. A mother and son could engage in a life and death struggle. This couldn't be a simple ideological disagreement, there must be a powerful interest at play. A mother, by nature, would never actively seek to murder her own sons. So, I believe it must have been Otsutsuki Haguramo and Otsutsuki Hamura who initiated the conflict. Senju Tobirama analyzed this matter seriously. This dark old man believed that only a powerful interest could drive a mother and son to turn against each other, viewing each other as thieves. As the mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya must have played the role of the pitiful victim. But upon closer inspection, Otsutsuki Kaguya was indeed a pitiful figure, her life a truly tragic one. Born into the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya wasn't considered a formidable force. Following Otsutsuki Ishiki into the ninja world, her ultimate fate was to be sacrificed to the sacred tree. Living creatures instinctively strive for survival. Kaguya Otsutsuki, unwilling to die, sought an opportunity to ambush Ishiki Otsutsuki and offer him as a sacrifice to the sacred tree. She then consumed the tree's chakra fruit, gaining powers she had never possessed before. However, Kaguya knew that killing Ishiki would be a temporary solution. The sacred tree's growth period was long, and the Otsutsuki clan wouldn't be able to discover it for now. However, they were simply slow to react, and over time, they would eventually arrive on Earth to investigate, effectively killing Kaguya. Therefore, her unauthorized consumption of the sacred fruit compounded her guilt. However, Kaguya had no choice but to persevere. Unable to withstand the might of the Otsutsuki clan alone, she used the sacred tree to create her own army, the White Zetsu Army. This strategy was undoubtedly futile. But regardless of its effectiveness, she acted with a gamble, taking a chance. After all, those who perished were local natives. It was an honor for them to sacrifice their lives and become consumable materials for the creation of White Zetsu. After all, the Otsutsuki clan was composed of highly advanced socialists, viewing those weaker than themselves as mere food. It was no surprise that Kaguya Otsutsuki had this mindset. However, the two filial sons, Haguramo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki, had never experienced the Otsutsuki clan's familial atmosphere and could not accept Kaguya Otsutsuki's reckless disregard for human life and her reckless conversion of innocent and vulnerable humans into white Zetsu. After repeated attempts to persuade them proved futile, they erupted in a moment of outrageous filial piety, suppressing and sealing their own mother. From Kaguya Otsutsuki's perspective, she simply wanted to survive. She killed Otsutsuki Ishiki to save her life, consumed the chakra fruit to protect herself, and created the White Zetsu army to protect herself. She simply wanted to survive. What could she have done wrong? Her own clan members wanted to bully and kill her, and even her own sons wanted to join in the fun. So, they had to fight. It would be better to have 2 pieces of char siu than to have 2 of them. Since the 2 ignorant sons could not help her, Kaguya Otsutsuki had no choice but to kill them and reclaim their chakra. It was a pity that Kaguya Otsutsuki's combat ability was low, and her strength depended entirely on her stats, so she was sealed and offline. Well, go on. Uchiha Kusunoki recalled Kaguya Otsutsuki's tragic past, and motioned for Tobirama Senju to continue. He was really curious about what interesting truths Tobirama Senju could come up with. Tobirama Senju tacitly accepted that Kaguya Otsutsuki was a victim. Since there was a victim, there would definitely be persecutors. Tobirama Senju glanced at Uchiha Kusunoki, and remembered what Uchiha Kusunoki did every day, and his statement that he was the sage of 6 paths. The mother-son split must have been over the hidden treasures of the ninja world. A mother gave birth to 2 sons. As a mother, she surely wished to share the treasures of the ninja world with her sons. Perhaps the 2 sons, unsatisfied with greed, fought against their mother, committing unforgivable acts. If that analysis were to hold true, then Uchiha Kusunoki could indeed be the reincarnation of the 6th-path sage, with the same evil personality and despicable actions. Senju Tobirama unpacked the truth he had pieced together and waited for Uchiha Kusunoki's reaction. Brilliant, I guessed right. Senju Tobirama's face lit up with delight. I can't say they're nearly identical, but rather completely off the mark. From beginning to end, I've never been right. Tobirama, if you were to switch careers and become a screenwriter, you'd definitely be a top-tier elite. Uchiha Kusunoki sat up from the sofa and applauded. As expected of the ninja world's foremost scientist, with such a vivid imagination, perhaps switching careers to screenwriting would also make him a leader in the field. My guess was wrong. Uchiha-nan, why are you clapping so enthusiastically? You even stood up and applauded. Do you want to see me laugh? Senju Tobirama's face fell, and he said with embarrassment. Of course not, Tobirama, I'm just amazed at your imagination, it's so rich, Uchiha-nan said teasingly. Stop talking nonsense, you just want to see me laugh. Tell me the truth, and I'll settle it with you. Senju Tobirama's face flushed with anger at Uchiha-nan, but he remained patient and spoke in a calm tone. You want to know the truth, then work hard for me. When I'm in a better mood, I'll give you a little more information. Then you can use your imagination, and maybe one day you can piece together the whole truth. Uchiha-nan, as always, maintained his riddle-telling style. If you want to know the truth, you have to work hard for yourself. Go to hell, you born evil Uchiha brat. If you are really the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, then the Sage of 6 Paths must not be a good person. How can you say that? The Sage of 6 Paths is your ancestor. You are a born evil Senju old ghost. You have simply forgotten your roots. After Uchiha-nan finished speaking, he patted his butt and walked away, leaving the underground laboratory, leaving Senju Tobirama alone in the laboratory sulking. Chapter 196, The Land of Ninja, the beginning of a new era. The 24th year of the Konoha calendar was heralded by later generations as the beginning of a new era. A time truly belonging to the ninja had arrived. In the Rain Village, the sky resembled a heavy ink painting, its gray clouds so low they seemed almost palpable. A fine, silky rain silently wove the dampness and chill between heaven and earth. Within this dense curtain of rain, a few small hailstones, cold and hard, occasionally mingled, their impact on the ground with a resounding sound. On the high platform, Hanzo the salamander stood solemnly, his figure towering against the rain. He wore a deep black armor, specially treated to prevent it from reflecting light. The armor was composed of countless tiny metal plates. Everyone, we stand here today not only for ourselves, but also for the future of the land of rain. Hanzo's voice echoed through the rain, the drops of water clattering against his armor with a resounding sound. The nobles have stolen the power that belongs to us ninjas. For millennia, they've treated us like tools. Those days are gone forever. We are no longer pawns in their hands, no longer puppets they manipulate. Today, we will reclaim our rights and make our voices heard in every corner of the land of rain. Long live the Rain Village. Hanzo's piercing gaze swept over every ninja in the audience. Long live, the audience roared in response. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Hanzo's command sealed the fate of the Rain Village nobles. The New Year's reign was accompanied by bloodshed and slaughter. In just 1 month, the Rain Village had eliminated all those stubborn elements in the land of rain who refused to yield. The daimyo of the land of rain was dead, and the nobles fled with their families. Those nobles who hadn't had time to escape were as obedient as sheep before the ninjas' blades, trembling and crawling at their feet. Their land, wealth, and various properties were all taken over by the Rain Village. Ninjas were not adept at production and management, so their land was temporarily useless. Most of the land, once prized by the nobles, was distributed to the people of the Rain Country to win their hearts and minds. The Rain Country ate the flesh and drank the blood of the nobles. A nationwide serum purge did not cause significant unrest in the Rain Country. Hanzo, overjoyed at the news, a vision of vibrant life and flourishing all things imaginable, eagerly announced to the entire ninja world, the Rain Country has officially been renamed the Ninja Country. The ninja world was in an uproar. In Konoha, Hanzo is truly so brave. He actually did it. Uchiha Kusunoki watched the live broadcast with fascination. Hanzo, having listened to his own advice, decided not to execute the nobles outright. Instead, he held a public trial before the people. A simple illusion could make the nobles confess their dirty deeds. The former victims angrily rushed towards the nobles, punching and kicking them. The nobles begged for mercy humbly, their former arrogance gone. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? This concept, commonplace in Rabbit Country, is 99% rare in the ninja world. The distorted concept of ordinary life is projected on the ninja world. The nobles will always be nobles, and the lowly will always be lowly. The Rain Village is in the light, and Konoha is in the dark. The Rain Village public trial was broadcast live to the entire ninja world using televisions. Let everyone in the ninja world understand a truth. It turns out that the nobles can also be afraid, can also bleed, and when faced with a threat of death, they can be frightened to the point of incontinence, kneeling and begging for mercy, and can even die from a knife to the neck. Narashikeon hurried through the door, his tone tinged with anxiety. Hokage-sama, the daimyo just sent an urgent telegram demanding the immediate interruption of the live broadcast and the immediate dispatch of troops to annihilate the Rain Village. Pretend I didn't see it. Uchiha waved his hand, disregarding the daimyo's nagging. With this window of opportunity now broken, any future attempts by Konoha to regenerate would face significantly fewer obstacles. Shikeon, prepare for war. The ninja world won't be at peace for the next few years. Hokage-sama, are you really going to do this? Narashikeon's expression was complicated. He had long understood the Hokage's goal. Once this started, it was doomed to continue. The Warring States period was a chaotic era, a period of utter collapse and disarray. Nations, led by the 5 great powers, fought for land and resources, while ninjas fought for wealth and profit. Suddenly, the first culprit emerged, hiring ninja to murder the nobles of the rival nation. The tacit understanding between the nobles was broken, the war spiraled out of control, and full-blown chaos began. Everyone struggled in the constant turmoil of war, torn between ups and downs. They experienced betrayal, subjugation, and unspeakable suffering. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare during those painful years. No one wanted to relive the Warring States period. In this chaotic era, heroes emerged, a symbol of the times. The god of the ninja world, Hoshiarama Senju, emerged and single-handedly suppressed the chaos, ushering in the order everyone longed for. Hoshiarama Senju established a system of one country, one village. The villages gathered powerful ninja forces from across the country to protect the daimyo and the nobles. The nobles, in turn, herded the people with peace, and the ninja world enjoyed a temporary peace. Objectively speaking, Hoshiarama Senju's village system was inexhaustible. In the past, ninja wars were confined to clans. But when ninja clans united their strength and formed villages, the scale of warfare escalated countless times. A scale unimaginable to the ninja of the Warring States period. The First Shinobi World War exposed the ninja to the brutality of inter-village warfare. Before the ninja had time to reflect on this, the order established by Hoshiarama Senju is once again shattered. The ninjas of the shinobi village rebelled en masse, overthrowing the nobles and seizing control of a nation's power, wealth, and population. In the future, ninjas will wage war on a nation-by-nation basis. How massive will these wars be? Nara Shikeon, with his impressive IQ, was deeply concerned and, in a rare move, confided in Uchiha. He wondered if what the Hokage had been pushing for was right or wrong. Shikeon, right or wrong is not for our generation to judge. We simply need to move forward. The nobles have slowed the ninjas' progress. In the near future, the ninja world will face an unprecedented catastrophe. Those who come after us will understand. Those who come after us will realize that all this was worthwhile, meaningful, despite the countless casualties. Uchiha spoke slowly, gazing at Nara Shikeon. Yes, Hokage-sama, Nara Shikeon ceased to dwell on this matter. He didn't understand the catastrophe the Hokage spoke of. Since the Hokage is prepared, the only thing subordinates need to do is obey his orders. Even if the sky falls, the Hokage is there to support it. The Fire Nation's daimyo demands that Konoha cut off live television broadcasts and send troops to annihilate the Rain Village. Konoha, however, ignores the pressure from the Fire Nation, and the daimyo remains timid, leaving the nobles sleepless. This time, no sanctions were imposed within the Fire Nation to weaken Konoha's voice. Those nobles dissatisfied with Konoha vanished amidst rounds of killing and liquidation. Amidst anxiety and fear, the Fire Nation's daimyo and nobles opted for increased funding, doubling Konoha's annual budget. This increase in funding dramatically reduced resistance to Konoha's capital expansion in the Fire Nation, particularly regarding the railway project, which saw a dramatic reduction. Nobles who had previously refused to sell their land suddenly became willing. The Land of Fire was peaceful as always. But that was only within the Land of Fire. Konoha was a special exception, possessing both the most powerful military force and capital. Rich, powerful, and resilient, it held a strong government. But villages like Iwagakure, Sandagakure, Mistagakure, and Kumagakure were different. Such large ninja villages consumed enormous daily resources. It was a pipe dream for a ninja village to rely solely on the small commissions from ninja missions. This required substantial state funding, a source of much of the ninjas' mercenary work. Money was a burden, and with the ninja village's funding chain broken, even the Kage were helpless. The daimyo and nobles mastered the art of seducing people with money and favors. Even if you turned the knife inward, the pressures of worldly affairs, financial pressures, the pressures of the ninja clan, and the mountain of rules and regulations kept the Kage content with the status quo. Even if the ninja village and daimyo grew weary of each other in the future, they had to endure. Just let it be. As long as they could get by. But now, that window of hope has been shattered. A ninja village has betrayed the daimyo and exterminated the nobles, an unforgivable act. The Rain Village, with no regard for decency, broadcast a noble's shameful behavior live to the entire ninja world. The noble's deep pride, along with the unspeakable fear simmering for millennia, erupted completely. Dispatch troops. Destroy them immediately. Sand Village. Masa sat in his office, clutching the daimyo's letter, his brow furrowed, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. The village had just begun to recover. Rashly launching a war would undo all the efforts of the Sand Village over the years. Crucially, the Rain Village was no weakling. Having remained dormant throughout the First Shinobi World War, they had continuously expanded over the years, recruiting and training new talents, rapidly expanding their power and recently controlling the power of an entire nation. What if the Sand Village rashly launched a war and lost? Even if they did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Masa instinctively resisted the daimyo's order. But according to the rules, the Sand Village had to obey. Since this concerned the village's future, Masa called an emergency meeting. In the meeting room, the Sand Village's leaders were arguing non-stop. With those who favored sending troops and those who held back, each arguing, giving Masa a headache. What about Konoha? What has Konoha done lately? Tired of this bickering, Masa decided to wait and see how Konoha reacted before making a decision. He absolutely couldn't let the Sand Village charge forward alone in such a thankless task. He had to first see how the other ninja villages reacted, especially Konoha, their ally. Lord Kazekage, Konoha is holding its ground and showing no signs of deploying troops. Furthermore, according to intelligence, Konoha is behind the incident in a megacure. Those live streaming devices were provided by Konoha. The Land of Fire is broadcasting a megacure's live stream on loop every day. I see. Masa nodded expressionlessly, his thoughts drifting back to that day in the land of grass when the Hokage had vowed to establish an era for ninjas and consign the nobles to the dustbin of history. The Hokage had actually done just that. Though not personally, he had launched a mega cure. What would the future hold for Sand Village? Lord Kazekage, should we deploy troops? Chiyo asked Masa, running a hand through her hair. Hold our ground. Masa decisively followed Konoha's lead. He wouldn't be so foolish as to attack a mega cure unless Konoha took the lead. What about the daimyo? Make up an excuse. The Sand Village is desperately in need of funds. Let the daimyo send the money first. He hasn't even sent this year's funds yet. We need more, but, Kazekage-sama, the daimyo sent the funds a few days ago, and you personally signed and confirmed it, really? Why don't I remember? Masa asked. The daimyo of Wind Country has always been stingy. He even cut funding after the First Shinobi World War. This time, he must be ripped off. Yes, Kazekage-sama, Masa immediately made the decision. The Sand Village's higher-ups tacitly agreed. If the money arrived, they would share in the profits. If any trouble arose, it would be Masa's fault. They wouldn't lose out anyway. That same day, the daimyo of Wind Country received a reply from Masa. Rebellion? Total rebellion. The daimyo, seething with rage, overturned the table with a single blow of his sword and raged throughout the room. The attendants knelt on the floor in fear, afraid to utter a word, fearing to anger the enraged daimyo. How dare the Sand Village demand an increase in funding? This year's funding has already been allocated. What does Masa mean? Is he trying to use this opportunity to force the emperor to abdicate? Your Highness, calm down. We simply can't have a conflict with the Sand Village at this critical juncture. If we truly anger them, those ninja might follow the example of the Rain Village. Well, the daimyo's trusted advisor, a sage known throughout the Wind Country, reassured him that money was a minor matter. The most important thing now was to annihilate the Rain Village. It must be completely wiped out of the ninja world. Are you scared? Then should I give the position of daimyo to Masa? Your Highness, that's not what I meant. Your Highness, don't act rashly at this moment, the minister kowtowed repeatedly, hoping the daimyo would calm down. The daimyo's anger gradually subsided under the elder's consolation. He knew that now was not the time to turn against the Sand Village. The Wind Country needed its strength. All right, the daimyo finally spoke, his voice tinged with reluctance. Increase funding as Masa requested. However, I want them to send troops to the Rain Village immediately. This is an order, the elder nodded, knowing this was the best way to handle the situation. I will do it immediately, Your Highness. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Uchiha, why aren't we fighting? I'm still waiting to sell arms. In the dimly lit meeting room, a tense atmosphere hung heavy. Inoki sat at the head of the room, his face weary and wrinkled. Surrounding him sat the leaders of the Iwagakure village. The daimyo of the Land of Earth had dispatched envoys to Iwagakure overnight, demanding that the village immediately assemble its ninja forces and send troops to suppress the rebellion in the Rain Village. Compared to the daimyo of the Land of Wind, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was far more shrewd and decisive. The envoys arrived bearing not only the daimyo's orders but also bank drafts from the Ministry of Finance, redeemable at any bank in the Land of Earth. The daimyo of the Land of Earth was well aware of the current situation and his own advantages, and he couldn't expect the ninja to work for nothing. The relationship between the ninja villages and the state was ambiguous. The villages were semi-independent, like a sharp sword whose hilt was not controlled by the state. As the supreme ruler of the state, how could the daimyo sleep soundly? Now that the daimyo's worst fears had finally come true, he was completely unable to sleep. In the past, they had to wrest funds from the ninja villages, conduct obedience tests from time to disgust them, and then later pay them to win over some of the villages. The art of balancing internal power within the ninja villages was mastered by the daimyo. Now, the daimyo of the Land of Earth demanded that the Rain Village be completely and swiftly eliminated from the ninja world. He could afford it, and he was not stingy with rewards, whether it was wealth or hereditary titles of the state. Faced with a funding far exceeding that of the previous year, Inoki accepted it without a second thought. He felt obliged to send troops to annihilate the Rain Village, as was natural and reasonable. Since ancient times, ninjas have served their employers. Since the establishment of the ninja village system, the most important thing has been to defend the nation and protect the daimyo. Ninjas protect the nation's security, while daimyo and their ministers focus on hurting the people and providing for the ninja villages. This was the contract signed by the first Tsuchikage himself with the daimyo. The order of the ninja world must not be broken. You youngsters haven't experienced the Warring States period. A venerable veteran, a veteran elder of the Iwagakure village, spoke first, arguing that the rebellion in the Rain village must be suppressed. If another era of social disarray were to occur, it would surely be the beginning of endless tragedy. The elder spoke earnestly for a long time. Elder, you're right. I heard the daimyo has allocated a large sum of money to the Iwagakure village. He's taking money and warding off disasters. Whoever gives money to the village, will kill. A ninja with a scour on his face, unable to bear the elder's nagging, quickly interrupted him. He was so tired of having to listen to his trivial ramblings in every meeting. Was it really that complicated? The daimyo offered money to kill someone, and the price was exorbitant. HMPH, the temper of the young is what I used to be like, the elder muttered, but the young men present were no longer willing to listen to his ramblings and began to speak freely, discussing their opinions on the Rain village. Occasionally, outrageous remarks would arise in the meeting room. If the village controlled the wealth of a nation, would their lives be better than they were now? Konoha's new ideas had finally reached Iwagakure. The new edition of The Will of Fire was being printed at the printing press. Although it was now contraband in various countries, Konoha was the publisher, so how could it completely ban it? The tone of the meeting was set. The Iwagakure would send troops to annihilate the Rain village, a foregone conclusion. However, the Rain village had been dormant since the First Shinobi World War, and had expanded continuously over the years, recruiting and training new talents, rapidly expanding its power, and recently gained control of the power of an entire nation. Even with the support of the Land of Earth, it would be no easy task for the Iwagakure village to annihilate an opponent of this caliber. After defeating the Rain village, the Iwagakure village would undoubtedly be thrown back to the pre-liberation era, and all the years of recuperation would be wasted. The daimyo only needed to pay, but Inoki, as the Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village, had much more to consider. Quiet, Inoki's voice rang out, and the conference room fell silent. The Rain village cannot be underestimated, so the Iwagakure cannot send troops rashly. The Iwagakure cannot be the only ninja village to contribute to the annihilation of the Rain village. Send people to contact Konoha, Kumagakure, Sand village, and Mist village to inquire about their intentions. The Rain village has done such a heinous thing. The 5 major ninja villages, although the daimyo is willing to spend money, Inoki does not intend to let the Iwagakure village wade through this muddy water alone, and must involve more ninja villages. Especially the Kumagakure. This big thunder exploded for no one knows why. Just as the troops were sent to the Rain village, the Kumagakure exploded, and the sky of the Iwagakure would collapse. Agreed, Lord Tsuchikage is wise. Inoki's proposal was supported by everyone. The Rain village had provoked the daimyo of the 5 great countries, and it would definitely disappear completely from the ninja world. It was impossible for the Iwagakure village to fight alone. Send someone to inform the daimyo that the Iwagakure village would send troops to the Rain village, but not now. The Iwagakure village is urgently contacting Konoha and the Sands village to agree on a time to send troops together. Inoki used the delay technique, intending to delay for a while and see the situation in the ninja world. According to the intelligence from the Anbu, the Rain village was secretly pushed by Konoha. They couldn't just rush in rashly. A group of dark-skinned and grumpy old men in the Cloud village were discussing heatedly in the conference room how to send troops. The Rain village had touched the daimyo's reverse scale. It was an unprecedented evil in a ninja village that must be wiped out. Hashirama Senju, who was known as the god of the ninja world, and Madara Uchiha, the Shura of the ninja world, suppressed the entire ninja world, but they did not do such a rebellious thing. A mere, newly rising Rain village dared to defy the world and commit such a deed. Today it's the daimyo of the Land of Rain, but tomorrow it'll be the daimyo of the Land of Lightning? Relations between the 5 great ninja villages have always been strained. Even when there have been brief thaws and honeymoons, it's ultimately all about profit. Whether it's the 5 great villages or the 5 great nations. Relations between the daimyo of the 5 great nations fluctuate, but regardless, they belong to the same sphere and class. When a rabbit dies, a fox mourns, and all feel for their kind. The daimyo unanimously chose to unite, commanding their villages to send troops to annihilate the Rain village. The daimyo is truly generous, willing to spend so much this time. Yes, taking money to ward off disaster for others. We in the Hidden Cloud village will take this job. The dark-skinned old men, as straightforward as ever, were already sharpening their knives, ready to take down the evildoers of the Rain village. Everyone, be quiet. The third generation AI slapped the table and broke it. Can these guys in front of him use their brains? Can the Hidden Cloud village fight alone in this matter? The other 4 major ninja villages must be involved. The third generation AI told his plan and won the unanimous vote of the dark-skinned brothers. He is worthy of being the Raikage. His brain is very useful. Raikage, do we still need to invest the funds this time in Blue Sky Project Company, Limited? They recently launched a new activity. As long as the return on investment increases by 30 points within this week, not only that, this time the cycle is only 20 days. Mr. Pangzi said that he wanted to give back to old users, and make a big profit in the end, especially big customers like the Hidden Cloud Village. The Minister of Finance mentioned the new activities of Blue Sky Project Company, Limited, which was announced the day before yesterday and attracted a large number of villagers to invest. As expected of an investment company that is personally promoted by Lord Raikage, there is an activity to give back to old users, and the intensity is so great that it drives gamblers crazy. After the Minister of Finance finished speaking, he waited for the response of the third generation AI. This time the activity to give back to old users was very generous, which made the third generation AI very excited. Then invest a little bit more in it. The more you invest, the more you earn. Throw half of the funds in and keep the remaining half for emergencies. Okay, Lord Raikage, the Hidden Cloud village in the Land of Water. It seems that the daimyo is really furious. Mizuto looked at the secret letter from the daimyo of the Water Country. The Water Country, which has always been independent of the continent, rarely interfered in the disputes of the continent, but this time the daimyo of the Water Country was really angry. Even if they were separated by an ocean, they had to completely destroy the Rain village. Destroy the Rain village completely at all costs. The fewer the words, the bigger the story. The crooked, scattered handwriting revealed the mood of the Water Country daimyo as he wrote this letter, a fury that must have raged like a raging storm. This was the daimyo's order, and as the Mizukage, Mizuto was bound to obey, but this had already shattered his plans. He was to lead the ninja army across an ocean, then traverse several countries to wipe out a ninja village deep in the interior of the continent. What a joke. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation, and their own internal affairs were still a mess. The Bloodline Ninja Clan, led by the Kaguya clan, were almost unable to contain themselves. In just 3 years, rumors against them had spread throughout the Water Country, constantly fermenting and spawning countless versions. The Bloodline Ninja Clan's reputation in the Water Country was almost detested. Mizuto could swear to heaven that he was not behind it. These rumors were simply fabricated and spread by the masses. Although Mizuto welcomes this development, the negative consequences are obvious. The Bloodline Ninja clans of the Hidden Mist Village are becoming increasingly close. The Hazuki and Mizunatsuki clans, originally unwilling to fight to the death, have become as extreme as the Kaguya clan. To prevent the collapse of the Hidden Mist Village, Mizuto has spent the past few years repeatedly navigating the situation, using every possible means to buy himself time and train new members. This strategy is now paying off. Faced with the extremely vicious and unyielding Bloodline Ninja clans, they refuse to obey his orders, exhibit unruly personalities, and refuse to settle down. They are ultimately extremely dangerous and could even launch a coup at any moment. They must be monitored. They must be closely monitored. They must be closely monitored. The Hidden Mist Village lacks the manpower to monitor these 3 Bloodline Ninja clans. Mizuto is currently considering relocating the 3 dangerous Bloodline Ninja clans of the Hidden Mist Village, the Kaguya clan, the Mizunatsuki clan, and the Hazuki clan, to the outskirts of the village for centralized surveillance. They can no longer live in the heart of the village. Moreover, the residents around here would protest from time to time, asking why the inherently evil Bloodline ninjas were placed in the center of the Kirigakure village. The curse on them would bring misfortune to the villagers of Kirigakure village. This was all for Kirigakure village. But the damned Rain village ruined Mizuto's plan. To send out the ninja army on such a long expedition, he, the Mizukage, must go in person. The main force of the Bloodline ninjas must be brought along. Mizuto would not be able to leave the Bloodline ninjas in their lair. Otherwise, As soon as he sent out the troops, the fourth Mizukage would appear in Kirigakure village. If they were taken on such an unprecedented expedition, which had never happened in the history of the Land of Water, it would not be surprising if anything unexpected happened in the middle. Especially since they had to cross the Land of Fire and pass through Konoha. The Kaguya clan and the Hyuga clan of Konoha were in a rut and were in contact every year. Collusion between the inside and outside, and the sudden death of the Mizukage, it sounded so, scary. No. Let's wait a moment. Such a big thing has happened on the continent. Even if the sky falls, there are Konoha, Iwagakure, Kumagakure, and Sandagakure. These four major ninja villages will take on it first. Now the daimyo of these four ninja villages must be more anxious. Mizuto thought carefully. The expedition to Rain Village is a big deal. We must first see the actions of the other four major ninja villages. Maybe the Hidden Mist village does not even need to take action. Rain Village will have been wiped out by these four major ninja villages. Let's do it this way first. Mizuto made up his mind to postpone the expedition to Rain Village. Even if the daimyo of the Land of Water adds money, it must be postponed. Time passed quickly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Rain Village caused an uproar in the ninja world. The daimyos united and vowed to eliminate this group of evil parties. They immediately called on the ninja villages under their command to send troops to conquer Rain Village. The situation in the ninja world became visibly tense, but the original expected ninja coalition did not appear. The five major ninja villages were under emergency martial law, but there was no sign of any troops being sent out. Drink as usual and live as usual. Konoha Hokage building on Uchiha Kusu's desk lay secret letters from the daimyo of the Wind, Earth, Water, and Lightning Kingdoms, earnestly inviting Konoha to lead the allied ninja forces and wipe out the evil Rain Village gang in one fell swoop. The Kazukage, Tsuchikage, Rikage, and Mizukage also wrote to inquire about Konoha's intentions. Masa chose to side with Konoha, acting as allies. Anoki backstabbed the third AI and watched the movements of Konoha and the Sands village. If you two ninja villages don't move, then the Iwagakure village won't send troops either. The third AI happily waited to be paid, watching the still-moving Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sand village, instinctively sensing something was amiss. No one's going to send troops? Then neither am I. Anyway, the Kumagakure village was making a killing now. They'd make a killing later. First, they'd destroy Konoha, then that treacherous Iwagakure village, and finally, that weakling Sand village. As for the Hidden Mist village, they were too far away, adrift on an island in the ocean. News was delayed, and they anxiously awaited news of the four great ninja villages, forming a ninja coalition to annihilate the Rain Village. You can't even start a war if you don't fight. Who will Konoha sell its weapons to? Uchiha hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Chapter 198 Uchiha, this time I really want to be America. Hokage, the envoy from Omegakure has arrived. Do you want to meet with him? Narashikato pushed the door open and came in, asking for Uchiha opinion. Omegakure is now a hot potato, and no one wants to touch it. The five major countries officially judged that Omegakure is a group of evil people, the most evil people that have never appeared in the ninja world. Everyone in the ninja world has the right to kill them. Although the Sand Village, the Iwagakure, the Kumagakure, and the Mist Village were cautious and unwilling to send troops easily, they still followed the daimyo in issuing a condemnation statement, believing that Omegakure had destroyed the order of the ninja world and was a destabilizing factor in the ninja world. They must be punished until Omegakure is completely eliminated. Konoha remained silent, watching the show with a neutral look, and was busy doing business wholeheartedly. But silence is ambiguous, and ambiguity is partiality. The widespread presence of the new version of the Will of the Rain in the Land of Rain has revealed that this damned ideology originates from Konoha, which considers Konoha to be the best friend, partner, and ally of the Rain Village. Occasionally, confused ministers from the five great nations would demand a crackdown on Konoha. The source of this ultimate evil must not be tolerated. However, officials from the five great nations immediately issued official statements, stating that it must be the nefarious elements of the Rain Village who fabricated the rumors, a premeditated attempt to sow misunderstanding and discord between Konoha and the five great nations. No one could sow discord between Konoha and the five great nations. Those ministers, bewildered by the situation, were quickly demoted and vilified by the daimyo of their respective nations. You fools, are you trying to destroy the ninja world? He had just spoken that morning, and by that afternoon, He had been stripped of all his official positions. That evening, on his way home, he was stabbed in the back with 18 kunai bullets, and the case was ruled a suicide. Oh, finally, then let him in. Uchiha nodded, then continued to ponder the current situation in the ninja world. Seeing the future is far less clear than seeing the past. To maximize profits, Konoha must first remain neutral, then watch the flames from the other side, selling arms and various supplies to both sides. They must wait until the fighting is almost over, the outcome nearly decided, before finally making their grand entrance. The first battle, the decisive one, the final outcome. Uchiha favored this strategy, but that wasn't the main reason. It was more about the ninja world. Transforming ninja ideology was Uchiha primary goal. Making a little money along the way, just ahem. Ideological change doesn't happen overnight. Uchiha worked hard for years, but he'd only thoroughly transformed Konoha's new generation. Old-school ninja were like rotten stones in a toilet, incredibly difficult to deal with. Changing the entire ninja world was an unknown amount of time. Konoha desperately needed the help of the Rain Village to bring about a complete enlightenment movement within the ninja world. The Rain Village is now unprecedentedly powerful, commanded by countless loyal followers. Its leader, Hanzo, is known as the demigod of the ninja world, a title well-earned. During the Second Shinobi World War, he led the Rain Village to a single-handed victory against the two established ninja villages of Konoha and Tsunagakure. His commanding prowess is unparalleled. Hanzo's personal prowess is self-evident. Do you understand the significance of the Konoha Sannin? Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya have consistently carried this title throughout the ninja world, furthering its fame. They consider their combined defeat at the hands of Hanzo and the resulting title bestowed upon them as no disgrace. However, Hanzo's later appearances in the anime have made him seem like a minor figure. Kishimoto, you're completely devoid of conscience. Regardless, calling the Rain Village the sixth greatest ninja village is no exaggeration at this point. Aside from weapons of mass destruction like the tailed beasts, it truly has everything it needs. Furthermore, the renegade and wandering ninja of the ninja world were drawn to the Omegakure village and flocked to it, hoping to join the great ninja kingdom. These ninja, languishing at the bottom of the ninja world, paid no heed to high-sounding rhetoric about order and endless disasters. They were small-time figures, for whom the future of the ninja world seemed too distant and too high-minded. They were a ragtag bunch, their vision narrowly focused on their own little corners. But that didn't matter. The ninja world could survive without Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, but it couldn't. They were the ninja's core force, the people who made up the ninja world, the very foundation of the ninja world. While the small-timers had their limitations, they weren't foolish. They knew who the insects were riding on their heels. If it were peerless heroes like Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, they would be fine, possessing unrivaled power. But what did the nobles have? Why should the nobles enjoy the lavish food and drink while the ninjas were forced to endure a life of hardship? Do the nobles have powerful fists? Do they possess powerful bloodline limits? No, they have none. These were once taboo discussions, once reserved for quiet complaints behind closed doors. When the urge to do so suddenly struck them, and they were suddenly asked to do it in the middle of the night, the scene of a madman sharpening his sword at night, the imperial star swaying high in the sky, they backed off. But now things were different. The Rain Village, a formidable force, even rivaling the 5 great ninja villages, had risen and overthrown the nobles. Things they once dared not speak, things they could now freely express in the Rain country. Things they had done countless times in their dreams, but never dared to do in reality, could now be carried out with the help of Hanzo-sama. A wave of liberated thought surged, and the ninjas, pent-up anger and resentment from millennia, gradually released, until one day they would completely overturn this distorted world. Uchiha Kusunoki was delighted to see this unfold. Of course, this beautiful vision presupposes that the Rain Village can survive the nobles' counterattack. The coalition of the 5 evil ones ultimately defeated 6 Paths Obito. While the process, indescribable, they certainly made a contribution. There's no way the Rain Village could survive the combined attacks of the 5 great ninja villages. Besides ordering their subordinates to physically eliminate the Rain Village, the nobles also exerted their utmost strength in their areas of expertise. The combined power of the daimyo shocked even Uchiha Kusunoki. Although they were mere ordinary people without formidable military power, economic sanctions alone would be enough to devastate the Rain Village. While the effects might not be immediately apparent, if it dragged on for a year or two, the Rain country would likely face starvation and a dire shortage of all kinds of supplies. After all, ninjas in the ninja world aren't known for their production, and Konoha is considered an outlier. Uchiha Kusunoki helped Konoha open the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, and this is especially thanks to the selfless dedication of Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Kusunoki certainly couldn't let the Rain village vanish. Whatever the 5 great nations won't sell, Konoha sells. Whatever the 5 great nations can't sell, Konoha also sells. The Rain village slaughtered a fat pig for New Year's, and Konoha happened to want a bite too. That's a country's market. There's no business that Konoha can't do these days. Even the Fire Country daimyo would have to hold his nose and pretend not to see it. The Rain village envoy had a look of reverence the moment he entered the door. He was Hanzo's personal guard. To become Hanzo's personal guard, not only did one have to meet the martial arts standards, but one also had to align their thoughts with Hanzo's. Ninjas are the masters of this world, they must overthrow those insect nobles. Hanzo's entire set of guidelines was copied from Uchiha Kusunoki's, with some modifications to make it more suitable for the Rain country, like changing the title of the book, New Will of Fire, to New Will of Rain. Hokage-sama, your wisdom and foresight are a beacon for us. The Omega Cure envoy bowed deeply and offered flattering words. The Omega Cure alone could not defeat the allied shinobi forces, so they needed Konoha's support. Tell me, what brings you to Konoha? Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The Omega Cure had undoubtedly come to Konoha at this time to seek its help. The Omega Cure was such a large market that they had to capitalize on it. Hokage-sama, why don't Konoha join forces with the Omega Cure and overthrow the rule of the daimyo and nobles? Facing those stubborn ninja villages like the Sand Village, the Kumaga Cure, the Iwaga Cure, and the Mist Village, if we join forces, we will surely be able to slaughter them. Konoha would be responsible for the slaughter, while the Omega Cure would be responsible for the stunts. Uchiha Kusunoki had worked so hard to build Konoha into its current splendor, not just to play along with the Omega Cure. Do you understand what strategic horsepower is? I could be enjoying a cold Coke in the office, chatting up a romantic partner, while Konoha's factories churn out supplies and profit, ultimately overthrowing the ninja world with ease. Why would I risk my life with you, the Rain Village? Rain Village envoy, you're too idealistic. Konoha prefers tangible gains. Naive, the ninja world is complex, not simply about friend and foe. We need more than just strength, we need wisdom and strategy. You, the Rain Ninja, have annihilated the nobles, acquiring vast wealth, land, and population. You're thriving now, but your national governance system has practically collapsed. The 5 great nations, combined with the entire ninja world, have imposed economic sanctions on you, completely severing trade ties. You might not even be self-sufficient in food by next year. Konoha will not follow your reckless actions, the Rain Village. Do you expect Konoha to pay the price for your recklessness and join the fight against the 4 major ninja villages? I'm Konoha's Kage, and I'm responsible for the entire population of Konoha. Uchiha Non shook his head and rejected the Rain Village envoy directly. You can't fight to the death, you can't fight to the death, how can you make money if you fight to the death? The Rain Village envoy looked embarrassed, obviously he didn't expect Uchiha Non to refuse so decisively. I am the Hokage of Konoha, and what I think about in my mind is how to make the villagers of Konoha live a good life, so I don't intend to interfere in the messy affairs of your Rain Village. Even if your Rain Village and the 4 great ninja villages and the 5 great nations fight to the death, it has nothing to do with Konoha. After all, Konoha is busy doing business now. The 5 great nations and the 4 great ninja villages are all high-quality partners of Konoha. Compared to these fighting and killing things, Konoha prefers to talk about cooperation and make money together. You are not a part of Konoha, you don't love Konoha at all, and you came to Konoha this time just to pull Konoha onto the chariot of Rain Village. Do you think Konoha is a fool? Uchiha Nan's tone was a little fierce, and the chakra fluctuations emanating from his body frightened the Rain Village envoy. The Rain Village's subtle intentions proved irrefutable, and Konoha couldn't hide them. Wouldn't these negotiations collapse? The Rain Village can negotiate, and the Rain Village can love Konoha? The Rain Village envoy shouted, trying his best to demonstrate the village's sincerity. What is your position in the Rain Village? Are you the one who makes the decisions? Uchiha Kusunoki sneered. Hanzo-sama has given me the power to execute first and report later. Hokage-sama, Please tell us about Konoha's conditions. The Rain Village envoy straightened his back slightly. Hanzo had given him enormous authority, and he had to win Konoha's support this time. Conditions: you should feel lucky that Konoha is still willing to do business with you. The daimyo of the 5 major countries have directly sanctioned your Rain Village. Which blind businessman has the courage to do business with a bunch of desperados like you? Logically speaking, Konoha should give you a good beating. But Konoha admires the courage of the Rain Village. I personally am also looking forward to what Hanzo can do this time. I will let you go this time. Uchiha repeatedly pulled at the Rain Village envoy's mind, making the Rain Village envoy sweat. Therefore, this time Konoha will uphold the principle of fair and just trade. Thank you, Hokage. The envoy from the Rain Village breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand business at all. But the commercial sanctions mentioned by Uchiha, the severance of economic exchanges, and even the fact that the Rain country could not be self-sufficient in food in the end, really scared him. He has been wielding swords and guns all his life, and was born in the army. He is a standard veteran who understands the importance of food and grass to the ninja army. How can he expect his ninjas to fight for their lives when they can't even fill their stomachs? If he doesn't stab his superior in the middle of the night, he would be considered kind-hearted. In any case, this trip is not in vain. Be sensible, Lu Yuan, take him down to sign all the agreements. Uchiha grinned and called out to Narashikato, who had been waiting outside the door, asking Narashikato to take the Rain Village envoy to the next office to sign a cooperation agreement. The Rain Village envoy came to the next room and read the stack of agreements on the table from beginning to end. As expected, just as the Hokage said, there was no unfairness at all. They were all business cooperation agreements, a pure, free agreement without any business barriers. Have you finished reading it? If you are willing to do business with Konoha, then sign it. Okay. I'll sign it now. The Rain Village envoy hurriedly signed and stamped it with the seal representing Hanzo of the Salamander. Very good, you, the Rain Village, will definitely not regret this cooperation agreement. Narashikato nodded with a smile, and then took the Rain Village envoy out of the Hokage building. Chapter 199 Uchiha Madara, the game has misled me, I have to work overtime. Another week passed. The 5 major ninja villages' passive resistance to work had deeply displeased the daimyo. In their minds, the Rain Village would suffer a tragic death. The combined ninja forces of the 5 major ninja villages would surround the land of Rain, then storm into the village with overwhelming force, publicly beheading the leader of the evil, Hanzo. His tragic death would spread throughout the ninja world. The daimyo wanted to make known to this ninja world, to those ninjas with ill intentions, that they were still the masters of this world, and no one could offend their dignity and status. Anyone who sought to disrupt the order of the ninja world would be completely wiped out. Over the past 10 days, the daimyo of the 4 kingdoms, the land of earth, the land of wind, the land of water, and the land of lightning, had issued dozens of summons, exerting unprecedented pressure on the 4 major ninja villages, demanding in the harshest terms that they immediately dispatch troops. The Fire Nation's daimyo, as always, played dead like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Though he issued over a dozen summons, their words were gentle as a drizzle, a plea for Konoha to send troops to attack the Rain Village. Hokage-sama, you're putting me in a difficult position. The Rain Village has done such a drastic thing, and you, as the Hokage, are acting as if you didn't see anything. Could you possibly, Uchiha Kusunoki, too lazy to argue with the daimyo, simply tossed the summons into the trash? Konoha remained inactive, seemingly watching the show, but the other 4 ninja villages were forced to act. The daimyo was so anxious that he was issuing summons 2 or 3 times a day, unable to delay any longer. The ninja armies of each village set out in full force. The ninjas, clad in new armor, gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their uniforms embroidered with the Konoha logo on the bottom right corner. Yes, both the armor and the clothing were practically manufactured in Konoha factories. Over the past 2 years, Konoha's iron-making technology has undergone numerous upgrades, resulting in armor that's not only affordable but also boasts exceptional defensive properties. Kyune from ordinary weapon shops struggle to penetrate these armor's defenses, unless you purchase one of the new Kyune manufactured by Konoha's weapon shops. These new Kyune possess remarkable chakra-conducting properties, crafted from a new iron alloy personally invented by Konoha's Minister of Science and Technology. These Kyune are produced in astonishing quantities. From the ninjas' underwear and armor to the Kyune and shurikens in their backpacks, they're all manufactured by Konoha. Oh, And the backpacks are also sold by Konoha. Even the most clueless ninja village leaders know this situation is incredibly dangerous, yet they turn a blind eye and accept it, acknowledging Konoha's competitive prices, quality, and discounts for large quantities. The higher-ups couldn't force the village ninjas to buy expensive, inferior quality, junk products, or they'd be sacked in the middle of the night. This situation was particularly acute in the Sands village. Other ninja villages could at least tear down the Konoha logo and claim it was their own product. But not the Sands village. They received excessive subsidies from Konoha, and the Konoha logo was everywhere in their daily lives. If they'd ripped off the logo on their outer clothing, why would they also rip off the logo on their underwear? These were genuine Konoha products, not counterfeits. Anyone wearing them would be ridiculed by the village ninjas. Konoha's external publicity efforts were meticulous. Give Narashikato a chicken drumstick. A storm was brewing. The ninja world was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The 4 major ninja villages each dispatched their ninja armies. While no official ninja coalition had been announced, everyone knew it was inevitable. Faced with a formidable foe, the Rain village chose not to retreat, but to confront them head-on. They deployed their ninja army to secure strategic locations in the Land of Rain. They also immediately held a press conference, denouncing the 4 major ninja villages as lackeys of the daimyo and nobles, the scum of the ninja world, and calling on all ninja to overthrow their reactionary rule. The latest developments are exclusively sponsored by Konoha TV. Just look at Konoha brand armor $NNC and various advertisements. Konoha, massive profit, massive profit. Although this war was unexpected, the reality isn't as bad as I imagined. Uchiha Kusunoki sat on the sofa in his office, reviewing Konoha's financial reports for the past 10 days, a smile on his face. Sales of Konoha's various products had skyrocketed, and ninja villages, both large and small, were rushing to stock up on supplies. Konoha, remaining motionless, gazed down upon the ninja world like a god, issuing a stern public statement. Even if the 4 great ninja villages and the Rain village fought tooth and nail, the war must not extend to the Land of Fire or its affiliated forces. Otherwise, it was said, I forewarned you. Everyone in the vast ninja world knew Konoha's supreme military might. Their record was well documented. They had triumphed in the First Ninja World War, defeating 4 opponents alone. Considering Konoha's rapid growth in recent years, their strength has surpassed all expectations. While the ninja world was in turmoil, Konoha enjoyed a peaceful and tranquil existence, openly selling supplies, armor, medicine, grenades, and even daily necessities. Factories were operating at capacity, with workers toiling away on overtime. Production lines were constantly expanding, and the number of qualified and skilled workers was running low. But Uchiha Kusunoki showed no mercy. Now, without working their butts off, were they really planning to pay off their mortgage over 20 years in the process? Work overtime for the Hokage. Hokage-sama will pay overtime, triple it. The 4 great ninja villages dispatched their ninja armies towards a megacure. Though outnumbered, a megacure was no pushover. Hanzo of the Salamander personally visited the front lines to comfort the soldiers, his impromptu speeches stirring the hearts of the megacure ninjas at every turn. But even if the enemy is strong and we are weak, we must fight to the death. We are pioneers, shouldering the mission to overturn this world and its trenches. One day, we will slay the daimyos and nobles who ride roughshod over the ninja. You will all die for this country that represents the interests of the ninja. If we die now, we will die. If we carry out our grand plan, we will die too. Is it acceptable to die for our country? Hanzo of the Salamander seemed to have added talent points not only to his commanding skills, but also to his oratory skills. His deep, magnetic voice was incredibly powerful. Some say heroes are tools of power. Perhaps. But Hanzo's determination and charisma inspired countless ninjas, sowing the seeds of a hero within the ninja world. Konoha, the hidden leader behind the scenes, sliced up Hanzo's speech and disseminated it through various channels, allowing more and more ninjas to see it. Some hesitated, others were filled with ambition, and some eagerly joined. Shinobi from all corners of the ninja world, renegade ninjas, wandering ninjas, ninjas from wild factions, ninjas from smaller villages, even ordinary civilians, trickled toward the Rain village, eager to follow Hanzo's leader and break free from their shackles. Knowing they would die, they remained steadfast, determined to overthrow the insects that rode above them and accomplish something truly groundbreaking. At Uchiha Hikaru's residence in Konoha, Uchiha Kusunoki left work immediately. Employees receive overtime pay for overtime, but bosses don't. So, what right did Uchiha Kusunoki, as the boss, have to work overtime? Uncle Madara, why aren't you playing games in the arcade today? Did you clear Contra with one life? Uchiha Non looked at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the sofa, with some surprise. The arcade had updated a lot of new games, all of which were classic games from Uchiha Nan's past life, such as Super Mario, Contra, and Tank Battle. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Senju Tobirama, all of them have reappeared in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara was addicted to games and couldn't extricate himself. Lately, he and Uchiha Hikari had been playing them in the arcade all day and night. However, today was the day Uchiha Non and Uchiha Hikari had a date in the evening. Compared to playing games, Uchiha Hikari preferred to play with Uchiha Non. Ahem. You get it, you get it. Uchiha Non was not Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara preferred playing games. According to common sense, Uchiha Madara should still be playing in the arcade and would not disturb Uchiha Non and Uchiha Hikari's date. Uchiha Madara was sitting on the sofa. When he heard Uchiha Nan's voice, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Non with a serious face, and was about to say something. Uncle Madara, come and serve the dishes. Oh. Okay, why doesn't Uchiha Non need anything? Humph, Uncle Madara, you're so annoying. I won't play games with you next time. No, I won't ask any more. At Uchiha Guang's command, Uchiha Madara walked to the kitchen honestly and helped Uchiha Guang carry the plates and bowls to prepare dinner. The dinner was very sumptuous, with 5 dishes and a soup. Uchiha Hikaru spent the whole afternoon selecting the ingredients and took Uchiha Madara around the vegetable market. Uchiha Hikaru, your cooking skills have improved again, really? Well, if you like it, I will cook for you every day. Okay, Uchiha Non praised Uchiha Hikaru's cooking skills, and the two of them flirted unconsciously. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that the food in front of him was not delicious. Forget it, just pretend not to see it. If he didn't eat it, Uchiha Madara would be hungry at night. He remained silent and just lowered his head to eat. Soon the meal was over, and Uchiha Non leaned on the sofa with nothing to do, turned on the TV. It was time to broadcast the news of the ninja world, and almost all of it was news about the Rain Village. Uchiha Non suddenly felt bored. No one knew the current state of the Rain Village better than he did. All this news was lagging behind. He wondered when that old man, Uchiha Madara, would go to the arcade to play games. He had ruined tonight's date. Uchiha Madara came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. Wiping his hands, he walked towards Uchiha Non, signaling with his eyes for him to sit down on the sofa. A freeloader was taking up the entire sofa. Was that even possible? Uchiha Madara settled on the sofa, watching the news on the TV. On the screen, Hanzo Salamander gave a passionate speech. Break down the old world and create a world for ninjas. Ninjas shouldn't be tools of the nobles. Ninjas who don't want to be tools, unite. Uchiha Madara's emotions fluctuated. Such a passionate speech had a special effect on the belligerent old man. The first time Uchiha Madara heard this speech, he felt the urge to dance. He'd pilot his unrivaled Susanoo and annihilate the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages, breaking the shackles of the old world and ushering in a new world for the ninja. However, Uchiha Madara wasn't so impulsive. He wanted to wait and see what Konoha did. But this junior, Hanzo, was truly interesting. His ideas coincided with, or were identical to, those of Uchiha Kusunoki. It could be said he'd copied his version of the Will of Fire. Kid, you're the one pushing for the Rain Village thing, aren't you? And now Konoha's just going to sit on its hands. Uchiha Madara was somewhat dissatisfied with Konoha's latest developments. He'd expected Konoha to respond immediately to the Rain Village, then join forces with it and the other 4 great ninja villages in declaring war, a combined force against the entire ninja world. At the war's most crucial moment, he'd pilot his Susanoo with unrivaled power to bring the conflict to an end, shattering Hashirama's backward, foolish, and ultimately inferior system to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kusunoki's expression changed. Is this old man trying to stir up trouble? Just stay in Konoha and play games peacefully. Konoha needs to bide its time. Since the Rain Village has taken the lead, Konoha should just support them. Now is not the right time for Konoha to make a formal appearance. Doesn't Mr. Madara know that Konoha has been aiding the Rain Village? The workers in the Konoha factory are working tirelessly, producing all kinds of supplies for the Rain Village front. I remember you were the factory director. The factory's always been short-staffed, and even the director has to work overtime on the production line. By the way, Why are you so relaxed? Neglecting your duties will be punished. Even if we have a good relationship, I can't use nepotism or even give you a backdoor, Uchiha Kusunoki asked Uchiha Madara in return. Uchiha Madara was speechless. He had always been addicted to games, and he had plenty of money. He'd take a quick look at the factory every day before heading to the arcade to play games. The arcade had recently released a new game, and he'd completely forgotten about the factory. Of course I know, I was just asking out of curiosity. Who asked you to give me a backdoor? I'm a model factory manager. Uchiha Madara was as stubborn as ever. Since Uchiha Kusunoki was pulling all the strings, he didn't bother to worry about it. As for the factory's dereliction of duty, it wouldn't happen again. He'd always been a model factory manager, even on the honor roll at the end of last year. Uncle Madara, why are you still here? Aren't you going to play games? Uchiha Hikaru said angrily, looking at Uncle Madara, who was still there. He'd just agreed with Uncle Madara in the kitchen not to interrupt his date with Uchiha Kusunoki. He was a light bulb. I'm going to play games now. What do you mean by playing games? I have to go to work soon. Forget it, I'm leaving. Uchiha Madara felt a little embarrassed. If his title of model factory manager was removed from the honor roll, how could he face his familiar co-workers? I had made a big promise back then that my avatar would never disappear from the honor roll before I retired. I'm not playing games anymore. I'm going to work overtime. Chapter 200 The Uzumaki Clan. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to recognize Konoha as my biological father. Uchiha Non and Uchiha Hikaru played games in their room all night. Really, just games. The Super Game consoles were a hot seller in Konoha, boosting TV sales. Many people bought dumplings just for a little vinegar. Late in the night, Uchiha Non couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep on his bed. Uchiha Hikaru tucked him in, quickly changed into his pajamas, and slid into bed. He gently lay beside him, curling up in his arms. Uchiha Non's head was fuzzy, and he subconsciously reached for the area. Pervert, Uchiha Hikaru grumbled softly, shrinking further inwards to find a more suitable angle. The next day, cold rain fell outside the window. Uchiha Non woke up, his nose itching, and he subconsciously clenched one hand. Soon, Uchiha Minami regained consciousness and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Uchiha Hikaru's sleeping face, and the side of her pajamas leaking through the seam. Uchiha Hikaru had been awakened by Uchiha Minami's noise, or rather, by the pain. Their eyes met, but Uchiha Minami's hand remained motionless. Now was not the right time to move away. Hikaru, it's so nice to see you right after waking up, you're heaven. A faint blush crept onto Uchiha Hikaru's face. She gently pushed Uchiha Minami's hand away, then grasped it, interlocking their fingers. A good girl always gravitated toward smooth-talking, wealthy, and handsome boys. Even if he was having multiple affairs, he still considered himself the special one. Indeed, Uchiha Hikaru was special, a trait beyond the current standard, which captivated Uchiha Minami's irresistible love. The two of them clung to each other for over 10 minutes, until Uchiha Minami, almost late for work, reluctantly got up and dressed. Looking up at the gray weather outside, Uchiha Non frowned. He actually had to go to work in such awful weather? What a sin. But even though he complained, Uchiha Non still went to work as usual. The situation in the ninja world was getting more and more tense. Even if Uchiha Non wanted to slack off, he had to go to get off work as usual to deal with the core affairs of the village. In the Hokage building, Nara Shikuten was already sitting in the office, and it was obvious that he had been waiting for Uchiha Non for a while. Shikuten, I can see you didn't have breakfast. Dumplings, I brought soy milk. Uchiha Non's hair was slightly wet. Even with an umbrella, his hair would inevitably get wet. The damp and rainy days were really annoying. If only he could learn Flying Thunder God, he could teleport to the office directly. The Senju master must have a trick up his sleeve, and he was unwilling to pass on his unique skills to him. Nara Shikato shook his head. He no longer had the heart to eat breakfast. He wanted to go back to his office after the report and take a nap. The Hokage in front of him was the only one in Konoha who could be so leisurely. Hokage, according to the latest news, the ninja army of Sans Village has reached the outskirts of Rain Country and will soon clash with the Rain Ninja. This clash is very likely to be the fuse of the Second Shinobi World War. What about the other ninja villages? The ninja army sent by Iwagakure is marching slowly and is still some distance away from Rain Country. The Kumagakure is even further away and has to pass through the land of rice, the Frost Country, and the Taki Country. As for the Mist Village, They are still preparing ships. Uchiha nodded, not surprised. This was similar to the plot of the original work, where the Rain Ninja single-handedly provoked the Second Shinobi World War. If they want to fight, let them. Konoha's ninja forces only need to patrol the border and ensure the war doesn't spread to the Land of Fire. Even if they fight their brains out, it won't matter to Konoha. Konoha only needs to sell supplies to both sides. Yes, Hokage, but what should Konoha do if the Rain Village is defeated? Should we beat the enemy when it's down, or? Narashikeon inquired about Uchiha Kusunoki's intentions. The Rain Village's plan to single-handedly challenge the four great ninja villages and emerge victorious was absolutely impossible. The daimyos of the four kingdoms behind the four great ninja villages wouldn't be stingy this time. As long as they could destroy the Rain Village, they would pay exorbitant prices. But what the Rain Village was doing was definitely in line with Uchiha Kusunoki's wishes, otherwise, Konoha wouldn't have secretly signed so many agreements with the Rain Village. Some necessary medical supplies, especially military supplies like grenades, were offered at incredibly discounted prices. Even with a discount, Konoha still made a lot of money, but given the Hokage's personality, it was impossible for him to let the Omega Cure take advantage of them for nothing. Don't worry, the Omega Cure is not weak. Let them fight it out. Konoha can have it both ways. The longer the fight, the better. The four great ninja villages have rested and recuperated for several years, and it's time to give them a good stab. If it really doesn't work, let the Kusaga Cure support the Omega Cure. They'll raise troops for 1,000 days but only for a moment. Now is the time for them to contribute. It's not like the Omega Cure won't pay anyway. They killed the insects of the Rain Country and are now filthy rich. A ninja's life is worth more than money. Hanzo will definitely be happy to spend it. Konoha's painstakingly cultivated agents weren't in vain. The Kusaga Cure had been preparing for the past 2 years, and Konoha United Fruit Company had poured a lot of money into them. This wasn't the Fourth Shinobi World War, a clash of titans yet. The Kusaga Cure were fully supplementing the Omega Cure's mid and low-level combat power to fight a war of attrition. Uchiha Kusunoki quickly devoured the bun in his hand, wiping the grease from his hands with a tissue as he spoke. Hokage-sama, wise, Narashikeon understood Uchiha Kusunoki's intention. He was taking this opportunity to thoroughly bleed the ninja world. The more brutal the attack, the happier Konoha would be. Besides, the four major ninja villages aren't united. Kakuzu is closing in, and the Hidden Cloud village is about to be shattered. We're going to have a lot of fun then. Uchiha Kusunoki revealed the secret to Narashikeon. Kakuzu had always communicated solely with Uchiha Kusunoki. Even the Tsuchikage and Kazakage received information several days later than Uchiha Kusunoki. The events in the Rain Village affected Kakuzu's plans, which started 2 months earlier than expected. To compensate for these 2 months' losses, he had to launch a so-called reward campaign for old customers to make a final, large profit. The Ponzi scheme had reached its final stage. To quickly transfer the massive amount of funds, Kakuzu had to selectively let go of some personnel, making an orderly exit as originally planned impossible. Of course, those abandoned children couldn't possibly be Konoha's men. As Konoha's allies, the Sand Village naturally had to look after them. The Iwaga Cure, having joined them along the way, were the perfect scapegoats. Hokage-sama, you truly enjoy watching the fun. Narashikeon felt somewhat helpless. The current situation in the ninja world was turbulent, and he had no idea how many major events his Hokage had concealed from him. He could no longer foresee the future of the ninja world. Plans can't keep up with changes. These things have all coincided. We just need to go with the flow and hold our ground. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand. He hadn't anticipated the simultaneous occurrence of these events. By the way, Hokage-sama, Lord Azuki arrived in Konoha this morning and is waiting for you in the reception room. Uzumaki Azuki? What's he doing here? The ninjas from Kurigakure are preparing a ship to cross the ocean, passing through the Uzumaki clan's defenses. So Lord Azuki has come to Konoha personally to discuss this matter with you. Why would he come in person for such a matter? Uchiha-nan was puzzled, but still had Narashikato invite Azuki to his office. Azuki-kun, long time no see. Hokage-sama, long time no see. After a few pleasantries, Azuki didn't discuss Kurigakure, but instead spoke of the Uzumaki clan members who remained in Konoha. That day, Uzumaki Miro personally invited Azuki to Konoha, persuading him with both emotional and logical arguments for over an hour. How does Konoha treat the Uzumaki clan? During the reigns of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan were as close as brothers. During the reign of Uchiha Kusunoki, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan were as close as father and son. Uzumaki Mito bluntly revealed Uchiha Kusunoki's intentions to Uzumaki Reed. Uchiha Kusunoki was a damned villain, a scoundrel who coveted the Uzumaki clan's bodies, hoping to corrupt their hearts with money and a comfortable lifestyle, making them completely inseparable from Konoha. Now, Uchiha Kusunoki's goal had been achieved. Some Uzumaki clan members had already been corrupted and wanted to stay in Konoha. The matter was settled. Just watch. The young couple was now in a state of affection. If you want to be the bad guy, then go ahead. After listening to Mito's advice, Uzumaki Red's face was thoughtful. He kept those who were willing to stay in Konoha and then took the graduating students back to the island. Living conditions on Whirlpool Island were naturally vastly different from those in Konoha. Returning students complained bitterly, and when the Uzumaki clan recounted their good old days in Konoha, Uzumaki Rei ignored them, undeterred by the reality of the situation. Amidst their complaints, the Uzumaki, having received Konoha's education and now facing hardship on Whirlpool Island, expressed a thought that had been lingering on their minds for a long time: should the Uzumaki clan simply be absorbed into Konoha? As the saying goes, a single stone stirs 1,000 ripples. Their idea quickly spread throughout the Uzumaki clan, generating a passionate response. The Uzumaki clan members who remained on Whirlpool Island had already harbored this idea. "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for taking care of the Uzumaki. You're welcome. Konoha and the Uzumaki clan are family, and families should take care of each other." Unsure of Rei's intentions, Uchiha Kusunoki recounted the Uzumaki clan's recent situation. Rei, expressing her gratitude, then steered the conversation back to the days when Konoha was first established. When Konoha was first established, the Senju clan invited the Uzumaki clan to join the Konoha family, but the Uzumaki clan declined. At the time, the Senju and Uzumaki clan had always been close brothers, like brothers in arms. If a ninja village was to be established, it should be the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan joined forces to establish the village and became the original shareholders. But you, the Senju clan, are so disloyal. You quietly made peace with your mortal enemy, the Uchiha clan, and even built a village? The village is already built, and you only now remember to notify the Uzumaki clan. What do you think of the Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki clan rejected Hashirama Senju's invitation. Of course. As long as Hashirama Senju humbled himself and came to Whirlpool Island in person, everyone would have reluctantly turned a blind eye to the matter. However, the straightforward Senju Hashirama was deeply saddened when he heard the Uzumaki clan refused to join Konoha. That lunch, he could have eaten 5 bowls of rice, but heartbrokenly, he only ate 3. Even if the Uzumaki brothers had rejected Konoha's invitation, if you're being bullied, just speak up. Senju Hashirama, will always be your immediate support. Joining or not, it doesn't matter. So, Hashirama quickly forgot the incident. For various reasons, the Uzumaki clan didn't join Konoha, becoming its juniors. But at the time, the Uzumaki clan held no regrets. After all, a ninja village is a gathering of various clans. During the Senju brothers' reign, the ninja clans that joined Konoha thrived, but the Uzumaki clan, living alone on the island, were not much better off than those who joined, essentially on par. But now, things are different. They're not afraid of their brothers suffering, but they're afraid of their brothers driving Land Rovers. Konoha not only has Land Rovers, but also rockets, taking off. Not only did Konoha not despise the once stubborn little brother, it even lent a hand to the Uzumaki clan. Little brother, don't go it alone. Come with me. I've always been thinking of you. Uzumaki Rei didn't object to Uchiha Kusunoki's misconduct, but rather welcomed it. Hokage-sama, if you had this idea, why didn't you just say so earlier? Why are you so hesitant? The Uzumaki clan members who had returned to Whirlpool Island stirred public opinion, forcing Uzumaki Red to personally intervene. He convened a clan meeting to ask everyone's opinion. If the majority agreed to join Konoha, he, as clan leader, would personally travel to Konoha to discuss the matter with the Hokage. The result was self-evident. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha were closely connected, having previously only held back due to minor disagreements. The agreement was passed in a near-overwhelming vote. Come to think of it, it was a real pity back then, said Uchiha Kusunoki with a hint of regret. It was the first time he'd heard such a secret. An unusual childhood sweetheart couldn't stand up to a sudden appearance. It's a pity indeed. Uzumaki Red chose his words carefully. He couldn't just say, "If you don't abandon me, the Uzumaki clan is willing to worship Konoha as the godfather." It seems like it's already the case, but a biological father is definitely better than a godfather. Now that the Rain Village has caused such a big mess, the 4 major ninja villages have joined forces to fight against it. Maybe the Second Shinobi World War will break out in an instant. At this time, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan should be in the same boat. The relationship should be better than before. Uzumaki Reed blinked, waiting for Uchiha to respond. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.